morning talking with famous peoples. I'm host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And the gentleman asking today's important question, what is happy? What does it mean to be happy? Is happy a goal you should have? Should you aspire to happy? And if so, how will you know when you've reached your goal? These are just some of the many questions that everybody has to ask all the time. Well, the thing about happy is happy is like a very short term level experience, if you ask me. Like right now, I'm happy because I got my drugs. I'm having fun. I'm live streaming. I went to the casino. I won money. I'm happy, right? I'm driving home. I'm thinking, man, life's great. I couldn't have any more freedom. I live in this dream life where I can do whatever I feel like, whenever I feel like it, and how wonderful is everything. But that happy, like yesterday or the day before when I didn't have my drugs, I was tantrumy. I wasn't happy. I was just like that. So the thing is, happy in the moment and happy overall are different things, right? I would definitely declare myself happy overall, but at any given moment, I may feel happy, but usually I don't feel actively happy. I have to be like really just like feeling it. Got some speed running through me, got the new bottle, like right now I'm really like happy, like fuck yeah, life's fantastic, you know. But that kind of happy is very much contingent on the specifics of the occasion, day, drugs, mood, various other things. That changes all the time. So you can't really look to those experiences to see if overall you're happy. In other words, if overall you're living correctly such that you're you're pleased with things rather than, oh God, I'm stuck in this job that I find to be torturous, and I'm stuck in this relationship where we fight all the time, and blah blah blah. That then you would have good cause to say I'm overall not happy, even though you will still probably have those moments of like, fuck yeah, everything's fantastic. That's why you can't use that to determine if you're overall happy.
There's situations though where like if you're with the wrong person, you have some sort of victory, or even if you're just feeling fuck yeah.
They'll make it shitty.
Yeah, they'll make it shitty.
Yeah, that's true. If you're
Or,
with the
or they
wrong
won't be
person and you're near them at that moment, they'll take your happy and make it shitty.
Yeah, and that's just or they can't be happy for you either. Like they're like they're so upset with themselves that they like can't be happy.
Or it's just they crush the ways you make yourself happy. Like with Kimberly,
Mm.
when I started that relationship, I made a lot of jokes, chatted, was happy. But anytime something anytime there was an opportunity for her to shit on something I did or said, she would do so. So gradually, I'd say, okay, well, I'm not going to attempt that kind of thing anymore, that kind of thing. Until at the end, I was just silent and like didn't have anything to say because she had crushed my childlike joy. Happy is when you don't feel like you're stuck in a vessel you have little control over. That's it. Well, that's a good definition. You know, autonomy, I think, is the fundamental engine of happiness. You have to be able to make your own decisions, do what you want, have power over your life, have both free liberty, in other words, nobody's got their thumb down on you, and freedom, meaning you're empowered to do what you want. And unfortunately, very few people really actually have those things in life. I had a lifetime full of ample liberty and less ample freedom. Um, well, it's not like Kimberly was trying to crush my childhood joy. She was just trying to make the relationship into what she thought relationships were, which were these nasty, fighty things. I was trying to say, no, no, no. This is how you be a good relationship partner. But to her, that was just criticism, and criticism kills whatever love there was. And, you know, BPD means a complete incapacity to objectively evaluate your own faults. It's accountability avoidance disorder. Don't burn your butt cheeks. Oh. I'm trying to burn these hairs, though, that I don't like, that are at the top of my butt crack. It's like, that's not a good place to have hairs.
No. It happens, though.
Also, not having to visit the hospital because of silly injuries. That's freedom. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, bad things can happen to you that can inhibit your ability to be happy. You could find yourself in a wheelchair. You could lose important loved ones and shit like that, right? But the thing is, with a BPD person, they 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 have to prove their map right. This relationship, like all people in their lives whom they might potentially love, is one built on their inevitable betrayal. They have to prove their map right, you know.
True.
So they do, because they have to uphold the prime directive, close the gap between the distance between expectations and reality. Did you take your vitamins yet?
No.
I took one this morning.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And I figure I'll sleep tonight. I didn't sleep at all last night. Last night was just like. Where did that go?
Tried.
That
Yeah, same. I went to
That's called thwackage. That's
Yeah.
good high quality thwackage. Like when I look up and suddenly it's 4 hours later, that's clean meth like effects. That's excellent.
That's good. I hope that they continue to order it for you before.
Oh, they will. The fact that this one was about to expire means they don't have anybody getting it. Right? So it's just been sitting around. They can't order anymore because nobody's sending a prescription in for
I
it.
understand.
Yeah, so they'll be able to get it every month. If Kimberly were to be a bird, what species of bird would Kimberly be? Wounded. I don't know.
It's funny that you speculate that Kimberly might have cheated on you, because that is a quality that BPD. It's not always the case, but it is very common that the person with BPD will cheat because of that whole push pull dynamic, or the whole, well, you're gonna leave me soon anyway.
Right. I got to get ahead so that when
Yeah.
you betray me, I
Yeah.
know that I
Yeah.
got you first.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
I,
So
cause yeah, cause I honestly think that the person that I dated who was BPD like cheated on me too. I had no physical
I have no
evidence, but
evidence either. They're good at it.
yeah.
Um, I wanted to say that if for one day you could be entirely right and everyone acknowledges your rightness, I'd say most days I am entirely right. Maybe I'm wrong about insignificant things, but
Everyone.
occasionally I have days where I'm wrong about things, but those are notable exceptions. Now, the second question is more important. If everyone would acknowledge your rightness, I'm not interested in them acknowledging my rightness. I'm interested in them understanding why I'm right. So if I could get that, that sticks. It doesn't last for one day. That lasts forever. But understanding why I'm right requires a certain relationship with NI to begin with. You've got to want to have the singular correct answer rather than have these ideas be just interpretive toys. You know, so a lot of people don't have those things valued, don't think the same way I do, blah, 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 blah. So me asking them to understand why I'm right is saying, here, you deliberate ideationally about what I'm saying using NE and TI, and you'll see how right I am. Of course, that's not a reasonable request of anybody who's not NETI or TINE. It doesn't, you flip them around, it doesn't really matter. But but everybody to some extent is convinced by good arguments more than they are by bad arguments. You don't have to be an expert about argumentation to know that because I said so is not a very good justification.
Even kids know that.
Yeah. That simply because you are the boss authority figure and therefore the other person must obey, regardless of whether your order is justified, well advised, wise, or anything else good. So, to a certain extent, we all expect some kinds of TI upholding in our communications. If even if you're TI polar, if I tell you one day that I really want to go to see this movie with you because I've been looking forward to seeing it, and the next day I say, oh, I can't go to that movie with you, and you go, why? And you go, oh, because I don't like that. I don't think I'm gonna like that movie. I don't want to see it. When I just told you the day before about the day I wanted to see it, even if you're TI polar, that person's gonna go, so
Yeah.
what do you say? Okay, were you lying then or are you lying now? So there's plenty of degrees of incredibly shitty argumentation that everybody can spot, right? The problem isn't really exactly the quality of argumentation, it's the relationship with position statements. People who have subjective epistemologies see their relationship with position statements as an ontological one. They see what they believe and what they affirm and stuff as part of who they are. I see believing things or affirming things that are correct as the natural thing to do, but not part of what I am, not part of who I am, really. Like, yes, I'm correct about all these things. I've repeated myself about them a million times. I've explained it a million times. I keep improving on the different ways of explaining it so it could be more comprehensible to more people. Um, but I don't see that as part of who I am. I just see that as my work product, you know? Who am I? Like, I'm much more this guy, just talking about various things. Or I'm much more the guy who likes to take speed and then best to do on the first night, go to the casino. I haven't been to the casino in months. The last time I went to the casino up here, I won $450 playing blackjack. Today I said I'm going to the casino again. It's like 3:30 in the morning when I left here. I got there like 4:45 a.m. on Tuesday. I sat down at the Spanish blackjack table and I won $575. I mean, at the blackjack table, I won 620, tipped the blackjack dealer $25. So walked away from the blackjack table having won $595. But then on my way out, I decided to stick a $20 bill in a dollar slot machine and push it a few times. And of course, I lost my $20. And then I said, "Get out of here, Eric. What are you doing?" So that's why I only won $575 today. The crazy thing is, I'm into that casino for over $1,000 now. That I won at the casino. I've been there twice, and both times I've won. So they are losing money on me. Except for the dealer. He got a $25 tip. Like a poorly socialized INFJ. I more so meant your second slot function in general. I mean, it's your tool function. It's your default way of dealing with everything. Your the first thing you pull out of your bag every time. When you ask me this question, I use my tool function. I say, okay, uh, I'm not sure what he means by like a poorly socialized INFJ. I'd want him to define that more clearly so I know exactly what he's talking about. But then I go down here and I say, I more so meant your second slot function in general. I have to go back up and see what you're referring to. Um, Sometime back, I heard y'all mention ISFPs doubting their SC because of the somewhat incompatible nature of their functions. Can't apply to NI downs, for instance. Um, well, is that they doubt their SC because they're not looking at their SE against other people's SE or against an average SE because their dominant function is FI and their third slot function is NI. So they're looking for some sort of holistic truth about their own behavior, but they're driven by what they want to see. Their FI dominance. So that's why they doubt their SE because they're not comparing against other people or an average. They're comparing against their vision of an ideal. So is there an equivalent with an INFJ where they doubt that their second function is FE? Well, sure. I mean, Rachel thought she was an ENFP. INFJs can be wildly wrong about their type or themselves in general because they have both subjective epistemology functions unconscious. They've got FI6 countervalued and SI8, which is maximally unconscious. So they don't know shit about themselves. They know everything about not themselves, but they don't know anything about themselves. So might they think they're FI tool when they're actually FE tool? Yes. That's their that is their weak spot is knowing themselves through normal, authentic, subjective ways. They have these weird workarounds. Like Rachel uses SE to determine things about SI. How is your serotonin syndrome, and neuropathy symptoms. Well, let me try to do something so I can see if I can do it better now than I could before,
Yeah.
rather than actually just feeling the sensations herself and keeping track of those. That's how unconscious her SI is. So, sure, INFJs can be wrong about their tool function and wrong about their type,
Oh yeah.
but the thing is, here's the thing about an INFJ, they won't be satisfied until they get the right type.
Yeah.
Rachel was wrong about her type, but she was not satisfied with her type.
No.
She did not believe it. She didn't feel it work. It didn't sit with her NI properly.
Yeah.
So, so as soon as she found her right type, as soon as I corrected myself and said, okay, you're not ENFJ, you're INFJ, there hasn't been any, she hasn't had any ontological discomfort with the type ever since. She's been comfortable with it because it's the correct type for her. When I told her she was ENFJ, she believed me because, again, she has no subjective epistemology that are conscious to access, but intuitively she knew it was wrong. She didn't like ENFJs.
Yeah.
She didn't respect this idea, that idea. She didn't view herself as like Oprah or like yeah, um, and it just didn't fit. And she was right; it didn't fit. But it took me a month to be certain enough that I said, okay, I was wrong. You're not an ENFJ. You're an INFJ.
But you're right in that my FE tool during the um, typing was evident. Like, or, FE was evident.
Well, yeah, it's just what happened with that probably ISFJ lady down there, right? She and Rachel had a very active back and forth chat. A lot of FB, just a lot of generally socially graceful chatting between the two.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I was chatting with the guy, and I chatted a little bit with the lady too. We walked away, and our first thought was ESFJ, but I said, "No, look at her signage. Her signage is too shitty for ESFJ." And you got to remember, in that kind of a context, when FE's your tool function, you're gonna seem just like an FE don't.
Yeah.
Because you're using your tool function in its appropriate context to chat with somebody. And if they've got two FE tool people, they're just chatting back and forth effortlessly. They could both look like extroverts. But this is because it's the first meeting of these two people, and they're on their toes, so they're using their tool function maximally much.
Yeah, where I had an interaction with an ESFJ at that, what was it, donut place, or the one who was talking about the Christmas songs. She was so happy, like that.
That was a sandwich. That was a sandwich place.
Sandwich place. So yeah, that interaction was much more. I could tell she was an ESFJ rather than ISFJ.
Yeah, she was an ESFJ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the interaction was very different.
Yeah, like ESFJ more wants to take charge of the conversation.
Yes.
INFJ will take turns like two dancers who have been dancing with each other for years.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm talking to the dude, and I guess you'd say I'm mostly using my first and third slot function in that context. My tool function is not useful in that context, right? I still would, obviously, if he said something that had some inconsistency, I would note it in my head, but I wouldn't say it out loud because my tool function's an introverted function. And so I just go FENE, like I'm really good at, if a person gives me anything at all, at coming up with follow-up questions and or corollaries to talk about that link to it. That's effortless for me. So if you say, my my parking structure fell and crushed my Coleman, my brand new Coleman thing. First it crushed our camper. I'm like, oh, that was you guys with the Coleman camper. That thing was sweet. It was so brand new and nice, and you got totally smashed. And he's like, it was all right. The insurance paid for it. We're getting a new camper. And the ISFJ woman's like, we're going camping on July 11th in the new camper. And we see up the street now, they've got some guys building a wooden one, right? So that it won't collapse under the snow.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I was mostly asking him questions rather than saying things about myself. Like I wanted to know like what his deal was, and he drives to Oakland, stays there for 4 days, 4 nights, and then comes back here for 3 days every week. So that's an easy to ask follow-up questions about, or just express like, oh my god, how horrible. But
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that they probably we probably learned more about them than they did about us.
Probably yes.
Yeah. I don't volunteer a whole bunch of information, but I mean I was the one who volunteered uh, how much we paid for the house because they bought their house and I was curious. You know, they paid less for their house than we paid for our house. It's a nice house too, and they got
It
more
is.
land than we have too.
Yeah.
But I don't think the house is as nice as this one.
No. They were nice people. I liked her a lot.
Yeah, I'm just explaining why I volunteered.
Yeah.
You know, I said we bought the house in January, blah blah blah. This is how much you paid for it, 500 for it, furnished. And then he said how much they paid for it. It was like four or something. I don't remember
Yeah.
what it was
Yeah.
exactly, but
And then they went on to explain their search and finding a house.
they looked at a lot of houses, and then the realtor brought them to that house. And they said we can't afford this house out of our range. It's like at the top of our available budget. And then they talked to the lady, and the lady who owned it wanted to sell it to a young family who's going to live there and raise their kids there. And when they bought it, there was not yet this moratorium on Airbnb. And all the other prospective buyers wanted to buy it and Airbnb it. Now you can't do that because there's a moratorium on it. But I tell you what's a good idea is to buy an income property in Mariposa and rent it by the month to people who want to rent. Because there's a lot of people who want to rent up here. This is why there's a moratorium on Airbnbs. Because people, Mariposa County wants people, if they're going to buy properties, income properties, to rent it to people who live in Mariposa rather than just have the whole fucking county filled with people coming in to Airbnbs, you know?
Yeah.
Um, Personally, I don't care either way. But the point is, it's an excellent place to buy an income property if you're just going to rent it by the month to some people, right? Because there's low supply, very high demand, and um, you'll be able to get a premium on it. You know, so if you don't have to pay a mortgage, it's just straight income. You know. I was thinking about that on the way back.
Right.
There's some cheap houses around here too. It's not like you have to buy a fancy house, right? You can. There's some houses for under 300. I think you could probably find. Maybe some for 300. Yeah, may not be the best house, but if you can get $2,000 a month in rent for it, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I think you just
it's like almost a 10% return on your money per year.
you kind of have to. So like, the Jersey Shore does like house rentals to people, and a lot of them, it's half and half. It's half shabby chic, and half like really nice places that people like. You can tell they put their money into the house to rent it out, but it's a lot of work because you have to do like the whole vetting process of like.
Well, sure, there is that. But I mean, the thing is, property management in Mariposa is something we can do. We could go check out the property, make sure it looks fine, do fix things that need to be fixed or whatever. Um, it would be a nice revenue
Oh
stream.
yeah, oh yeah,
You know,
oh yeah. I think that.
I think it's a good idea. But anyway, uh, did you guys see the whistleblower that came forward saying that the Secret Services and military are hosting alien spacecraft? No. I'm curious about it. Let's see if it's in Google News. Oh no. 86-year-old man shoots and kills son in Madera County. Boy, the way my dad and I worked, that worked a lot better than my wife. It was like, okay, I can't take this anymore. Eric can take the gun instead of shooting himself. He shoots me. Ah, that would have been terrible. Um, Let me search for it. Alien. Aliens. Ex-Pentagon UFO whistleblower. Government hiding alien tech. New York Magazine. The past 6 years have been a roller coaster for ET minded America. And in 2017, Times revealed meow. But a new report for Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal, part of the team that broke the Times story in 2017, gives hope to alien optimists. On the science website The Debrief, the pair described the story of a defense intelligence whistleblower who has alleged that the intelligence community is hiding classified evidence of intact and partially intact craft of non-human origin. The whistleblower, David Charles Grush, claims in a complaint that the Pentagon, other nations, and defense contractors have recovered fragments of exotic origin based on the vehicle morphologies and material science testing and the possession of unique atomic arrangements and radiological signatures. Grush goes on to state that the material includes intact and partially intact vehicles. While a previous UFO expert in the government might have been discredited, Grush has the bona fides that are worth taking seriously. He's a 36-year-old combat veteran of Afghanistan who was a member of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force, the program run by the Office of Naval Intelligence to investigate UFO sightings. From 2019 to 2021, he served on the task force as the representative of the National Reconnaissance Office, considered one of the big five of the U.S. intelligence agencies. His colleagues think highly of him, too. Carl Nell, a retired Army colonel who was also on the UFO task force, told the debrief that Grush was beyond reproach. Nell even backed up one of Grush's claims in the complaint that there is an ongoing competition with other countries to identify UFO crashes, landings, and retrieve the material for exploitation reverse engineering. Wow. His assertion concerning the existence of a terrestrial arms race occurring sub rosa over the past 80 years focused on reverse engineering technologies of unknown origin is fundamentally correct, Nell told the debrief. As is the indisputable realization that at least some of these technologies of unknown origin derive from non human intelligence. Another intelligence official investigating UFOs, Jonathan Gray, concurred. The non human intelligence phenomenon is real. We are not alone. This is a global phenomenon, and yet a global solution continues to elude us. Wow. An unclassified version of the complaint shared with the debrief states that the evidence of extraterrestrial tech was illegally withheld from congressional oversight by the intelligence community in order to purposefully and intentionally thwart legitimate congressional oversight of the UAP program. When Grush raised the concern, he was subject to months of retaliation. He requested that the details of that retaliation be withheld to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation, per the report. An intelligence investigation has been launched in response to his whistleblower complaint. While the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence did not comment, the Pentagon cleared the information in the report in April. Grush, who retired in April, said that he hoped his claims would provide, quote, an ontological shock. Wow. That is crazy.
Yeah, that really is.
Of course, he doesn't have concrete evidence, but he's a whistleblower. So it's a little bit different than other kinds of testimony, you know? He was in position to know the information, and he's saying it's being illegally withheld from Congress, the appropriate congressional oversight committee. Wow, that's big, man. This is impressive. And specific, very specific, and very intelligently laid out, you know?
Yeah.
This is not a dumb person. This Grush guy is not dumb at all. The way he laid that out is beyond reproach.
It's kind of exciting.
Yeah. The thing is, it's not like there's any concrete evidence for us to see except this guy, what this guy is saying. But people who are that smart and lay out their case that cleanly, I don't think he's lying. I don't think that guy's lying. I believe him.
Yeah, I do too.
Just based on the way he presented what he was saying. And there's another article right below it that says nobody at this point has definitive proof of UFO or aliens. Well, I would agree with that. That's not definitive proof. I'm just saying I believe the guy, right? NASA UAP panel member Paula Bontempi says nobody has come forward so far with definitive proof of extraterrestrial existence or intelligence. Well, what this guy is saying is that the intelligence community is not sharing that information with NASA UAP. Illegally withholding the information even from congressional oversight committees. So that explains why nobody has definitive proof. And the question then comes down to the whistleblower's credibility. He had the means to know it. He has an impeccable professional reputation. And what he's saying is very specific stuff that they have some sort of stockpile of exotic origin, some of which is definitely of non-human intelligence and comprises partial and complete vehicles or crafts. That's very specific,
Wow,
you know?
is.
Very specific, very concrete. What it would sound like if it was bullshit is the government is hiding proof of aliens, and they're doing it because they don't want people to know about it. It's not fair, and blah blah blah. And it would have none of that specificity. That's convincing. But I got to tell you this.
No.
I got to tell you this. I got to give Bobby credit. He said that there was going to be a fake alien invasion or something. This is a big disinformation campaign so that, I don't know, one world government or who knows what he thinks is going to happen. But the point is, he's pre-denying the existence of aliens in case it gets to be established that there actually are aliens. I'm increasingly convinced that reading that shit, and I've been pretty convinced before, but that's compelling.
Good morning, wonderful, wonderful kitty.
David Grush claimed that several high-level intelligence officers approached him with evidence, including oral testimony and physical documentation of a crash retrieving non-human origin technical vehicle that landed or crashed. Okay, well, David Grush recently filed a whistleblower complaint stating he gave what he called classified proof to Congress and the intelligence community inspector general. David Grush has become one of the trending topics on the internet. People are searching for his biography, details, and personal life. However, David Grush does not have a Wikipedia page. He's been married for 9 years. He lives in a house in Colorado worth $660,000. I mean, he has a side business. He's got good amount of money. Why would he make this shit up? He's retired from the Air Force. I don't know why he'd make it up. I mean, that's not a good reason to conclude he definitely didn't, but it's also possible because the way it sounds there, it sounds like somebody came and showed him evidence that was convincing to him. Um, Makes me wonder why those people came and showed him that evidence. It's just playing devil's advocate, but I think he's convinced, but those people who came and showed him that evidence, why did they do that? And are we convinced that they didn't fool him?
That's true too.
But you know what? Also, it's important to remember he claims to have shown classified proof to the Congressional Oversight Committee, and that means the things that they're saying he has as proof, there's a lot more stuff that we don't know about. So that could be much more reason to for him to be so convinced, right? There could be good reason for him to be super convinced that we don't get to hear about. Regardless, it's got to come out at some point if it is in fact the case. It's coming out right now, right? At least, you know, the government can't just continually ignore the fact that there's a lot of pressure from people wanting to know about this. And at the end of the day, it's important to remember that people who work for the government are regular Americans like you and me. And they don't necessarily like the idea of the intelligence agencies hiding this illegally from Congress, right?
Yeah.
People in the intelligence agencies are regular Americans too. They may be a little bit more willing to. Shit, I forgot all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Sure, no problem. All right, this is about 150 milliliters. So I'll give you about 50 and keep 100 for myself.
Okay, that sounds good. I hope you don't mind. I might crawl back into bed and.
That's fine, Rachel. I want you to do what you want to do, baby.
Thanks.
Not be constrained by what Eric wants you to do.
Well, I'll be watching the stream. That's what I'll be doing.
Okay, that's perfect. So, I mean, you never know. Last time we did mushrooms, you were like Sarah socializes.
It's true.
You can't predict mushrooms, Rachel.
No.
You know that by now.
It's true. Oh, this is pretty dark.
I'm gonna get us those ginger things.
Okay.
Remember that somebody said ginger helps you not feel nauseous from mushrooms?
Yes.
We got these ginger kombuchas for just this purpose.
Thank you.
To be a good chaser. It's probably not gonna taste very good because I don't know about you. I don't really love ginger.
No, I don't.
But I like it a lot more than mushroom tea.
Yeah.
Who's judging your performance, Diamond? It's that step, tap, tap, back, jazz hands. You keep putting the jazz hands in the wrong place. Is that what you talk about, judging your performance? I just judged you so hard. Ooh, that's gingery.
Yeah, it is.
Remember the trick, of course, to drinking either mushroom tea or shots of liquor. You go like this. Blow out all your air. You don't taste any mushroom tea, you just taste ginger. The video of the spacecraft mixed with Lockheed Martin's secret projects were the initiation. Huh. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing these magical spaceships. Maybe we'll, go visit some aliens in another galaxy or something. If they were able to get them here, and we've got them, we could get them there. NASA made a conference soon saying they're taking the UAP from analytics in a task force now. Do you think that's already happened, huh? We've gone to alien worlds. They should definitely tell everybody. It's like, what are these pricks doing? Like, keeping all this exciting shit to themselves. I want to hear about it. I get it. It's like, I'm not going to get to be the astronaut who goes, but make a big deal about it. Like you did when you landed on the moon. I just be all secrety about it. If the aliens are really smart, they're telling the governments of the world, you guys need to listen to Eric. He's so right about things. And the rest of you guys seem like you're retarded. That's what the aliens would say if they were really smart. Well, look, if they're that much more technologically advanced than us, then it's obviously not to just kill us all, or they long since would have done it. Like, why now, right? These aliens presumably have been around Earth forever, for a long ass time, right? Because you're talking about civilization time frames that are not going to line up. You know, like a super advanced culture is going to be that way for thousands of years. Of culture, less more temporarily. I can show you my meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world. A new fantastic point of view. You could go over there and see that thing and then come back and everyone will sing. A whole new world. A whole new world. A whole new world. That's called Aladdin on Ice minus the ice. I decided, hey, let's do Aladdin on Ice, but without the ice. And everyone's like, brilliant! I never understood why we put people on ice skates to perform a play. Because it makes it more exciting when people slide around. But does it really make it more exciting when people slide around? I don't think it does. Who likes that? They're just trying to find jobs for ice skaters. Did anybody say, dear God, I wish I could see Aladdin, but performed by people on ice skates? Did anybody really say that? I don't think so. It was fine. First of all, it's in the Middle East. Why is there ice?
Yeah, that's true. I definitely saw it on ice, though.
Like, can't Disney put on a play on a regular stage? Why do they have to have ice skates? Is it better? Is it more enjoyable to watch if it's people sliding around on ice skates? If so, why? I get it. Ice is more slidey than a regular stage surface. But if you're putting on a performance of a story like Aladdin, why are you more successfully able to put on that story if you have better sliding ability? You know, how does that improve your ability to tell a story? That
It doesn't.
instead of walking around a regular stage, these people will all be sliding on ice.
I guess maybe, I don't know.
It helps you do magic carpet ride better because they're not walking, they're just sliding. I can show you the world, gliding here on my ice skate.
It is sort of like that.
And it's like Aladdin was already gay to begin with. Do we really need to make it quadruple gay by putting everybody on ice skates and in tights and stuff?
Mm-hmm. They
No.
did that.
Here's what I hope. I hope in the middle of Aladdin on Ice, a hockey game broke out.
That'd be funny.
Fans started inciting some of the performers and throwing sticks to them, and they just started playing hockey. And then the other performers didn't want to play hockey, kept getting checked. Ooh, that's a cross check. That's illegal, but unfortunately there are no refs. That would be a game major right there. It looks like Jasmine is down and out. She took that fist straight to the nose. There's blood on the ice, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best performance of Aladdin on Ice ever. Ice capades. Ice capades. What's that a pun on? What's the word that ends with capades? It's not escapades. Okay. Escapades. Instead of it being we're not having an escapade, we're having an ice capade. What is an escapade exactly anyway? Let me Google that. I think just sort of like an adventurous outing. Escapade. An act or incident involving excitement, daring, or adventure. So yeah, okay, an adventurous outing. I correctly defined it. But you know what? Aladdin on Ice is no escapade. There's nothing daring or adventurous about it, and it's completely devoid of excitement. So that's why they had to call it an ice capade, because they called it an escapade, they'd be accused of lying in an advertisement. What is a synonym of escapade? Like caper?
Yeah.
I came up with caper. Let's see what it says. Such as antic, flame, caper, folly, frolic, or gag.
And you said caper.
I said caper, yeah. I think caper's better than antic or fling for escapade.
Fling?
Yeah, antic and fling, I don't think. Antic, okay, sort of, but fling? No.
So.
Caper's the best synonym for it. Folly's the second best. A frolic, okay, not really. It doesn't have any of the daring that an escapade has. Neither does folly, really. Caper is by far the best synonym for it. Those other words aren't really synonyms for escapade. Romp. Okay, Acacia, good one.
Romp is a good
Excellent one. Romp goes right next to caper. Those are both great choices.
Yeah. Shenanigan. I would take that too.
I would say actually just an adventure. An adventure would be a good synonym for an escapade.
Yeah.
Romp is probably a sexual escapade. True. I agree. Adventure, let's say like an endeavor, maybe. It's just a little more too serious for an escapade. Isn't there? No, it's called an escalade.
Yeah. I thought that too.
Kind of like Escalade.
Yeah, I thought you meant escapade at first also.
But see, Escalade, they're also trying to take advantage of escapade. They want you to think, I'm going to have escapades in my Escalade.
They
But,
do make you think that.
but really, you're just going to find yourself riding on escalators a lot more
Oh, they don't say that.
often. They don't give that. Well, it's written in really small print as part of the warning label. Frolic is softcore. I agree. Frolic is a very soft core romp. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I really can't do better than romp or caper. Those are the best ones I can come up with. Escalades are not doing a good job of advertising themselves to me. I don't like the song in their commercial. I don't like the weird, nonsensical colored light thing they got going on. Like it's orchestra, but it's like colored lights, and everybody's like weird looking. And that's not. You're not gonna sell me Escalades like that. I you'd sell me an Escalade anyway, but if I were gonna get a Cadillac, I want to get like a 1962 Cadillac or something.
Yeah.
Something genuinely cool. Not like, look at me, I waste money on a Cadillac. If you have a super cool old, super bitchin' old car, it's like cherried out. People don't think, oh, that guy's fancy. He has an Escalade. They think, oh, that guy's got a rad car. Which would you rather have? Nobody thinks Escalades are rad. They just go, oh, there's an Escalade. There's another Escalade.
Yeah.
People with too much money and a desire for an oversized SUV. But like, if I could get like a cherried out Corvair for like under 20 grand, and it would be way radder than any Escalade. Nobody ever goes up to you after you park your Escalade and go, "Oh my God, dude, that's such a rad Escalade." Nobody ever says that. But if you get out of a cherried out Corvair, you'll hear that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And Corvairs are cheap ones to get because they're not considered particularly great muscle cars. And they also have their engine in the rear and have a problem with fishtailing at high speeds. So they're considered unsafe. Ralph Nader considered them unsafe. So you can get those relatively cheap. I don't need to be all race car-y with something like that. I just be cruising. So it's perfect for me. And it had an SI link to me. My grandfather had a Corvair that I was promised. But after he was killed, my parents said no because it's too dangerous. I had to get a Mazda. Nobody says cool Mazda.
Yeah.
Just
because
because
promised you.
that he was dead then, so
No. It gets overruled.
yeah, it gets overruled once he's dead.
I was supposed to have my grandma's ring. She promised me a lot. My grandma promised me like a lot of things, but then she passed away, and like my dad just sold it all instead. Got rid of it.
Well, you don't want to. I couldn't drive a Mini Cooper, an old Mini Cooper, because they're too small. I just wouldn't fit in it.
I don't think a Fiat either.
Yeah. The new Mini Cooper I have is fine because it's quite roomy actually, and I fit in it fine. But I gotta fit in a Corvair fine. The problem with having a new car is even if you get a super fancy one, lots of other people have that same car. And it's just, people just think, well, there's a rich person. If they think anything about at all about it, they don't think that's a cool car. It doesn't give you any style points. It just guarantees people view you as successful and rich if you've got a shiny brand new Escalade or something. No, which does a Mini Cooper. The Mini Cooper is a good little car.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really good for up here. It's great for these roads. Hugs the road really well. It's fun to drive on curvy roads. It's a stick shift. It's not especially fast or anything, but I don't want it to be because I'm old and into safety. You know, it makes Rachel happy when am being safe. It makes Rachel unhappy when I'm not being safe. So I try to drive safely. I would try to drive safely anyway, but the fact that Rachel cares about it makes it.
I just get scared.
That just means there's no choice about it. I'm not going to make Rachel scared. Not on purpose. Occasionally I come around the corner too fast and I see her. But that was just an accident. You know? It's not a general way of being. I try to keep it chill.
Yeah, you're a good driver. I'm just,
I'm less chill when you're not in the car, actually. I noticed that this morning. I was driving pretty fast. Because I know these roads now, and I can fucking handle them, no problem. And I know what the car can handle, and yada, yada, yada. But on the way back, it was actually raining.
I saw the drops in the car.
Yeah, then Oakhurst was like full on raining. All the roads were wet. It looked like it had been raining for a while. We actually have some water here too. The new combination for me, mushrooms and vitamins. We'll just have to see how well they go together. I think they're going to go together great. Lots of videos on YouTube about the old Mini Coopers breaking down on country roads. But if you really, you really have to know your car is fixed. My dad used to race those old Mini Coopers and fix them himself and stuff. I have a cool picture of him racing his Mini Cooper. Yeah. I'll go get it and show it to you right now. I'll take you with me. I have to open the garage. I'm feeling somewhat discombobulated, but amphetamines reduce the discombobulation because they overwhelm the serotonin. What did I come in here for? Oh yeah, a picture of my dad racing his little car. Like, this is the coolest set of pictures ever. Raleigh de Printemps, 1965. That's my dad. That's my dad driving. Oh, there's one more picture. And there they are going around the snowy road. But when my dad bought a Mini Cooper, he bought one of the new ones. He didn't buy a vintage one because he said they broke down all the time. Just like Michelle Way is saying. Wow. Feel a little strange. Here's another cool thing from my dad. This cool poster. He's playing this army band. This is vintage from the time. It was Dimanche 6/0/21. Doesn't say what the year was, but it says here my dad wrote it on a pen, 1962. His jazz band, Amateurs de Rock and Roll, army band, played, and those people are examples of French people who come and dance to their music. Isn't that a cool poster? It's such a cool poster. I like it a lot. I should change the calorie while I'm here. I should also go pee. I need to pee. Yes, I feel kind of pukey. Probably changing the calories, not the best thing to do when you're feeling pukey. But it needs to be done. Okay, there. That's done. I guess the mushroom gods haven't made up their mind yet about whether I will puke. I might. Here's this where FanDuel.com. At this point, not puking would definitely be the underdog. But I think I need a beverage and I need a couple of antacids. That's just a little bit of puke. That doesn't even count as puking. My pants currently do count, however, is falling down. It's not as dripping on my nose. I need to go to the bathroom. And I should charge my phone. thing is, I cannot believe the finances. They're taking 3 of them since I got the bottle. 2 yesterday, 1 this morning. And man, I am sprig diddly sprung. Those things are, I yeah. I take back my initial assessment. Like, there's probably splitting the difference. This is way stronger than what I was getting before. Way stronger. Granted, I only get 30 pills instead of 60, but there is no way in hell I would have gotten this sprung on, say, 4 Adderalls. No way. I'm spriggity. Like, I stayed up all night, it just disappeared like nothing. Crazy. This is indulgence done properly. Well timed and well deserved, like earned by accomplishing a lot of shit first we had to get done and stuff. You know, I'm healthy, I'm ready to start a new bottle of thing. This advance is proving spectacular beyond my wildest dreams. So I was gonna say I haven't been this sprung. I don't know when the last time it was this sprung was, but I do. And it was that horrible night I went up into the mountains. Sprung on Adderall makes you weird. Like, I'm super sprung on this shit. I don't have any urge to masturbate, which usually happens at the beginning of a bottle of Adderall. I'm gonna rub one out in the shower last night because yesterday was Rachel's last day of her Sploosh Splash party, but I figured, funny to come something on speed, you know. It was very matter of fact, just to rub this out real quick and get on with your day. I went and had that delightful experience at the casino. It's like, I can't tell if going to the casino is being indulgent if you win, right? It's being indulgent if you lose, but if you win $575, then it's, I guess, a good decision, I guess. I don't know. I'm like, here I am I was staying up all night in the meat of this day. I just took one Vyvanse today, and I'm still just spragged. Of course, the mushrooms are kicking in. The mushroom trip is going to be defined by the speed, I think, not the other way around, because I'm just so sprung. So wonderfully sprung. I love being sprung. I've been sprung properly in a long time. And without the weirdness of Adderall, it's fantastic. It's like meth without the weirdness of meth. Well, I wasn't nearly as affected by the weirdness of meth as most people were. Like, I didn't spend hours and hours and hours masturbating on meth. I mean, I did occasionally, but not as a regular course of action. Mostly I made stuff on meth, I made music, I made media, or whatever. Some of it was good, some of it was okay, some of it was terrible. Same as regular work. I wrote Gospel of the Pantheon on that. That was a pretty good effort. It certainly doesn't read like some sort of crazy method version. Anyway, now I'm on mushroom survivors. I'm on any meth at all. And I don't want to be on any meth. I like this better. I like this better than meth. Of course it is. Meth comes with lots of horrible side effects. It's not all the roses and glory they crack it up to be in the public service announcements, actually. It's a little bit all-consuming. You unavoidably pee in jars and things like that. If you do meth and don't pee in the jar, my hat is off to you. And no, it doesn't count. I pee in a bucket, not a jar. Any kind of pee container. counts. There's, of course, one significant problem with having containers of pee around you. Every once in a while, you will knock one of them over. I can't tell if I'm nauseous. I think I am a little bit nauseous now. I wasn't feeling nauseous before now because I wasn't thinking about it. I am a little bit nauseous right now, but not very much. Where's that ginger stuff help? I think the antacids definitely help. I'll target antacids. Well, they're actually antacids, Tiffany. That's all it says here. It says they're antacids. Yeah, well, they did a poor job of naming them. They're not the acid that ants make, as you might think. Why is their phone ringing? I don't answer the phone. Watch me answer it anyway. Freaking chow wag. Oh, fuck. I hope I don't have someone for an appointment this morning. That would suck. Rachel must have got it. Well, that's one way to not answer the phone. I can talk to Cheryl. That's fine. Cheryl's cool. I just hope I haven't forgotten something I'm supposed to do. Sometimes phone call means, where are you? It's meow o'clock and you're supposed to be meowing. And they're like, oh, I just took mushrooms. I can't do that right now. Well, I probably could right now. Like I said, the speed's going to define the mushrooms, not the other way around. It's just sprung. Who was that on the phone? Rachel's in there. She's not even down here. We hung up after a few minutes. Probably a wrong number. I got the mushroom yawns right now. I don't have mushroom cold, but it is quite warm out, so. Kind of looks like an indoor museum diorama right now. Does it? With these things? This would be a pretty shitty diorama. That would be a third grade diorama. This just looks like a mess, Eric. No, trust me, I put a lot of time artfully placing all these little bits of weed all over. Hi, kitty. You make the diorama much more attractive. Before when I was outside. Well, yeah, that would be a better diorama out there, probably. I'm not really sure what, in general, the fascination with dioramas is, but, like, is it really ever a good idea to make a diorama? If so, why? I never feel like making any dioramas. I like to make things, but Not dioramas. I guess I could make some things that are kind of like dioramas. Like, if you make a video of your dolls and a little scene, it's kind of like diorama. I'm getting super mushroomy now. I don't want to puke though. I already puked a little bit, so I should be okay. Well, I would have dismissed the diorama entirely until I went to the Museum of Miniatures, which is not its name. It's got a really weird, long, horrible, not good name. But it's basically the Museum of Miniatures where like old ladies make dioramas and shit. It was pretty cool. And that was I realized, Eric, you're not giving enough credit to dioramas. That's not really when I realized that. Right now is when I realized that. It's quite a long time ago from now. So, have I been to the Museum of Jurassic Technology? Are they just a bunch of rocks? Rocks and sticks? The Museum of Jurassic Technology. Just a bunch of rocks and sticks. I'm pretty sure that was the extent of technology during the Jurassic period. I mean, it would be wrong to say that there was any technology at all. Technology is a product of human beings, not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, neither can, they can't make cool things, they don't even want cool things. They just want to eat each other. You can't expect dinosaurs to make your phone for you. First of all, they're dead. Second of all, even if they weren't dead, they don't know how to make a phone. Even people don't know how to make a phone. So, some combination of various people somehow make a phone. And nobody really knows how to do it. You know, mostly they just put in, or we put that part and that part and that part together, and then all of a sudden it works. But nobody knows how or why. It's just magic. I bet it's an odd museum. The Museum of Jurassic Technology. It's already made a terrible mistake, and I haven't even gotten past the door. I haven't even looked at it yet. And it's already made a terrible mistake. That doesn't bode well. Like, well, museums, like, this is the Museum of Science and Industry. I know I don't want to go there, but at least I know what is going to be there if I do go there. It's going to be a bunch of science and industry. that thing you're talking about isn't even a thing that exists. So how could I know what's going to be there by the name of it? It's just like saying, museum of no, 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 no. That's not, you're not telling people anything that they need to know with your title. Like what's going to be inside of your museum. That's the most important thing people need to know when you name a museum. Like you call your museum the Museum of Sculpture, you only have paintings inside of it. People are going to be understandably upset. They're going to be like, hey, I came here to see sculptures. These are all paintings. Your name lied. And then they're going to accuse you of clickbait. So that's what the problem with that museum is. At least the Museum of Miniatures, even though it had a terrible name. I don't remember what his full name was. It's some unnecessarily long, ridiculous name. But at least you knew what was inside of that museum. It was small things. And it didn't lie. There were lots of small things there. I went to a quilting museum one time. Also, they did not lie. They're like, it cost $15 to get in. Okay, here's $15. If I had gone in there and there hadn't been any quilts, I would have said, hey, give me my $15 back, quilting museum. These things aren't quilts. These are dioramas. If I wanted to go to the diorama museum, that like dioramas are so unpopular that you think you're better off pretending to be a quilt museum? I think you're better off with dioramas, frankly, than quilts. But, I went there, so I just sort of walked up onto it and was like, what is this place? It's a quilt museum. Of course I'm going to go in here. Who wouldn't go in this place? It's a quilt museum. Of course I'm going to go in here. $15? Absolutely. To see a museum full of quilts? Definitely. You could have charged me twice as much for that. I still would have said, for an afternoon of quilts, who can say no? Oh, the brothers and friends are so mad. I don't have any cutlets, you guys. Because I forgot to get them at the store yesterday. So you just have to wait till later. I can't go get cutlets now. I'm too mushroomy. I don't want to go get colors now. I could go get colors now, but I'm not going to. I should have gone when I went to the casino. I mean, they don't have colors at the casino, but you know what I'm saying. Like on the way back or something. They might have colors at the casino. They might sell big bags of sunflower seeds at the casino. Because it is an Indian casino. And Indians like sunflower seeds. They're like the rest of the woodland friends. They like sunflower seeds a lot. But they know them as cutlets. If you ask them, hey, do you have any sunflower seeds? They don't have any idea what you're talking about. You say, you know, cutlets? They go, oh, yeah, cutlets galore. It is an Indian tribe, after all. We got more cutlets than you know what to do with. We practically survive on nothing but cutlets. I say, you truly are one with nature, you Indians. By blowing out my snot like that, I am more one with nature than I was before. Oh. So anyway, if you couldn't tell, I'm on mushrooms. And delightfully so. You know, not every mushroom trip really, they're all very different from each other, it seems like, some ways, even though they're all kind of the same, too. I don't know, that's mushrooms for you. It resists mapping. It's too subjective. It's a subjective experience. But I like to think there's some agency behind it too. That's why it doesn't. It's a subjective agent that doesn't want to be encapsulated by your explanations at all. That's the only explanation I have for mushrooms and the way they are and why they're that way. It's not a very good explanation. It's more of an unsubstantiated claim than an explanation, really. But that's the nature of mushrooms. As soon as you think you got them, you're just grasping at nothing. Quilts or dioramas? I'd rather go to a diorama museum. But I'd lament having to choose between the quilt museum and the diorama museum. I'd rather go to both. Not on the same day, probably. That's too much museum for one day. I feel so... Hi. I guess I'm settling into cruising altitude here pretty quick. Relatively soon. Might still be a little bit of uphill, what do you call it? In the airport, turbulence. I think we're close to cruising altitude anyway. There may still be a little bit of turbulence. I think what I probably need Well, I did eat food not that long ago. I had a food right before I went to the casino. And it's only 8:25.
Oh, 3:30.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a long time ago. But now I took mushrooms. I'm not hungry.
Oh.
I often don't eat any breakfast. Of course, I'm also on speed, which also makes me not hungry. But I feel like food probably do me some good. So I think what I'll do is compromise and drink a food-like beverage. This beverage has 5% juice, which means it qualifies as a food-like beverage. Oh, that, no. Acacia, you just got yourself 5 wonder points. I now must see a diorama of people quilting. That's the diorama I need to see. And what are they quilting? They're quilting a quilt that has on it dioramas.
It's like a virtual experience. Or what do you call it?
It's just like, it's like where quilts and dioramas mush together. It's the liminal space between quilts and dioramas. You just got yourself 5 wonder points, Acacia. Those don't just get fall from the heavens. You have to do something good to get that.
That's interesting with his mom.
Here's a page I was just reading. It says, you are astrologically doomed.
Yes.
Rachel doesn't get good astrology stuff. When she reads astrology stuff, it just makes her either mad or depressed. Now, I get good astrology stuff, but I don't care about it, so it doesn't make me either happy, mad, or anything.
Yeah, like I don't. It shouldn't affect me, but it does. Like I read like.
Well, you're not that you shouldn't. You're a knower, you know.
But
So you are affected by things that say,
yeah,
know this,
yeah,
whether it's true or false, and it affects you either positively if it's true, like, I do know that. That is true. Or if it's not true, it makes you like, this thing keeps bugging me. Somebody said Britney Spears' Toxic was better than any Beatles song. Well, that's because I can explain why they said that. Because that person is an idiot. It's very straightforward why they said that. They're wrong and stupid. But Rachel is a knower. They said it with such certainty, though. Like they know it. Well, they probably do. You know, they know that wrong thing.
I had to comment too.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me if somebody said that. I'd just say, like, oh, there's another idiot.
I was like, there would be no toxic without tomorrow never knows. And someone actually was like, you could say that for a lot of Beatles songs.
Yeah. It's there for a lot of songs. Like, you know, the cha that fucking
Falco.
Falco uses to great effect in Derek Commissar. He takes straight from some Beatles song. I forget which one it
Yeah, I
was.
forget which one
It just, I mean, he probably didn't knowingly take it, but it's like it influenced his. The Beatles were so influential on everything, you know.
Yeah, you can listen to a song and one piece of it could enter into your.
Like to this day, you hear things and be like, oh, "That sounds like a Paul McCartney melody."
Yeah.
It's like, who else do you say that about, you know? If you're not a knower, are you a shower or a grower? I guess I'm more of a grower than a shower. I'm not really sure. It depends on my mood, you know, really. It depends on the temperature, too. If it's cold, I'm much more of a grower than a shower. If it's cold enough, every man's penis will like retreat inside their body. So, you know.
My moon is in Sagittarius, Winston's mom. Well, yeah, it was just a full moon the other night, like 2 nights ago, I think.
My penis is in all stages of growth at all times. It's transgrowal.
Oh, I like that.
Thing is, I admire my penis just as much when it's hovering near my body as when it's trying to show its manly wares, you know. It still pees the same. And when it's flaccid, that's its only purpose, is to pee.
Yeah.
If your penis were too long, you couldn't sit down to pee because it would dip into the water.
Yeah, I don't want
Yeah. Nobody wants their penis in the toilet water.
that. Oh,
And you have to stand up to pee.
um,
And I don't want to do that. I'd rather have a shorter penis than stand up to pee. Not much you can say that about, but a lifetime of having to stand up to pee, never mind. Or just keep it under somewhere, like probably like 12 inches or 10 inches, maybe you touch the water. I'm fine being underneath that level. Well, Mr. Bobby, you called it about the alien thing. I don't agree with you that it's fake, but it certainly is erupting on the news scene.
yeah, it is. What's up, Mr. Bobby? Um,
You called it like 2 weeks before it happened or something too. It was crazy.
yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, the thing is, not exactly what you called, but you know, it does seem to be compelling reason to believe that there are alien crafts that our government has,
Yeah.
which is not something I was really willing to say either way about until today. Certainly, I wasn't inclined towards the affirmation. I'm still not, you know, I'm just inclined towards the affirmation now. Well, not like I'm committed to defending that position. You know, I need a lot more if you're going to get me to commit to defending that position. But for my own just arbitrary subjective reasons,
It's
I'm
interesting.
I'm leaning towards the app. You know.
It's interesting, Mr. Bobby. Like, you probably know this, but like celebrities do that too. They like release certain things on certain days to like drop a bomb basically, and then like have a full weekend where people can't like talk to like get any new information. So they'll drop like big news on a Friday, and then
Well, celebrities don't communicate; they drop things.
Yeah, they do. Like a
What are you dropping? This thing I want you to buy. Oh, well, you can pick it back up again. I don't want to buy it.
yeah, they are very they are planned. Exactly, you're right.
Okay,
We don't
so
know.
the thing is this: the whole alien narrative may be a big lie, but it would be a terrible way to
Yeah,
try to create one world order.
yeah, that's
It's
what
gonna
we're doing.
make scared people more nationalistic, especially Americans are gonna be like, "Fuck the rest of the world, let's win this shit." The news is saying it's creating an alien arms race between various nations.
God.
Obviously, America wants to win that. We're as far from one world order as you could possibly ever dream. If that's their plan, these are stupid fucking people.
Can I have another Vyvanse? Is that
Yeah, sure, take one.
is it?
Impossibly stupid. Like, empowered to come up with this whole narrative, but that stupid about it? To think that it's gonna promote one world order? That would be incomprehensible.
Where's the medication?
I don't know. Good question. It should be up there somewhere.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Well, the thing is, the important thing to remember is idiots telling the truth is not a good reason to believe anything. Okay? Smart people telling the truth is a good reason to believe things. Idiots definitely believe what they're saying. But you can't rely on their interpretations of things as accurate. Smart people telling the truth, that makes a big difference, right? Like the current thing that Carlos Paeva drew my attention to. That guy is smart and obviously telling the truth. He has zero reason to be lying, this particular whistleblower, and he's smart, most importantly. So when he's telling the truth, it matters. When idiots tell the truth, it doesn't matter. And this guy lays out his case beautifully. It's David Charles Grush guy. He's doing everything right. He's smart. I believe him because he's smart.
It's a good article too. I mean, from what I read.
Now, idiots always believe what they say. That doesn't
Yeah.
mean you should believe what they say.
Right. Like honestly, like it's like Donald Trump. Like he
Yeah,
believes everything he
he's not
says.
he's not actually lying. He's that stupid.
Yeah. He does. He believes everything he says. Oh, I feel very attached to you.
I feel very attached to it. I don't feel that right now, but in general, I feel very attached to you.
That's good.
I love you a great deal.
Oh, I love you
I,
too.
and now that you've drawn my attention to it, I feel very attached to you in the moment as well.
Oh.
But prior to that moment, I was reading this thing and being confused. Now, there are probably loads of people in the intelligence agencies and militaries that want this out there. Right. You want to be on the good guy's side, right? And obviously, this guy has played his cards brilliantly because he's accusing them of lying to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. That's that's legalistic thinking at its finest. That's a bullet, right? It's a single bullet that he's not making vague man. He said, you lied to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. That's treasonous shit. Somebody needs to be held accountable for this. Congress, you're a branch of government. Do you care that you're just being treated like a bitch? That's fucking great. He has a precise bullet, right? You lied to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. That's why we should listen to this guy. Forget anything he's saying about UFOs. We should listen to this guy because what his claim is that they lied to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. That it doesn't even matter what comes underneath it. That's why you listen to that guy. He knows he's smart.
Yeah, he's smart.
Listen to smart people. Don't listen to dumb people. It's a general rule. You won't go wrong that way. Occasionally, dumb people say correct things. Oh, sure. But the point is, why are you listening to them trying to find the occasional correct thing? Is this stupid waste of time? Obviously, listen to smart people. Dumb people are going to just mislead you vastly more often than anything else they're ever going to do if you listen to
But I
them.
don't think that. So maybe people don't actually listen.
I mean, people may consume media for a variety of reasons, right? Say some idiots spouting off idiocy. They might consume it because it's their kind of idiocy that they like. This liberal saying how terrible conservatives are. I feel that way too. Yeah, you really got them. It's the team thing. Or they might consume it because they they don't like it. Some people watch things they don't like ESPs, so they can be mad at it for being wrong or something.
Yeah.
People consume media for all kinds of reasons. But if you're listening to people for things like typology or something, don't listen to dumb people. If you're wondering whether something's legitimate, it doesn't matter how many dumb people tell the truth. Listen to the one smart person who's telling the truth.
That's
The,
good. It's not just him.
the dumber you are, the less capable you are of lying.
Yeah, he definitely has to be protected. It definitely has to be. I was wondering if there's going to be some.
Oh, this is the brilliant thing. It doesn't matter. The legal claim is they lied to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. The legal arguments withstand him. Even if they execute him and somebody shoots him to death. This isn't Jeffrey Epstein. He's already done all the work.
Yeah, he's a whistleblower.
So they can't do shit. They could kill him. It won't change anything. It just make his case more powerful.
Yeah, it would.
He Obi-Wan the fuck out of him and said Obi-Wan never actually Obi-Wan. There's no reason to think that Obi-Wan was more powerful dead than alive. But in this case, if they execute his ass, he's definitely more powerful because he's smart and he did it right.
Pretty impressive.
And he's a fucking patriot too.
Yeah, I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it makes me emotional. He's retired from the Air Force. He's got a cushy life in Colorado. He's got a pension. He's worth a bunch of money. He's got another business. And instead of enjoying himself, he went and launched a whistleblower complaint because he had information that intelligence agencies lied to Congress. That's a fucking American here. And the most important thing is, it doesn't matter if it's about aliens or anything. Right? It doesn't matter. That's not. He could be talking about fucking ironic cancer or something. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. The point is, he's smart and patriotic and good and just. He expects civilian oversight, you know? Not some sort of secret military dictatorship. Who cares about aliens, you know? The thing that matters is congressional oversight. If you think this is about aliens, you're being dumb about it. This is about the power of transparency and civilian oversight and the primacy of elected officials over appointed dictators. Lifetime appointed dictators by job, you know? It was way more important than aliens could ever possibly be. And what's even more important than that is having a lighter on hand. And I have failed utterly in my duty to do so. Rachel has also provided no backup on that
Just got in.
on that couch.
That's right.
You know, it's my responsibility to have my own letter. I just wishful thinking when I look to you. Maybe you have one.
Oh, no. Hello, everyone. This is me on a day off. Basically, like, I need to shower and, like, get my shit together. But I'm not really sure how that's gonna happen.
The thing is, here, Bobby, somebody has made an actual, not make-believe, claim that an intelligence agency lied to the appropriate congressional oversight committee. Why are you getting distracted by aliens? That's the fucking story here. An intelligence agency lied to the respective congressional oversight committee. It doesn't matter what they fucking lied about, right? They're not the kings, the civilians, the citizens are supposed to rule this fucking country. And you're thinking they are coming up with some sort of narrative about me. Who fucking cares? We have a concrete, actual accusation being leveled by a whistleblower, protected by whistleblower law, who is in place to have the evidence, who's made the claim that our intelligence agency lied to the civilian congressional oversight board. Who fucking cares what they lied about? It's like, how dumb can you fucking be?
Was that tree always dead?
Which one?
This way, in between two, that dead tree, was that always dead?
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It takes a long time to get to look like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't just
Okay. I was
go
thinking
from
lightning.
even lightning. It wouldn't look like that. That looks like it's been dead for years. No, that looks like it's been dead for years.
Oh, okay.
That has zero life left to it. It's like super about to fall over.
Yeah, fall over.
But it's also like super dried like wood, so at this point it's so deteriorated. I'm not worried about that tree at all. I'm not really worried about any of these trees, especially after I heard about this big huge wind event that apparently already knocked over all of the knockoverable trees before we got here.
Yeah.
So great.
Do you want to do something about leaning?
The leaning tree of Pisa? Okay, well I do too, but I don't want to spend fucking
Well, no.
$5,000 to take it down. So that means I'm gonna have to climb up it with a chainsaw and chop pieces of it down, which is fine.
Yes.
Well, it's only dangerous if you don't do it right. You know, I gotta have the right equipment. Gotta look at the YouTube videos, but it's on my list of things to do.
It's fine as long as you don't think it's like a pressing matter.
I don't know. It's not gonna fall over any minute now. I'm not even sure it's dead. Chad said it was gonna die, but I don't see any sign of it dying.
Mm,
I mean, the green parts on it look perfectly healthy to me.
yeah, I don't know.
I guess I see some brown up there, but
It's like definitely on its way.
is it more brown than that one right there?
Yeah,
No,
no.
not at all. So I think it's still alive. That doesn't mean we want to keep it, but it means it's less likely to fall over.
Well, I figured that would be something that you and Cameron would work on.
Yeah. Well, Cameron's gonna get me some of the equipment I need.
Oh,
He's gonna get me the spiky shoes, this belt thing you put around you to climb up this. Cause you can't do it with a ladder. That's dangerous.
okay.
You have to do it with these climby things. I'm not great at climbing up trees, but I'll make it up there. You know, it's like you just gotta take your time, chop off the little branches on the way up. When you get to the top, you chop through the piece of the there, and then you just kind of push it over that way. You don't push chop it all the way through, you know. And it's got to work your way down one piece at a time. So you can't use a ladder, because if you're using this belt thing, you're always supported by a tree below where you're chopping. Use a ladder then. You could chop off the part where your ladder's
Yeah,
on.
you never see people with who are tree people use
No,
ladders.
they don't use ladders. They either use those big tall things that lift you way up high, and then they just chainsaw with those, or they climb up it. If it was a tree down there or something, they can't get a big car down there, then they have to climb up it.
Yeah. Or it just falls on its own.
Yeah, lots of trees just fall on their own. There's no problem. But that's because lots of trees aren't at the intersection of
Oh,
our driveway and the power lines.
yeah, the power lines.
If the power lines weren't there, it would not be a problem. We just chop it down, it would fall that way, and
Yeah.
we chop it into pieces on the ground. The power lines that are the problem. We could get the power company to take them away for a day, then we'd have no problem. In fact, once we get it chopped down low enough that it will fall underneath the power lines, then we can just chop it down. The thing is, if we could ensure that it would fall the direction opposite to the direction it's leaning, we could just chop it down right away. But I don't trust myself to do that. Even with a winch and a little car pulling this way, I don't want to cause this thing to fall into the power lines. And I don't really know what I'm doing, so that
Yeah.
means chop it down piece by piece until we're sure it's not going to go into the power lines. I have a feeling the power company would charge us for that. I'm not sure how they could force us to pay. They have to take us to court, probably. They can just tack it onto our electricity bill. I mean, that's not electricity we're paying for. That's something happened to your power lines. What happened to them? I don't know. They're your power lines.
Yeah, and you were supposed to fill in the mailbox area.
I filled it in.
No, I'm saying that the telephone company.
That's a telephone company. They're different than the power company.
Oh, I
We,
always get
we
them
can't just push
confused.
them together.
Yeah, it's like me and dishwashers and.
Yeah, also, Rachel has trouble distinguishing dishwashers and washing
I'm
machines.
telling you, it's T polar. It's gotta
Okay,
be.
that's fine.
I, I don't know. Is it not?
I don't know what it is.
Oh, I think of it as T polar.
I never thought about it really.
It's lack of details.
I just think it's funny when you say something like, I'm going to put the clothes in the dishwasher or I'm going to put the dishes in the washing machine. That's an easy mistake to make. I make it sometimes too. It's because it's arbitrary. This is why you have trouble with it. Why does the clothes get to be called the washing machine? It's not the only machine that washes things.
Yeah,
And the other machine has to be the dishwasher.
that is why.
It doesn't make any sense, right? There's no intuition to it. It's just
Right,
because
that
the
is
washing
why.
machine came first in invention order. That's the only reason why it got to be called the washing machine, whereas other things that came after it had to be something else. Like if there was a penis washing machine, it would have to be called a penis washing machine because washing machine was already taken by clothes washing machines. I guess there is a penis washing machine. It's called a bidet.
I thought a bidet was like a butt washing machine.
Well, I mean, the point is, it shoots up water at your crotch.
Ah.
You can choose to aim it at your butthole. You can
Ah.
choose to aim it at your penis. It matters where you shift your crotch.
Didn't know that.
Well, I've never really used a bidet. I think I have before. I don't remember from my experience. I'm just hypothesizing that obviously you don't have to stay in one place while the water's shooting up. You could just shift a little bit and it would hit your penis.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hit your penis, but
Right.
it would hit my penis. Because you, instead of having a penis, you have penis envy.
Yes, that's what Freud would say, right?
Yeah, Freud got it right. The problem with women is that they have penis envy. What? You want to talk about history's greatest mansplation? Look, there's regular people who have dicks. And then chicks, they don't have them. So they're super jealous of them. Like, what an idiot. That guy was so dumb. He was such a censor, it's like all into cocaine and sex.
And then he called it
And
in the name of his work.
he puts on glasses and a hat and everybody thinks he's a doctor.
And makes him lay down in a chair.
Lay down in your chair and let me examine your labia to help you with your psychological problems.
Yeah.
Turns out you two have penis envy. I've got a great treatment for penis envy. It's a penis.
Oh, Freud.
Freud, you're horrible, stupid, and just the dumbest thing ever. Like, who would listen to that? Like, everybody's all about sex all the time, okay?
Yeah, like
No matter what. It's like,
you want to
hey,
have sex with your mom.
I'm picking up this. It means I want my dad to butt fuck me, obviously. Otherwise, why would I be bent over?
And the stick is shaped like a
If
penis.
the egg is shaped like a penis, it means I'm just desperate cock.
Yeah, that's her subconscious mind.
But I might not be aware of it, but deep down, that's what it means. What a douchebag. You got to be doing a lot of cocaine to come up with that. That's your psychology theory.
Oedipus complex too, isn't there?
That's his thing. Yeah.
Like Electra
Okay, the
complex.
problem is you want to fuck your mom. That's my problem.
Like what?
Yeah, I don't think I want to fuck my mom. Right? No, of course you don't think that consciously. I can tell though. Secretly, you want to fuck your mom. It's a big secret to me.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're gonna need years of me touching your labia to cure you of this. Try some cocaine, you'll like it. I like it a lot better than your explanation. Okay, well, honey, I hate to tell you, I got back from the doctor's office. I got a pretty bad diagnosis. What is it? I want to fuck my mom. You do? Apparently, I didn't think I wanted to fuck my mom, but doctor knows best. So anyway, I got a date with mom for dinner tonight. I won't be home. Doctor's orders. I gotta go fuck my mom. So it's treatment for what's wrong with me.
Yeah.
Look, what's wrong with you is that you want to fuck your mom, and the cure is go fuck your mom.
Here's some cocaine.
Here's some cocaine. It's not gonna feel natural unless you do a lot of cocaine. Jung's like, are you sure about all this stuff, Freud? And like, wow, I'm better than your collective unconscious. Well, okay. Freud, you win that argument. At least your vision of the world was concrete. Ready to go. Oh my god, I'm coming in. I'm so depressed. I had a lot of death in the family and all these horrible things happened to me. Okay, but let's take a look at your vagina. I'm sure really your problems are centered around there somewhere.
Oh my god.
You're not grieving. You have penis envy. You're grieving for a lack of penis.
Oh, that's what it was.
So I thought I was just like depressed, but I went to Freud and I realized I'm actually like a secret huge pervert, and the problem is I'm not getting sodomized enough. It certainly does look nice around here right now. You know, when you're on mushrooms, things look nicer. You tend to notice the way things look a little bit more. You know, I'm not really into looking at things, but I like the way that looks. It looks pleasant. Kim Jong-un. He's somebody who's into looking at things. And pointing at things. I'm not really into looking at things. I'm pointing at things. Well, look at that. Do I have to? Why am I looking at it? Look at that, though. What Kim Jong-un does all the time. He just walks around and points at things and says, look at that. He's like Huell Hauser, but dramatically more evil. Would you look at all these flies? Let's enslave all my people to make them come around more so I can look at them and point at them. Idiots with power. I'm Kim Jong Un. I'm going to make sure that when I walk into a room, everybody looks like they're going to die of ecstasy. It's a crime to not just be, he made it a crime to show inadequate, like, just fucking like, oh my God, it's you! Oh! He made it a crime to not do that when he's around. Like, what possible enjoyment could he get out of that? This guy has to be the dumbest man in the history of the world. He's forced people at gunpoint to act like they love him, and apparently believes it, and thinks that's as good as them actually loving him. It's like, hey, can we stop letting bad arguments win, please? It happens. It's not like Kim Jong-un's grandparent had good arguments. He had terrible arguments. And yet he won with his terrible arguments. When people with terrible arguments win, you get totalitarianism and a bunch of other crap. You know, this endlessly self-justifying nonsense that never has any. It's like, I read one time this thing by Kim Jong-un's dad, who was scolding or explaining to these other people how to properly inculcate socialism. It was the most ridiculous thing I have ever read. And this was national policy being made. Like, I could just imagine any intelligent person underneath him looking at these instructions, which are all like, you must include this, but also this, and not this, but you should include some of this, and you're not including enough of this, but too much of that is bad. It's just a vagary, right? I imagine some smart person trying to follow these instructions. It's like, what? How am I supposed to know what propaganda to write based on this garbage? Oh my God. It's like I feel bad for the propaganda writer because it's so slovenly in its execution of an instruction, you know? And this is what happens when idiots win. You know, when idiots' arguments somehow win, even though they're the losing arguments, then you get North Korea or China, you know, or Russia. Or San Francisco. You know, or Oakland. He's telling me, our neighbor's telling me, like, yeah, since COVID, it's been really bad in Oakland. It's like, barely a month, it's like a month goes by where somebody doesn't just, like, set a car on fire for no reason. Yeah, well, that's because somebody's failed to prioritize law and order adequately in favor of helping people. You know, it's like you're not helping anybody when you have all these homeless encampments and people lighting cars on fire. Well, last time I went to Oakland to get mushrooms, the mushroom store called the cops because somebody had vandalized two cars right across the street from it. The mushroom store called the cops. I mean, and the cops get there, and what are they going to do? It's like, oh, they two destroyed cars. Oh, did the person who did it leave a note saying who they were?
Chawa did call before it was her. She asked that you call her back.
Okay, I'll call Chilla.
Here.
Thanks. I'm in a chatty mood. Yes, sir. I need more water, I guess, is what I need. That's the problem, not enough water, I guess. Well, she's busy right now. So, now we can play phone
Please leave
tag.
your message for.
She can call me back now.
Yeah.
There. Now this ashtray is better. They still insist on putting it in this very bad spot. But I like that spot better than other alternatives, so even though it's a bad spot, it's where it goes. It could go here. You guys can't even see the ashtray in question. There's no good spot for this ashtray. It could go here. This spot is even less good because it's more likely to fall over. So it just goes right there. If I just tap it a little bit, it spills all over into here. But the other alternatives are just places where I'm going to kick it. So, and these other bars are just the same as this one, so it might as well just be right there, you know. I could do something like this. I could bring this big rock here and put it behind it so it's less likely to fall over. That's a good idea. Of course, it kind of looks like you're making it more likely to fall over.
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe if I just put it like this. There. I think that's better. That gives it a nice third spot to sit on. And doesn't make it feel so crowded. Before it was objecting to its personal space being invaded by that rock. Do we have anything we're supposed to do today?
I don't think so.
I hope not. I don't have any scheduled things.
No. Nothing scheduled.
You gotta do a grief counseling session in an hour, Eric. I'd be like, oh no! I'm not ready to do a grief counseling session. Why did I agree to that ever in the first place? I do not know. But now that I remember I have it, I'm like, oh no! Well, fortunately, apparently there's no surprise grief counseling session scheduled. That's good.
Yeah, that is.
Also, I'm still just trying to calculate this has been like a couple of days of like rich indulgence, right? Like the speed
Devil
is
card all the way.
the speed is just spectacular. I'm just whacking, taking mushrooms more. I went to the casino. It's like super indulgent. But is a casino indulgent when you win $575? Then it's not indulgent. It's just, it was fun. In that sense, it was an indulgence. But It was just a good decision. It wasn't indulgent at all. It was the opposite of indulgent. It paid for both the finance and the groceries we got yesterday.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the finance was $377. I was like, that's gonna hurt every month. I have to pay $400 a month for this shit. Well, hurts less when the casino pays for it.
Yeah.
That casino doesn't like me. They shouldn't like me because I've gone there twice, and both times I've walked out with like $500. So it's not like they could mistake me for like a good gambler. I'm obviously not counting cards or anything. I'm just playing basic blackjack and randomly betting things like, this time we're going to put $15 on this one, and $10 on this one, and $10 on this one. Next time we're going to put $25 on this one, only $5 on this one, or $10 on this one. That's how I bet. It's like, well, what didn't I do recently? I want to try something different. But that game's like, you can win a lot of money at it because if you bet the matching the dealer's card thing and you hit it the same suit, it pays 9 to 1. So if you bet like $100 on that thing, it pays $900. Now, granted, you shouldn't bet $100 on those things. Those things don't hit that often. I don't play them that often. It's like I normally just play the regular one, and I'll put like five. You can put as little as $1 on those ones. $15 minimum at the main hand, right? But I didn't have any chips smaller than occasionally I'd get a $2.50 chip. I'm not sure why. It must have been like, blackjack or something pays you, and something like that. Anyway, put one of those on there or something. And sometimes I put like $50 on one of those things, and it hits with the freaking suited thing, and it pays 9 to 1. It's like $400 right there. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at this stack of things. It's like, I got like $1,000 here. I started with $300. I should probably go soon. But I lost a little bit more of it before I left. And I tipped the dealer. As it was, I cashed out $895 in chips. So it was close to $1,000. I only lost like $100 after my peak, probably. It would have been 900 if I tipped the guy. I didn't think about that when I tipped the guy. If I had thought about that, I would have only tipped him $20 instead of $25. Then I would have been an even number.
Let me just get Mr. Strauss.
Can you send me your wish list?
Oh, yes.
You don't need to get us anything. Listen, you stop getting us presents. If you're gonna come play at our wedding, that's fantastic. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no.
Forget
I
about.
actually want to get.
We don't need presents. We got Rachel might want stuff, but
No.
we have lots of stuff. We don't need.
Oh, I know you do, but it's yeah. I mean,
Rachel likes
something-
clothes and things, but we don't really need this. I mean, what's great though is your offer to play at the wedding, and we really appreciate that. And we're
Yeah,
that's
I
gonna
never
make you
practice.
okay. Well, that's fine. Even you unpracticed, I'm sure, is better than most violin players.
Yeah, but no. I mean, please, Rachel, please send it.
Okay, I will.
Okay. That can't be why the main reason why you're calling.
No, that's not. Okay, okay.
By the
So
way, I'm live streaming right now, so just so you're
oh,
aware.
okay, then I can
But
talk to you.
you can't talk to me when
Okay,
I'm
well,
live streaming. You have to talk later.
no, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, you have to call back
Okay,
later.
when are you going to be finishing?
I don't know, man. I'm on speed and mushrooms. I could be live streaming all day.
Oh, but I can't.
All right,
Okay.
well, listen. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll let Rachel take over the mic and the live stream, and I'll go talk to you in private. Rachel just had a great idea that I had never would have occurred to me.
So I want to find out what you guys are up to, talking about. Look, I generally think that we should not use the term gay as a derogatory thing, but I do understand that it comes up in comedy. It's kind of getting phased out a little bit, I think, but I don't think it should be thrown around. But honestly, if you are called gay, I'd take it as a compliment. Hey, 11 people who are here. Yeah, it used to mean happy. It still does mean happy in the dictionary. Yeah, it's the negative intention behind it. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Hi, Miss Fortune. I hope you guys will be here for when we live stream the wedding. We're gonna live stream as much as we can of it. Clearly, that's on my mind. My dad will be coming in. He's staying Friday to Monday. Oh, trouble. That's not a toy. Trouble. Yeah, July 8th. Cool, Mr. Bobby. If you do ask off from work, I mean, you can kind of celebrate with us. Someone's yelling in the library. Someone needs to take over. That librarian needs to step up. That's the librarian's, part of the librarian's job is to say shh. Everyone knows that. They're always shushing. Hey, Jeremiah Fix. Oh. Cool, Mr. Bobby. Appreciate it. We'll enjoy your commentary from the other side. Thanks, Miss Fortune. It is pretty exciting, and I hope you can tune in. We'll probably be streaming for a while, is my guess. Probably. Do you guys like, and I'm like being completely sincere here, like, do you guys like know when, okay, one, do you wash your hair every day? Two, do you not wash your hair every day, but do you wash it every other day? Or three, do you not wash it every day and like kind of leave like 2-3 days in between? Or do you like instinctively know when you need to shower? Like, do you just shower when you're dirty? I feel like right now I need a good like I took a shower like 2 days ago, but I maybe it's the Vyvanse too because I was up all night. So yeah, I feel you, Miss Fortune. It's like sometimes longer than 2 to 3 days. My mom like has a religious like routine every day. She wakes up at the same time. She gets in the shower. She doesn't wash her hair every day because she straightens it, but she takes a shower every day. It's like part of her routine. Then she have the coffee. Carlos Paiva, that's a good question. How does one stay safe from aliens? Well, if we go back to the 1950s, they used to have bomb shelters, right? That's what they were called. Oh my god, when you have a job that requires you to like be more clean, it's so like I used to have to like plan out my showers when I worked like regular like 9 to 5 jobs. I would shower on Thursday night, then be good for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, take another shower. Um, Rubenar says, I used to wash my hair every day, but it gets so flat. My hair looks best when I wash it every couple of days. But just rinse with water and use a towel to dry up. My hair starts to look greasy and gross. Yeah, like that's how I feel my hair is right now. And like I'm so lazy that I don't want to take a shower, but I know I need to. But like I can't deal with myself right now. Like I feel so lazy. Like I don't wanna wash my hair. Euro Lamb says, by the way, I always say Gyro Lamb because in New York, gyro is, even though I know it's hero, New Yorkers always call it Gyro Lamb. So I'll call you Gyro Lamb. I only can use water. I hate shampoo and most products, they smell bad, just chemicals too. That's a good point. If your like nose is sensitive to perfumes, shampoo and conditioner has a lot of fragrance in it. That's good. Mr. Bobby says, Rachel, when I don't want to shower, I would put my phone on the side of the sink, have a favorite song of mine in the loop, and that would motivate me. That's not a bad idea. I do like taking showers to music. And actually, I listen to live streams too when I take showers. I used to live on dry shampoo. Oh my god. I would go through those cans so fast. But I still it would work for like most of the days, but when I worked 9 to 5, I had to have a routine of like shiny, clean hair because you know, it doesn't matter about your mental health or whatever you're going through, like they want you to look professional. I don't know, it's kind of changing now though. Offices are really changing a lot now. Like I see people on their phones a lot more, and that's something that I used to get into trouble a lot with. Like I used to be on my phone a lot at work because like I'd have some downtime and I would check my phone. Um, I got out of the habit of it, but like I always appreciated managers who were just like, just keep it on the DL, or like, don't do it in front of like a customer. I was like, sure, I could do that. You're working with me. And so I see a lot of like places now are not as some places are not as like controlling about phones. But actually I've seen it the other way too, where bosses are like, you put your phone in this bin and then you get it when you leave for the night. So I used to like Modest Mouse, Eurolamb, Gyrolamb. Dog shampoo. Well, Mane and Tail is a famous shampoo and conditioner, and it was originally used on horses' manes. I think it's still used on horses' manes. Yeah, dogs have their own shampoo. It's a pain to hug or to be close to girls who use too much hair product and perfume. See, it's funny that you say that because my mom is very much like that. Like, she is very sensitive to scents. Like, any kind of perfume or whatever, she would get a headache. Um, so she would only use certain perfumes because they wouldn't like aggravate her sensitivity to smell. Where I'm like, I really love different scents. I love perfume. Some hair products I think are a little bit too alcohol based fragrance. So they don't smell as good. Sometimes they can smell a little bit too chemically, but this shampoo that I use now is it's like got the 5 free or whatever. It's like no parabens, no fake fragrance. I think it's vegan, and I'm very happy with it actually. So I hope to make it stretch out. Mr. Bobby says, I used to like lavender, but remember, I smell it now. It smells horribly. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I maybe got COVID before. Maybe. I don't like the smell of lavender. I like the I Yeah, totally Ruben R. I do too. I wish that they made a shampoo and conditioner that smell like coffee because I love the scent of coffee. I love it. Love the smell of coffee. If they had a coffee smelling shampoo and conditioner, I absolutely would use it. See, lavender and chamomile I like for tea. I don't really like it as a scent. I think it's nice. Like my grandma gave me a sachet of dried lavender to put under my pillow to help me sleep. Um, and I thought it was nice, but I wanted something that would cover the weed smell. And lavender does not cover weed smell, unfortunately. I was always looking for something to cover up the weed smell because, again, like my mom having a sensitive nose, like hates the smell of marijuana. Like I don't even know if she knows what it does to people really. Like um thanks Acacia. I think they should make that shampoo too. Hmm. Oh, that's funny. Oh, extreme. I have YSL, Black Opium, Eau de Parfum, but not extreme. Carolina Herrera Good Girl, Eau de Parfum. I'll look into that. Ooh, gardenia flowers, very nice. Yves Saint Laurent, yeah. YSL, that's what YSL stands for. Laurent, yeah. I don't know how I would make it myself. Thanks, Winston's mom. I right now I'll show you what I've been wearing as perfume. It's this Chloe Eau de Parfum from Chloe. Um, I have always liked the scent. Eric likes the scent. Um, it's like it's got rose and peony. It's rose, peony, and some other floral. It's a little powdery too.
At all. We never speak harshly to each other.
Thank you,
We
Winston's mom.
with great kindness and respect all the time because we absolutely adore one another. That's called a proper relationship. If you try to treat your husband like I treat Rachel or Rachel treats me, and you'll be delighted by your relationship. Instead of expecting him to be different, you know. Well, somebody's got to start. Why not you? Why does he have to be the one? I think he doesn't treat you badly. He just expresses annoyance with your endless NE because he's NI valuing.
Okay, let me tell you recently what happened. It's a big thing.
Oh, let's try.
Yeah, I don't want this on.
Sorry, I walked back in the room. I walked back outside. Rachel looked at me like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, Lily of the Valley. I love Lily Valley. No wonder I really do. I've always been looking for a signature scent. So for a while, my signature scent was Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium, because I really liked it. Did have a coffee scent to it, and I liked it, but I found that it was too strong for like the summer. It's more of a fall winter kind of perfume. And then I went into hey Jan Jams, what's going on? Um but I always liked Chloe. But this girl that I knew, my best friend's sister, who like I always thought was cool, but like she never thought that I was cool. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, she was nice to me, but we had nothing in common. So like whatever. But she used Chloe, and I was like, God damn, why you have to be wearing Chloe? I want to wear Chloe. I don't want to wear your scent. Oh my gosh, Rubenar, that is super smart if you did that on purpose. I used to love the scent of like, um, I still do, you know, like if I'm wearing one of Eric's hoodies or whatever, I like smelling him. But same thing. Like I used to like wearing an ex-boyfriend's hoodie because it smelled like him. And I don't know what the scent was either. It could have even just been the detergent, but it smelled so, you know, I attach it to the person, but still you smell the person, whatever. Rubenar says she got her hooks into me with little effort, maximal impact for minimal effort. Touche, lady friend, touche. For minimal effort, you gotta have a little bit more of a, yeah. Are we still arguing about aliens? Like, I just think that there's got to be aliens are at this point in life. It's 2023. I'm pretty sure that there are aliens that probably have tried to communicate with us to some degree. And that a lot of stuff is hidden from us. I do think that there's tons of shit that's hidden from us, not just aliens. So much stuff. It's just pretty fascinating that this guy decided to whistleblow. That's something I admire in people. I always admire the whistleblowers of history. Big, there's a big, those are people who incite change, are the whistleblowers. A lot of times. That's interesting, Mr. Bobby. Mr. Bobby says there's been many cases of people who, when they call the name of Jesus when they were getting abducted by aliens, the abduction attempted ended. See, like, I want to test that out. I don't ever want to be abducted, really, but I want to know if that's true. Like, I want to know, like, if you say, oh, please, Jesus, not now. That an alien abduction could possibly stop. Well, maybe they're in cahoots with Jesus. Like, they know how big of a deal is, and they think that we're stupid and don't believe in Jesus. So then when we say that when someone proclaims something about Jesus, they're like, okay, we're gonna not mess with these people anymore. Couldn't it be also that certain aliens existed long before humans too? Yeah, if you know you're God's child and claim you're right, they can't touch you. I like that rule. Like, I kind of like knowing that. I wanna know if that's a real thing, because if I get abducted, I want to be able to show that I'm a Christian and get out of being abducted.
Do you want to be a Christian but not abducted?
Well,
I'm pretty sure those go together. 100% of the time. I tell they're like, I was at dinner the other night, and I told all my family what to do. And then Julia was like yelling at me. Well, of course, he was yelling at you because you were telling everybody what to do. Telling them how to eat dinner. You know, like, open your eyes, Jeffrey, and meow, meow, meow. Of course nobody's going to like that. Right? Nobody wants you to tell them what to do. You tell you what to do, and let them tell them what to do.
But it's inherently...
Well, you know, the thing is, I provide an important service for Chawal because her husband's NI3rd polar.
Oh, so he's not going to have the words.
Well, he hates her just inning, blah, blah, blah. It drives him nuts,
yeah.
you know. Doesn't drive me nuts. I just think it's silly because she's wrong. She's worrying about all the wrong things.
Aww.
You know, I told her outside, like, listen. He's like, well, he doesn't even worry about the kids. Like, Chawal, you don't have worrying for your kids and 5 other families worth of kids. Nobody needs to even worry about any kids within miles of you because you're so busy worrying about
Someone has to not worry about them.
All you do is fret about your kids and play classical music.
So someone has to, you know, like, that...
And she's complaining that her husband's not fretting about the kids enough. It's like, does this family really need more fretting about the kids? Don't you think you provide plenty of that by yourself?
They're such good kids.
I know. I said to her, what possible problem could you two have? You're filthy rich. You've got a gorgeous mansion, the most beautiful home I've ever seen. You got 2 pools in the back that are like descending levels. You got 3D printer. You got a grand piano in the fucking foyer. Your husband's a financial genius. You both playing the LS Philharmonic and your kids are perfect. What possible fucking problem could you have?
Are they coming to the wedding for sure?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, the problem is very straightforward. It's an ESTJ married to an ISTP.
Well, they're contrary relations.
What a nightmare. But you know what? They've done a fabulous job of making it work for 30 years.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
No,
That's
it's not.
not.
And I'm saying to her, like, don't forsake all this investment you
No,
guys got. You guys
no.
accomplished
They
something.
can't. I can't.
You guys have accomplished something dramatically important in 30 years.
It's so
It's
important.
defining your life
It
at
is.
this point. You can't split up with this
Hell
person.
no. That's just.
And the solution is, Chihuahua, and when you need to talk, just call me. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
You
As
don't-
long as it's.
Don't expect your husband to listen to your endless, vague frettings and not be annoyed by them with third slot NI.
Yeah.
I won't be annoyed by them. I'll just be amused by them. Or I'll just tell you how wrong you are and stuff. But I'm not going to be mad at you. But he probably will.
We could even have like half alien, half AI babies now. The way that technology is going.
Now, that would be an interesting baby.
Yeah, wouldn't it be?
That's where evolution comes from. That's when aliens mate with AI. That's her evolution.
That's evolution.
Now it makes sense finally. I'm gonna put on my hat and I'm gonna go outside. What do you guys think about that? That's my big plan for the. Oh, I got a 7 o'clock appointment with Chloe. That's fine. She just wants me to teach her conditional logic. That's just straight ahead, like just run the curriculum I already got. No effort at all. No thinking. I'm now at the end of that conversation realized that of course Chloe should go to this math thing. What Chloe's mom's worried about is all irrelevant shit based on her experience in a difficult thing she had as a kid many years ago. Now she's worried that Chloe's gonna have these feelings things because she had those feelings things in what she believed to be an equivalently rigorous camp in China like 50 years ago or whatever. I told her, your experience has absolutely no relevance here. You know, you are not your daughter, and your daughter's not you. She's as unconscious FI as they get. And she's not, the things you're worrying about are not going to be her experiences. What you see as sensitivity is an avoidance of FE, really. You know? In Chloe, yeah, she doesn't like to socially interface because it's her fourth law function. So it's like, you know, Chow was saying that Chloe didn't want to order from the waiter. She just wanted to tell her parents what to order for her, and that made Chow mad. I said, listen, she's just trying to avoid social interface. There's nothing wrong with that. You're her parents, you might as well just go ahead and order for her. And this is the thing about ESTJs and their lack of NI. All my answers are all full of NI. And it just goes in one ear and out the other. But you know, Chawa impresses me though. She displays growth, you know, consistently. So I'm impressed by her in general.
And that's why you're the best person for her to talk to, because, like...
Yeah, I'm impressed that she continually comes back to me.
Yeah.
Because she's an ESTJ, right? She's my benefactor. I'm her beneficiary. But the relationship's reversed here, really. I mean, she keeps trying to be our benefactor, like wanting to give us stuff and pay us money and stuff. But that's not the kind of relationship I feel like we have at all. But she's an ESTA. She wants to make everything transactional. She still calls me Mr. Strauss. I actually did it last time. I said, "Hi, Chow-Wa-san." She didn't get it, didn't register at all. There was just nothing. Because that's just Asian culture, They like think you have to be respectful to teachers or something. And in reality, if there's any profession that does not reserve any respect, it's teachers. They're terrible. Almost all of them are absolutely fucking terrible. They deserve no respect, no honorifics. They deserve to be judged on their merits, and the vast majority of them should be held in contempt and disdain.
It's true.
So, Asia, you're wrong about that. I hate to be the one to burst your bubble, but you're totally wrong about that. Respect teachers shit. You could barely get together a boatload full of more cretins than a faculty room in a school. I mean, not only are they stupid, but they're gleefully engaged in this oppressive process, I was dumb back in the day, too, as a young teacher. Right? So, I guess this must be a good thing to do. And it's a terrible thing to do, you fucking prison guard. Trying to force these children of different personality types to learn what you think is important because of your cognitive function bias, in the darkness of ignorance where you don't know anything about cognitive function. It's like, God, why is this kid so stupid? Why can't he learn what I'm trying to teach him? I get him up here and say, look, just make some shit up. And he's just like, oh, I can't make up anything. It's like, what is wrong with this guy? Well, nothing's wrong with that guy, Eric. What's wrong? The only person who's something wrong with is you fucking fascist. I didn't know any better, I'm out of cigarettes, I guess. I have to get another pack. I kept looking in that pack for another cigarette. It just never was there. I had to finally crumple up that pack and say, you've disappointed me for the last time, and throw it away. Trouble with this cord is not for you. Okay, just stay away from this cord. This cord was a bad idea from the outset. Why not get a cord lavalier mic? I thought, well, but look what a long cord it has. Just nightmarishly bad TE on my part. But I really wanted a super long cord that is constantly tangling up and everything. That's better than a cordless one. What an idiot I could be sometimes. It's ridiculous. I couldn't get this audio set up in here to work properly last night. Of course, this is another example of me being an idiot. I've got right here a PA with a mixer and everything in it. I'm trying to make it work through this little sound card. So opening up my PA with a mixer that I just bought and haven't even opened yet. This is the kind of stupidity that Eric is guilty of. Like, that is not an efficient way to do things, Eric. Don't half-assedly try to do it with your little sound card and work around this problems that you have when you have the solution that you bought right there, you idiot. Yeah, well, I never opened that before, and I don't have to learn things. I don't want to do that. So I come up with this terrible solution. The guitar sounds horrible. got so much noise and it's like, and I try to do noise reduction and shit instead of doing it the right way. Like, what are you doing, Eric? This is just, you're just recording yourself practicing with Rachel anyway. See what it sounds like. You did a terrible job of recording it, and now you're doing noise reduction on it? What are you doing? This is not the way to do things properly. Instead of recording them terribly and then doing noise reduction, record it the right way in the first place. Trying to get my amp, which doesn't have any outs, except for a headphone out, to get recorded as an electric guitar without actually playing out loud, right? That is a dumb idea to begin with. You just get two mics, just set it up properly, Don't fuck around with stupid shit like that. There's no point in doing it. That sing so stupidly. You're just gonna throw it away because it's so terrible. Why are you even? Just better. It's not like I don't know what I'm doing, basically. I basically know what I'm doing. Basically, I'm not an expert or anything about engineering and shit. Oh, that's not good. Good news, everybody. I got a reliable diagnosis of what's wrong with me. It may have looked like I was puking, but really, that's just a symptom of fruit juice deficiency. Just a few healthy slugs from this fruit juice. I no longer feel at all like I have to puke, so I was right. That was the problem, and that was the solution. I proved it beyond any doubt. My problem is fruit juice deficiency, and applying fruit juice solved my problem. Now I have another unrelated problem, which is called snot in my nose. That has nothing to do with that other problem. Fruit juice won't help that one. That I just have to blow the snot out of my nose. Or wipe it on my shirt. Those are the two possible choices. Or both, really. I blow it out and then I gotta wipe my nose with my shirt because I haven't gotten it all away, I could probably use another slug of fruit juice. it does seem to bring some vim and vigor back into my vitality. It's tart. You gotta be willing to put up with some serious tartness, but it's worth it. If loving tart is wrong, then I guess I'm wrong. I like tart things. I don't necessarily like sour things, though. In this regard, Parker Tart, Lemon Squeeze, and I are in somewhat disagreement. Parker Tart seems to view sour and tart things as more or less synonymous. I'm a fan of tart things, but I'm not a fan of sour things. I think Parker Tart Lemon Squeeze, despite it should be his expertise, is surprisingly unnuanced in his distinction making. I mean, half of his head is a lemon. His head is half a lemon, so obviously he's not very smart. But he is very tart. You can only be one of the two things, smart or tart. You can't ever be both. If you're smart, you have to get your tartness from a carton of juice. But if you're tart, you don't even have to worry about where you get your smartness from, because who cares? You're tart. You don't need to be smart. You're delicious and tangy. That's more important. I mean, nobody says, I want to hang out with a smart person. They say, I want to hang out with the delicious, tangy person. Naturally. Smart's not fun. Smart's just like other people going, this is like too many words, and you're probably right, but I don't want to hear about it. That's smart. That's not fun at all. Well, that could be fun for me, but it's not fun for other people. I think it's fun, but the people who are on the receiving end of it don't think it's fun. I don't really think it's fun either. I just think it's work I have to do again for some reason. It's like, haven't I already yelled at people about this before? They're different people, so they don't know what I yelled. I can't blame them for that. I just have to yell it again at them, I guess. It's not again for them, it's just again for me. They're just being yelled at for the first time. It's delightful for them because it's brand new, but for me it's just like, can't you just watch me yelling at somebody else who's making the same stupid things you're saying? So I don't have to yell at you again? For me again, not for you again? No, they don't want to watch me yell at an equivalent idiot. They want me to personalize my yelling to them. Okay, fine. You're just making the same stupid arguments that the other idiot made, but I'll yell at you, fine. This is why you're wrong. And you're being very dumb and all those other things. What do? They don't walk away going like, oh, God, that was a great education. They walk away going, I fucking hate that guy. Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't hate that guy? I would hate that guy, right? This is a conundrum I'm in. The curse of being right. You just don't talk about it at all, what you're right about, or just endlessly bang your head against the wall for no reason to make people hate you. It's like, what is the point? Fortunately, it's like everything's so great now. I don't even fucking care. You know, it's like you can't bother me nowadays. I got a fresh bottle of speed. I'm here in the mountains with my house and nothing I have to do, and it's fantastic. You know, you can be as wrong as you want. I'll still yell at you, but I don't really fucking care. I might not even yell at you. I might as well just tell you, look, you're totally wrong. And I don't feel like explaining it again. Depending on my mood, you know? Like, how many times have I explained that evolution makes no sense? I have made so many videos about it. Nobody has disputed any of my points in anything that would qualify as a refutation that stands, okay? Not a single one of them has been refuted by anybody over the course of years. And yeah, people say, like, what? Evolution's wrong? I don't know anything at all about evolution, but I am absolutely sure it's correct. Hey, you know, it's like that idiot Winston's mom likes to quote, says, you can't convince people by utterly refuting their arguments. That's fine. I'm not expecting to convince them by utterly refuting their arguments. I'm saying, if you can't refute any of my arguments, then you're just whistling Dixie. You know, it's like, what the thing you claim to believe in isn't even a thing. You can't refute any of my arguments at all. You can't answer any of my questions at all. And they're all cogent and legitimate questions. You can't establish any kind of metric where we can actually test this and legitimize it or falsify it. I mean, come the fuck on. Right? Like, who could possibly believe in that shit? There's nothing to believe in. There's nothing there, you know? But people don't believe in evolution. They believe that they understand where species came from because science explained it. They don't understand where species come from because science failed to explain it, and nevertheless is in this career. All my career is based on this whole bullshit, though. So what do I gotta do now? I gotta just beg the question endlessly. Well, we can put a positive mutation. Look, these people don't have lactose intolerance even after they're babies. Therefore, a positive mutation occurred. Couldn't it be that everybody used to be like that and a negative mutation occurred? Couldn't that be the case? Well, how is that proof of a positive mutation? When in your paper it says, we cannot tell whether something's a positive mutation or not. Talk about insanity. These people have to all be TE-DOMs or just being tortured in their beds every night by the TI clusterfuck they're trying to defend. Like, how can these evolutionary scientists sleep when they don't have any explanation for anything? I don't know. And claim to have explanations all the time. Like, how do you get up with this lie defining your whole career? You have to either be oblivious to TI, either ignoring it because you're TE Dom or countervaluing it because you're TE second, or you have just got to be a wreck if you're a TI user, you've got to be an absolute fucking wreck trying to explain to a college class evolution that makes no sense, right? Oh my god. What torture. And you've got your whole career tied to this bullshit for some reason because you thought going in, hey, I'm a TI user. I want to be correct about things. Evolution is the correct thing. You got all into it. You got all distracted by all this genetic stuff and missing the big picture. And now you're realizing, oh, fuck. There's no mechanism here. There's no explanation here. Everything we know about genetics falsifies this claim. Now what are you going to do? You got to get in front of the class and be like, so we used to think punctuated equilibrium. Before that, we thought the nearly neutral theory, but we also thought genetic drift for a while, but those were all falsified. Now what we think is the point is evolution explains where species come from. You see, because mutations happen all the time, and that's why things evolve. Oh, great. That's so. Wait, all those previous explanations of evolution were false? I mean, like sexual selection? Oh, yeah, we got rid of that 100 years ago. Okay, well, what about the nearly neutral theory? Oh, that didn't explain anything. It was legitimate because it dealt with actual mutations rather than pretend mutations, but it didn't explain evolution at all. Even when we tried to toss in their genetic drift, that was falsified mathematically. Punctuated equilibrium has now been falsified mathematically. So, how do we explain the Cambrian explosion? Evolution, that's how. Of course, people who come in here and argue in favor of evolution don't know anything at all about it. They don't know the fact that it's a succession of failed attempts to justify itself. They keep changing the story and claim to be the same theory. No other theory in science bears any resemblance to this so-called theory. Real theories offer mechanisms to falsify or validate them, not avoid such mechanisms. Real theories give you answers to questions, not vagary nonsenses, right? Well, look, Eric, you're just not understanding. There's a lot of complex shit going on with mutations and time and things happening, and it's evolution. Okay, well, can you come up with an explanation that actually explains things? Because all the attempts to do so far have all failed. And they're all different, too. So why they're all called evolution, I do not know why. Because they're different theories, and they're all wrong. But they all call themselves evolution for some reason. It's such a fucking joke. It's like, how can I be in this world where everybody thinks this bullshit is legitimate and it has not even a slightest bit of legs underneath it? It's not like I care. You know, I don't have a preference. If there was a good explanation for where a species came from, fantastic. Everybody else just seems to prefer having the feeling of knowing where species come from over the truth that we don't know. I get that scientists got their careers attached to it. It's like they bumblefucked themselves into a real corner. And you end up saying stupid ass shit like Jordan Peterson says. Oh, ripe fruit. That explains why people like red advertisements, because when we were hunter-gatherers, we evolved so we liked to see red because that's the color of ripe fruit. Except that's not actually the color of most ripe fruit. Most ripe fruit is poisonous. And besides which, seeing red is a discrete quality. It's not something you do better or worse than other people. It's fucking, how fucking stupid could you possibly be? It's like, that's the kind of nonsense that comes when you're an evolutionary psychologist. And you might just well call yourself a bullshit machine. What kind of an explanation is that? It's immediately, laughably dispensed with just a few simple observations. Most notably, why are we still evolving the ability to color red when we're hunter-gatherers? Like, this whole tribe, I couldn't see any red. And then there's one mutation, this guy's like, I can see red. It gives me a huge advantage. I can tell which fruit's ripe. And then he died because all the red berries he ate were poisonous. I mean, what kind of insanity? It's like an idea made up by a 3-year-old or something. Ridiculous. And yet people think that guy's a genius. People think Jordan Peterson's a genius. He says he has an IQ of like 160, but he explains why people like red things in advertisements because hunter-gatherers had a benefit to seeing red fruit. What? That's what it means to be an evolutionary psychologist? Explanations like that? Oh my God. I mean, you have to be seriously not thinking to come up with an explanation like that. You have to be like, I am determined today to do zero thinking when I come up with my explanation. I am determined that I'm not going to reflect on this explanation at all to see if it makes any sense at all. I'm just going to say it and stand behind it and never look back. The only way you can conceivably come up with that stupid of an explanation for something. I mean, dear Lord. He's considered a scientist and like a thinker. His doctor's after his name and shit like that. And this guy can't outthink a fucking toddler. A toddler could see that makes no sense at all. So what if lobsters do meow? We're not lobsters, idiot. He's just trying to establish, like, look, women are, sex things, and men can't help but treat them as sex things, and they just need to remember they're controlled by their reproduction. Will you just chill out, Jordan Peterson? Chicks are just regular people like you and me. And they're not defined by their lobster instincts. I'm sorry. I mean, that's really something. When you have sex with a lot of women, that's really, really something. No, it's not. You're just a fucking idiot and an animal and takes pleasure in stupid running things. That's not really something. It's just like, there's an idiot. There's another idiot. The world's full of them. And that's something to celebrate. This is going to be a good live stream for me to watch. I'm going to enjoy this one. I enjoyed the last one, too. I was trying to download it for the casino, but it was still processing, so I had to just drive to the casino in silence. I listened to it like an hour before I left. I was enjoying the hell out of it, but it still wasn't done processing. So I had to leave. Of course, my phone doesn't work at all. Like, it does not receive any texts, any calls. It's like the phone company determinedly made it so that even if I'm on Wi-Fi they will not give me my calls. It's just like, they really don't like me being still on Sprint's card. They want me to be on T-Mobile's card or whatever. And so they punish me with having a completely broken phone that I have to pay for every month. They're going to say, well, Eric, you could fix the problem. I'm like, well, I would have fixed the problem a long time ago, except you guys kept lying to me. Now I don't want to fix the problem. I want to yell at you for lying to me. They kept telling me, I said, well, when will it actually stop working? They kept telling me dates that were lies. It just continued working after that. Don't lie to me. Just say either I don't know or like in a year or whatever. Don't try to convince me of what I'm asking you questions. You give me information. I'll do with it what I want to do with it. You don't try to. You're never going to succeed in getting me to have the relationship with information that you want me to have. That's never going to happen in a billion years. So just give me the truth and I'll deal with it as I want to. And you'll probably be surprised. You think like, oh, Eric cares a lot about that, so I tell him the truth is going to be all bad. And I don't actually care about that at all, probably. I do care about whether you're telling me the truth. People think they know I'm going to react to things and try to shape the truth. Stop trying to control me and information. I am the master of that way beyond anything you could possibly ever dream of. So just tell me the truth and I'll be the one who knows things correctly and you just be stupid. As long as you tell me the truth, you can be as stupid as you want. I don't care. Doesn't bother me because I don't rely on you to know things or have information or understand things, right? Just tell me the truth. I'll do all that other stuff. And it's like, what could be so more annoying than somebody who's way dumber than you thinking they can figure out what you want to hear and communicate in ways that are going to get what they want. And it's like, I'm just like, before you even one word, I already intuited exactly what this whole thing you're doing is. I don't like it. So just stop thinking you can control this situation. You cannot. This is a communication endeavor. I control it necessarily because you're somebody calling me on the phone and I'm me. You don't get to control that. Occasionally you get some bright person on the phone, but rarely. And even when they're bright, they've been tasked with doing something stupid. So, they're just going to be like, I hate doing this, but I'm calling you. Or, I believe in this, in which case I'm just like, okay, fuck off. You think you're going to frame my understanding of things with your bullshit? Never in a zillion years. And that's more than a billion and more than a trillion. That's a lot of years. I was on the phone with this like rain gutter person, right? Somebody was saying, don't be fall victims of high pressure cell. You ain't gotta worry about me falling victim to any high pressure cell. I made it very clear. The whole reason I got this estimate is because of the lack of SE involved. Is that I would be good for a whole year. I may think about it for a year. I don't like pulling the trigger on things. You set that up right at the beginning, and then they're just like, well, what are you going to do with that? Yeah, I'm sure it's a great deal today. But like I said, I don't like to buy things today. Any things I desperately need takes me months to buy them. So, and I'm never buying your ring gutter thing. The only reason I signed up for that thing is because it was on mushrooms at the at the butterfly festival, and the girl looked like she could use me filling out a thing for her or something. I don't know. And, I mean, I thought, well, we do need a rain gutter solution technically. I mean, we don't need one because I can just get and clean out the rain gutters myself. There's no reason to have this little barrier to prevent shit from getting in there. I just go over there and clean it out. But, if I was old and decrepit maybe or something, I can still get up on ladders and pull shit out of things. I don't even need to get up on a ladder. I'm so tall. Like right here, I can just reach up here and grab this shit out of here. Like this. See? Well, not quite. I need like a step stool maybe to reach in. I can reach over the top of it, but I can't actually get my hand all the way in there to get stuff out. So, I would need a little step ladder, but now the ones up on the top, those are a different story. Those are a little more tricky, but I've been out on the roof before. I could just go up on the roof here and get those, no problem, I'm sure. Or I could go up on the top roof even and get it from the top, Because look, just so you know what I'm talking about. There's rain gutters down here, right? Like on this one, but there's also rain gutters up there. So, the thing is, those rain gutters up there, I don't think they really have a lot of trees around for things to fall into them, but I guess wind blows some pine needles or something, I need another drink of juice. I'm experiencing fruit juice deficiency syndrome again. Fortunately, I have an easy solution at hand. There. Now I have solved all my medical problems. And I will reward myself with a healthful cigarette. There's nothing like smoking on a pleasant summer's day in the woods. It really makes you feel like the Marlboro Man. Of course, you really want to get the full effect. You need to be smoking on a pleasant summer's day in the woods, thwacked out on Vyvanse, and also on mushrooms to have the full effect. And have some grapefruit juice. Otherwise, you're going to have some negative side effects. Like feeling pukey or like, God, maybe I should eat something. Or, it's can't be good for me. Things like that, You don't want to experience those things, so that's why you got to drink some fruit juice. Keep this in mind, kids, when you're doing this at home. You got to have some grapefruit juice on hand. The good thing about grapefruit juice is if you drink it before you... True. Helpful tip from Eric. If you drink grapefruit juice before you take your drugs, it makes your drugs stronger. So you should do that. Then you can either take less drugs and have the same effect, take the same drugs and have more effect. Either way, you win. Either way, you win. You either save drugs or you get higher. Now, certain drugs you shouldn't take with grapefruit juice, like Tylenol. You shouldn't take Tylenol with grapefruit juice because it'll make Tylenol stronger, and Tylenol's got an extremely narrow band between effective and toxic. Ridiculously narrow. It should never have been approved except it's such a good drug that they just approved it anyway. It's a great drug. It's a mood stabilizer, it's a painkiller, it's a fever reliever, it does all kinds of shit, right? It's great. But it's also, you take like 6 of them, you're gonna die. It's ridiculous. If you take 6 extra strength Tylenols with a glass of grapefruit juice, you'll probably go to the hospital. Meanwhile, I could take 6 Vyvances and a whole carton of grapefruit juice and I'd be fine. I'd be thwacked out of my head, but I'd be fine. I wouldn't. The toxicity on that is appropriate. There's a huge gap between effective and toxic. Don't take grapefruit juice with a Tylenol, though. That's the point. If you're gonna take Tylenol, don't take it on the day you drink grapefruit juice, or just take one of them or something. It's like Tylenol came out and just kind of kicked aspirin's ass. Aspirin was like, okay, it kind of does the same things, but it hurts my stomach and it only lasts for like 2 hours and it's shitty. Tylenol is like a million times better than aspirin. And all the other things that come after aren't as good as Tylenol. So like ibuprofen and fucking naproxen sodium, all those other things like that. I don't know if there are any other things like that, but those ones, they aren't as good as Tylenol. But that's the kind of bargain you make with the devil. You get the best analgesic, but it comes with a cost. If you take too many of them, it'll kill you. Much more so than like any other drug. But yeah, it's totally the best analgesic. Some people like ibuprofen instead of Tylenol, and some people like Tylenol instead of ibuprofen. I'm a Tylenol person for sure. Ibuprofen doesn't really work on me very well. It's like it'll kill pain, kind of, but it doesn't do anything else. Tylenol stabilizes your mood, kills pain, reduces fever, does everything you want it to do. Helps you go to sleep even. You just take a couple Tylenol before bed. Your mood stabilizes, you go to sleep easier. It's a great drug. As somebody who likes to manage his head all the time, I'm always taking various drugs to change things. Sometimes minor things like Tylenol, sometimes major things like mushrooms or speed. The interesting thing is the most dangerous of them is Tylenol. DSP is gone. Good riddance. Yeah, I mean, he's just serving it. At a certain point, the absurdity of his infinite regression probably even made it through his thick skull, and it was like, oh my God, what are we doing? We could just look at Eric and see how it's done properly. And we're definitely not doing it properly, and we called it objective typology, and it's the furthest thing from objective you could possibly imagine. We think objective means Shannon and I agree. I mean, even a dunce at some point has to go, uh-oh. This horrible idea that we were really into has actually proved to be a really horrible idea. Now what are we going to do? We don't understand anything. We got all these people looking to us for answers. None of our answers make any sense. Anybody with any TI asks questions and we can't answer them. What are we going to do? Just, you go over there to the TI group and stay away from here. NI people, you go away too because you can smell the bullshit. So, just SI tool, please. TE DOMs only. Dave's superpowers. His superpower is idiocy. That's pretty good superpower, really. He's made a shit ton more money being wrong about typology than I ever will being right about it. That's got a superpower called idiocy. Idiots believe other idiots and think, all right, this guy's authoritative tone is all I need. Dave's superpowers is talking to some hot chick right now. Isn't he married? I'm sure Tylenol with codeine is great, but I've never had that. Well, maybe I have after dental surgery or something. I actually don't like opiates. I make me feel super sick. I mean, actually, I remember after my dad died, I did all of his pain medications that he had, just because. Shannon's his wife. It doesn't matter what you think of her. He shouldn't be talking to other chicks. He's married. If he's so dumb that he can't figure that one out, then I don't know. I don't know how to help him at that point. I mean, not that I know how to help him at any point. I tried to help him by pointing out his incredible wrongness in the one time we talked in a very definitive and indisputable way, but he learned nothing from it apparently. So, what are you gonna do? I'm a pretty damn good teacher, but I can't teach people who are determined not to learn. That is beyond even my capabilities. Dominatrix vibes from Shannon. Well, I mean, I'm not one to judge their sexual proclivities. If he likes Shannon, just bank him or something. His prerogative, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't get those vibes really from her, but I'm not good at getting those kind of vibes from people in general. I'm bad at reading like sexual interest and other things like that. And I took this test one time and I got every single one wrong when the correct answer was she wants you. I got every single one. I thought she's confused. What is she doing? I don't know what she's doing. What is that facial expression mean? I have no idea. She's interested in something behind me. You know, I got every single one of those ones wrong. I got all the other everything's right. I got every single one of those wrong. Where the answer is she's looking at you seductively. I put, like angry? um, confused by how I look? I'm not sure what that expression is. I'm not sure I've ever seen that expression before. I don't know. I have this weird, apparently inability to recognize seductive looks on people's faces. I mean, it didn't have for me any seductive guys looking at me. Maybe I'd be better at recognizing that. I'd be like, is that guy looking at me seductively? I wonder why. has he seen me? That's what I would say. He couldn't possibly be looking at me seductively. I mean, I know what I look like. So, it must be something else. I don't know this person. The only possible reason they could be seduced would be my appearance at this point. That's impossible. So, I don't know. There's got to be something like mild dislike. you know. What is the name of the DSP stream or whatever you talked about? It's called Objective Personality, ridiculously. It's like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. It is as objective as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic or republic or helpful to anybody but Kim Jong-un. It's like those TE people, they get into typology because they think, hey, this is a good business opportunity and they can make money and get views and they don't care about explaining anything. I don't care about it at all. Explanations are just getting in the way of their plan. My good explanations are just getting in the way of their plan to the extent that their target audience hears them and listens to them and can understand them at all. You know? I'm surprised. I was impressed with Dave Superpowers is not a coward. He actually came and talked to me, got the third party, like mediator person or whatever. And, endured having me question him and him being completely unable to answer and me proving my point. It's like he endured that. And you cannot call that man a coward. He's the only one who came out and actually did that. Like C.S. Joseph, you can call a coward. He refuses to have any interaction with me because he's terrified of me. You cannot call Dave Superpowers a coward. I mean, he was wildly outmatched, but he was not a coward. He was brave, in fact. He was a little kid who said, yeah, I'll fight this adult. Or I'll go pretend to be equals to this adult. So you cannot say he's not brave. But, of course, what his bravery got was him exposed. Because I don't think he knew just how wrong he was. I still don't think he knows just how wrong he was. That requires a higher level of intellect than he possesses. I mean, it's hard to remember because it's got so many different moving parts. You got your blast, play, sleep, swim, play volleyball. I don't know. You got your different animals. You got masculine and feminine. You got hundreds of different subtypes. Wait, is that him? Yeah, that's him. It's just so it's like nobody's an ENTP. They're an ISFJ subtype that looks exactly like an ENTP, and we don't have any meaningful metric to distinguish between actual ENTPs and this subtype, where we just claim that you are because you answered this way, and we arbitrarily assign this thing with no explanation as to why. It's just a bunch of TE without any NI or any TI, and it's insanity. you know? It's complete fucking insanity. And of course, they're so oblivious to it that they think it's objective. They call themselves objective personality. They're not trying to spin, they believe that. At least they used to. They thought that was what it meant to be objective, is to have Shannon and Dave deliberate about the matter in separate rooms and compare answers, and if they agreed, that was them being objective, see? They didn't collude, they were deliberating separately. Of course, to think that typology's objectivity would have anything to do with the relationship between Dave and Shannon is insane. It's like you're just saying, okay, well, I'm going to mimic one thing that is done in certain kinds of studies and assume that renders my methodology adequate and complete. It's just the scope of the intellectual deficit is mind-boggling. I mean, C.S. Joseph's no better. He's a little better. I mean, his at least C.S. Joseph's online typed me correctly. Online test typed me correctly. So, you know, and I like the way his online test forces you, won't let you do certain things. There's certain, like, okay, well, if you choose this, and you cannot choose this thing over here. I like the way it does that, and it successfully typed me. I don't think he can type people for shit, but I suspect his online test might be the best online test. Isn't that weird? He can't type people for shit, but his online test, I think, is probably the best online test of all the online tests. Not that any of them are good. They're all reductive inherently. You can't type people like that. You have to actually engage them. But as non-engaging online tests go, his seems to me, his is the best I've encountered. So, you know, go figure, right? The guy can't type anybody for shit, but his is the best. Well, the thing is, what does 70% typing accuracy mean? Does it mean you're right 70% of the time? Or does it mean you have 70% certainty that somebody's a given type? Now, that 70% certainty thing that, like I do, is metaphor, really. You know, you can't have percentage of certainty. It's ridiculous. What you can have is percentage of accuracy. So, if there were some way to determine later, like for me, I can check my accuracy rate only occasionally. I was able to check it with Rachel and realize I was wrong. You know, most of the time I've checked, have enough chance to check, I realize I'm wrong. But once I understand what type they are, then it's very clear. And I learned lessons from those things, so I don't do that anymore. Like I wasn't tricked by that ISFJ lady this time into thinking she was an ESFJ. I understood her using her tool function, being overtly extroverted in a way that would be mistaken as ESFJ, but being perfectly in line with ISFJ. It took me a second after I walked away to think about it, but once I thought about it, it became very clear. So the thing is, in the past I would have made that mistake. I would have thought that lady was an ESFJ. I would have mistaken a bunch of cues and affect things, like she's got 2 kids. She describes herself as a happily married single mother. She's got, she put together this whole yard sales thing too. She's the one responsible for that. It's like wanting to community, yeah. But she also doesn't really care about it like an ISFJ. Like she didn't even realize we hadn't had our yard sale like we were supposed to. She didn't go drive around and check like an ISFJ would. So anyway, if you're gonna take any online test and afford any value to it, I would recommend C.S. Joseph. If you're gonna ask somebody to actually type you and be correct, definitely do not hire C.S. Joseph. If you want somebody to talk to you and figure out what type you are for reals, he is not a good choice. If you want uh, an uncertain heuristic kind of online test, his is the best that I've seen. You know, you just took his test and got ESFJ. Well, I mean, it is an online test, right? But I noted its mechanics as I was taking it. And I thought, oh, this is a smart mechanics. You know, it's the smartest mechanics I've ever seen for a test. It's the most it's the most successfully pushing against self-reporting bias that I've seen in an online test. But the thing is, despite some of the like that tool, some of those tools may seem useful or good. They may be good, like reliable, rough estimate heuristic things, sort of sometimes. But the thing is, it doesn't matter because what matters is can you defend your claim? What are the justifications you're going to make to defend your claim? If you're just pointing to axioms that are arbitrary that you back up with, well, that's what my mentors taught me or something. So, all right, well, you just read the book yourself and you'll see, or other bullshit like that. Well, then, even if you're right, it doesn't matter, right? Because you can't claim to be right. You can't claim to have validated you're correct in any way. You can say you're right, but nobody should take you seriously, right? Because you can't justify why. Whereas if I tell you a certain type, I justify why in very defensible ways. I say, look, you clearly tested polar for this function. I've done this hundreds of times. I've asked the same question hundreds of times. And I've seen a subpopulation that all answers this kind of way that you answered, and nobody else does. This is correlates consistently with a knowing type, for everything I can tell on the front stack. This is as rock solid as it gets. You are you are an ISFJ, not an ENTP, you know? And I can then predict, I can tell the person, you're an ISFJ who thinks he's an ENTP, and here's how you're going to react to this. And here's why, right? And here's why weeks from now, you still won't be willing to say, Eric's definitely right. It'll still be we'll see. It's a question I need to evaluate more. Because NI is a slot and it only functions for them in service of SI, never the other way around. So when I'm hitting them with the NI truth and telling them this singular truth constrains who you are, defines you, and otherwise overrides your SI knowledge, I'm telling them something that ontologically they cannot possibly accept. You know, it's implicit who they are, they're subjective knowers. And they're going to react to it by coming up with various examples of how they're more like an ENTP or less like an ISFJ, and come up with plenty of such examples because, again, those kind of correlate example behavior things are not the proper way to type people. That's how you get wrong typings. You ask SI DOMs to come up with a bunch of examples of them being creative and disorganized and really visionary and really smart and having really good TI. You ask them to come and present you with a bunch of examples of all that shit, and they'll build themselves an ENTP. If you actually test them, you can tell immediately they're not an ENTP, they're an ISFJ, and you can reliably point to these kinds of scores on these kinds of tests across a large population because I've been doing this for a long time. Don't rely on yourself. Ask your friends and your family who you are. That's objective. Okay, well, whether or not you report accurately about yourself, that depends on whether you're using an objective calculus or not in your evaluation of the matter. And whether or not you're using an objective calculus as a deliberation function depends on whether or not you're TI or FI. So it's like this guy doesn't know anything at all, is completely talking out of his ass. Some people can be very objective in their self-reporting, like me. Other people cannot, like Dave's superpowers. And then he just projects that failure onto everybody. Nobody can be objective about self-reporting. Now, most people can't because few people are this stacked. But if you're FI polar, ESTP, ENTP, you're very objective in your self-evaluation. Objective self-criticism is your greatest strength. If you're a TI dom, or if you're an INTP, it's unclear exactly what qualifies as objective self-criticism. It could be this or it could be that. Or, it's definitely this, but it's not that though. But we're still we gotta think about it a lot more. For me, it's very clear. I either fucked up or I did a good job, and I'm not gonna lie to myself about any of that stuff. Would you take guitar coaching classes? Like, would I take guitar lessons? You mean? Um, I mean, if somebody wanted to give me a guitar lesson, I would try to learn what they're showing, I guess. But I never even considered that at this point. Um, I could, I'm sure, become a better guitarist. It probably would inform my music in interesting ways to take a guitar lesson. It's a good idea, but probably not something I'm going to do. It's like, the thing is, if I'm going to take a lesson, it means there's something I know I want to learn. But there's nothing I know I want to learn. I know there are things that I could learn that would be cool, But I'd have to have a teacher who had a clear vision as to what he wanted to teach because I don't know what I want to learn. Now, since I don't know what I want to learn, why am I going to school? One should take a class because you go, I really want to learn this thing that this class teaches. Then you take that class. I don't have that motivation, so I don't have anything specific I want to learn. Like, let's say I saw some guy playing this cool banjo technique on the acoustic guitar, and I wanted to learn how to do it. I'd look up like guitar teachers who could teach that thing, who know what I'm talking about, what I want to learn. And then I'd say, hey, how much will it cost for you to teach me how to do that thing? Let's say I couldn't find a video online or something, And then I'd pay them and they'd teach me and I'd learn it. I've taken guitar lessons before. That's why I know what the problem with guitar lessons is. You know what you want to learn or they know what they want to teach, right? I like it better if they know what they want to teach. But guitar teachers in general want to know what you want to learn. I don't know what I want to learn. There's nothing in particular I want to learn. It's like, I hear some cool guitar parts like, oh, I wonder how that guy does that. Or, that sounds really hard. But I don't want to learn it. I just think, that sounds like a pain in the ass to play that. Oh my God, how hard that sounds. I don't like I could do that. I probably could, but then I have to learn and try to remember and fucking practice it. And it's like, why do I want to learn or remember and practice this one thing that I didn't even come up with? I don't know why I would want to do that. I have enough trouble learning and practicing things I do come up with. I have hard enough time keeping track of my own songs. I didn't have them memorized, you know? I have trouble keep playing the guitar the same way each time. SI is a problem for me. The last thing I need is more SI. It's like homework SI, you know, something that doesn't matter. That would improve my overall guitar playing, maybe, and would inform my music long term, maybe. But my music can be informed by so many different things, by so many different things. Why would I choose that particular thing? It would have to have a specific virtue to it, like, oh, it's like I admire the guitar in Cake a lot. So I don't know who plays guitar in that band, but I admire the rhythm guitar in it. I think it's crisp and beautifully done. If that guy were to say, I'll teach you how to play guitar, I'd say, sure, man, I'd love to learn from you. I'd totally love to learn from that guy because I already admire the way he plays guitar. Well, unfortunately, the kind of SI I need most is the kind that nobody can provide for me. Like, I need to keep track in my head of exactly what rhythm I play for this song, and remember, like, while I'm playing it, don't fuck around. Just keep doing it that way the whole time. Don't play around with some other thing. Do it right. I should be like that to expect myself to play the songs right. Some of them I don't even know what right is yet. It's like, what is my strumming pattern here? I don't remember. I'm not sure if I have one. Am I just kind of trying to figure that out still? There's like too much noise in the data stream, right? I do not know what to do on the guitar with that song. Normally I just play it. Sometimes I play it differently. I'm not sure. It's like it was really hard to play if you do the part, you know. I'm not sure what to do on the guitar on that one, and I don't have a clear like sameness that I know this is how I play it. Other songs I do have that, like, I find when I'm playing it, like, oh yes, I definitely know how this one goes. It has a very specific thing. But if I think about it before I start playing it, I'm like, I don't know how it goes, you know. So, no, this doesn't mean the end of the story. I'm trying to demonstrate a point this time, Michelle. I'm not playing a song. I'm demonstrating a point. Okay, that's different than playing a song. When I make a point, I either need to substantiate it, exemplify it, or if it's a mechanical sort of thing, demonstrate, as in this case. Otherwise, I'm not doing my job as Eric. I'm not providing you sufficient substantiation, and you should be unhappy with my failure. Okay, so this song. Too much noise in the day. You see how much trouble I have with it right away. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. I've been playing the song for years, and I still don't know how to play it. I mean, I wrote this song, I think right at the beginning of me and Kimberly's relationship. So we're talking about like I've been playing this thing for like 6 years. I still don't know how to play it. And too much noise in the big stream. Loud enough. I'm not fucking up on purpose, okay? Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. This song is hard. It's like, I don't know why I can't find the right rhythm to play it with. It just defeats me. All day, every day, it's defeating me. In a cruel and merciless fashion. How do I make this bigger? Why is it so small? I think I need to push Control Plus. Oh, now it's back to 100%. Let's make it a better 100%. What if I got 125%? Then you can really see it. That's so much better. Okay, let's try it again. I can play it slower, kind of, or more. That might probably be better. I don't know. Too much noise. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shit. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one's willing to. I need to fix this part. The chords are wrong. Lend a day. No one willing still to lend. It's B, not C. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. Oh, well, you can see how terribly I'm. It's like, I don't know how to play this song. And I've been playing it for 6 years. Other songs give me problems. They just persist. Like this song, this Jesus song. I need to transcribe it down like 2 steps. It's out of both me and Rachel's range. But instead of doing that, I just keep singing it this thing because I want to go through and transcribe it. Okay, let's try it. G, F sharp, F. Okay. F sharp, F, E. Okay. G, F sharp, F. See, I don't want to go through and do that, you know? This is how I make my things. You know, I make my things like this. I have to just go through and change every single chord. I could do like a find and replace it. It'd be so tedious. I might as well just go through and do every single chord. I have to isolate this thing, do a find. You know, it's like, what am I gonna do? I should just do it, but instead I just keep singing it, and it's way too high for me to sing. Or it's way too low. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. For women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And should have put the chords here. It's like, this is what happens, right? This has been like this forever. I need the chords written over the next part. But because I want it to fit on one page, or some other dumbass reason, I don't have them there. I fuck it up every single time. It's been like this for God knows how long. Well, since I wrote the song. But it's been like this since the very beginning. And I've never fixed it until right now. I'm going to fix this problem instead of just pointing out how horrible I am. I'm going to actually fix one of these problems. Okay? I'm going to fix it. Of course, right when I'm ready to fix it, my keyboard goes missing. Where is my keyboard? How could it? There it is. Okay. It was just hiding. It didn't go missing. So now what I'm going to do is this. I'll let you guys watch because it's pretty exciting stuff. Hopefully you can see. Can you see? No. I'm going to move this way more. Let's see. Now can you see? Probably can't see at all. Let me bring it up closer. Then you'll be able to see better. It'll be so exciting for you to see. There. Isn't that better? Now you can really see. Okay. So, I'm going to be talking from over here, so it's going to be kind of quiet for you, but I'll speak up. I'm going to copy that. You see, this is what a pain in the ass this is, right? I'm going to paste it here. And then I'm going to have to go over here. I could probably put a space here because it's a different verse, you know? And then I got to get this, copy, and put it on this one. Paste, pia. Then I have to go up and get this one, copy, copy. Go down here, push space, push pia. Then I have to go up there and get this one, copy, and then go down here to the end, push enter, and push pia. Except this is the thing, and that's supposed to be over there. It's supposed to be over here, like this. Okay, now, I have the same problem over here in this verse, don't I? Yes, I do. So, I have to do it again. Copy. Eric thought, oh, it's fine, you'll remember it when you go over here. No, you won't remember it. You're being lying to yourself when you even think that in the first place. You know you won't remember it. You're trying to prioritize formatting concerns over whether you could actually play the song because you're an idiot. So just stop lying to yourself and do it right. No, you won't remember. You can barely remember songs that you've been playing for 20 years. There, let's get that one. Put it here. Put it there. Now, wasn't that horrible and boring? Well, you know why? Because Eric didn't do it right the first time, and now everybody has to suffer because he was being an idiot. See what happens when idiots get their way? Horrible thing for everybody. I know I'm not any more immune to that than anybody else. When I'm being an idiot and I get my way, horrible things for everybody. Okay, now I need to make this. I need to look at the tools and stuff. They're all hidden away. Escape. There they are. Okay, I want this no longer at 100%, but more like 75%. Then maybe I'll say, this is why I did it, so I can't say the whole thing on one page. I could if I do real full screen. Oh yeah. Full screen in the hizzy. It worked. I can see everything now.
Hi, handsome.
Hi, beautiful. I was just explaining to these people how this song needs to be transposed down two steps, or two half steps, one full step. Maybe, yeah, just one full step, I think. But the thing is, instead of doing that, I just copied and pasted it in the same key.
Oh.
Because once again, it is just a cavalcade of idiocies by Eric today.
I don't think there's been many.
Well, you know, and the sequence of them here is, I really like. I play the songs the same. I say, I really need to fix this, and then don't. Just, you know, like I really need to fix this. Just to say, there's no C in here, and it confuses. This is wrong, and it messes me up every time. But unfortunately, because I was lazy, this isn't an editable text document. This is a picture of like a. This is a screenshot of a notepad document. And I decided this was, yeah, that's fine. Just put a screenshot of your notepad document rather than copying and pasting it into the actual thing. Why would I do that? How does that make any sense at all? Oh, I know what happened. I didn't have the document, but I had a song with this thing up. And so I had to take this picture from the video when I did have the document because I no longer had the document. So I didn't want to rewrite it. So I just took this screenshot from the video when I did have the document.
So smarter, not harder.
Yeah, except now it's not editable and it's got a mistake on it. That C has to go.
I hear you.
The thing is, what I could do is I could edit this picture by just scribbling out that C. But I'm not sure if I have to go out of this app to do that. Let's see. Can I draw on it? Is what I want to know. Will you let me draw on this? Let's see any draw on this function. Image options. Let's say none of these things are what I want.
What about that? Like, yeah. No, not that.
I could make it bigger. That's
But
fine.
what about underneath the smiley face? Is that like a note thing?
Suggest edits? What about plus? Add comment. I don't want to suggest edits or add comment. I want to draw on this.
I thought that suggest edits is the draw on it.
It looks like it if you're going to draw. But I don't think so. Like, I don't let you draw.
That's not allowing.
It's a misleading icon, is what it is.
is.
Nobody can blame you for being angry about that, Rachel. Nobody.
It's very
No,
misleading.
not that. What I want to do is not that. I want to crop. Okay? I want to crop out these. It doesn't matter. I don't need to do those things. Those are unnecessary things. Just stop all of this nonsense. You are not helping Google Docs. You don't want to let me do the thing I need to do. So just get out of my face. Just stop showing me things you can do because none of them are what I want. So, oh wait, what's this? That's board cover. Let's see, tools. Okay, you're just being too difficult at this point.
You really
I'm
are.
just gonna have to remember that C, just go away. Or I could open it in GIMP and where even is this image? Like, where's the location of it? How do I get it from here? How are things so hard? What I have to do is this. I have to like take an
What
image.
does alt text mean?
Alt text. It says it's this disability thing. Nothing to do with what we want at all. Okay, so because I don't know where this image is located locally, nor would it have any download this image option here. Nor any open in another app option. I'm just gonna have to screenshot this and then open that and replace it with the screenshot of this screenshot. So that's fine. A little bit more of a pain in the ass. See, this is why I don't do these things because it's like it's so much of a pain in the ass.
It is.
A lot of TE. It's like you think, oh, it's gonna be easy, and then, oh, wait, I can't do it that way because I gotta do it this other way. Like that. That's what it is. Who likes that?
I like that.
TE people like that.
Oh, I don't like that.
Nobody likes that. Except TE people. TE people like to go like, oh, let me solve this problem, and oh, it doesn't work, and well, that's fun for me. I'm gonna solve it in a different way. It's not fun for me at all. It's like, oh my god, do you have to be such a pain in the ass? Now, what I want to do is go to the desktop, and I want to go to capture, and I want to push open with GIMP. And I could open it with one of those smaller apps like Paint or something, but I just don't know how to. I'm not familiar with them. I don't use them, so I don't want to have a chance of opening one of those and yes, GIMP takes a little longer to open because it's got to load all the fonts, but in this case, it opened quite quickly. So let's. This is a terrible image of a terrible image, but good enough for my purposes. What I'm going to do here with a brush, it's a lot smaller than that. I'm going to just brush white over the sea as though it never existed. Just like that.
Looks great.
Mm-hmm. And this E shouldn't go there either necessarily. It's kind of optional. Last time I played with just the B, I think I liked it better. So I'm just going to do it like that. Okay, now, what else can I do to make this a little bit better? Well, I can use a filter called, what's it called? Sharpen. Where's Sharpen? Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, this part is not even part of the song. So let me just cut this part out. I don't need this. It's not part of the song. It's just extra words that I left at the end for no reason that I didn't like and cut out of the song, but just left there. So what am I going to do with this? Well, I'm going to delete it. There. And now it's still not very symmetrical, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be symmetrical. It's still the same size as it was, so it'll fit in the same space. Now, capture, export, replace, export. Now, go over here to this thing in the document and put replace image, upload from computer, desktop, capture. Where are you, capture? Are you organized alphabetically? There you are. Open. There. That's better. I think. Can you see the top of it? Yeah, I kind of cut off the top of it a little bit. That's fine. I know the first three chords. C, I can still see it. C sharp minor, A flat. I can see enough of the bottom and I can see the chords there. So that's fine. So now let's try to play the song now that I've fixed it. Finally, after all these years. This is fixing it after 6 years or something, right? Of it just being wrong up here. Just not right. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. And frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty is implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's a good song, but I just don't really have down how to play it, you know? This also, it's like, I messed up here on this thing, so I cut off the end of it, and I cut off what it says down here. I know what it says, but I don't know how. I don't think I did that. I didn't do that.
That's weird.
Why doesn't it show up right over there? Well, I think what I'm going to do is this. I think what I'm going to do is make it into 2 images. This one, which I will piggity-pia, with the control X and the control V. No, control X. You're not listening to me. Control X, I said. Undo, 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 undo. What is going on? This part. You control exit. Right now. Now. Okay, fine. Duplicate the sentence. That's fine. Now, crop here on this one. And on the other one, crop here. No, you see, you're not even thinking right here at all, Mr. Guy. That's not what I'm telling you to do. I'm telling you to do this. Got this. Control Shift Alt. Yes. That is the key command I want. Now, Control Shift E should export this and export it as capture Wawa to distinguish it from the regular capture. Export. Go ahead and export it all the way, yeah. That's how I like it. Exported. Now let's go to the other one. Control Shift E. Export. This one I'll export as simply capture. Export. Yes, I do want to replace it, as a matter of fact. Please go ahead and export. And now, let's see what kind of adventurous reality we have bought ourselves. Let's just go ahead and replace this one with upload from computer and the new and improved capture. That wasn't so bad. What's wrong with that? Just get rid of this image entirely. Let's just delete this image and start over, okay? Instead of trying to replace it. Reset image. That seemed to help. Look, it doesn't need to be that big. Make it a little bit smaller. It's fine. Now, after it, on the same page, we're going to put one more image. Are you ready? Can you do it? Yes. Upload from computer. This time, I'm going to choose Capture Wawa. And it's going to complete the song for some reason at an entirely different scale and size. That's fine. We can fix that. Just got to stretch it out like this. I should not do it that way. I should do it this way so that, or which is the one that does it proportionally. I don't want it to just be random. I want it to be, you know what I mean. I want it to go like this. Thank you. Exactly like that. Okay. Good, good. Looking good. Can I see this on view full screen? I don't know if this is better, but it's different. No, I cannot see that. It's too big. Alright. So, now I was at more than 100%. Now I'm at 100%. Can I see this whole song? No. This needs to be a little bit smaller. This one. Just squish down a little bit more. There. Well, almost. There. Yes, it fits. It's very blurry now because like a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox. But it's better than it was before.
It is.
I can see everything.
You don't have that thing.
I don't have that thing in there. I have the wrong things. I still left this wrong thing. Like, but I never look at it anyway. I just leave. They don't play these chords here. But that's fine. I never look at that anyway. That doesn't cause any problems, so whatever. It's not wrong, it's just I don't play it. Well, we've accomplished a real accomplishment today. We
I think
fixed
so.
fixed something
Yeah.
that long needed to be fixed.
That's a really big accomplishment.
Yeah. What else needs to be fixed while
You
I'm
had a
here?
big day. You.
I've had a crazy day.
Yeah.
Had a crazy, awesome day. Ah, right. I want to play this song now that I fixed it. Of course, I fixed it wrong. I should, instead of fixing it the way I did, I should have taken an opportunity to transpose it down. But you know what? We'll take partial victories. Where did it go? Wasn't it right in front of me? Where did that song go? I always could have sworn there it is. Okay. Let's give it a shot. You want to sing along, Rachel? If you feel like it.
My throat is.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. You don't even need any excuse except no. I'm going to try singing it too low. I've got two choices. I can sing too low or too high. I'm going to try to sing it too low. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. And women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily high in the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would set where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Does virtue require a rational take, or virtue that's reasoned and variably fake? This is so ridiculous. I didn't put on that one. Why didn't I do that? Look at this shit. Why did I not do that one? Why in the world would I do that? I went through this song and I fixed it so that it had the chords and all the parts. I knew I wasn't going to remember it, but I just said, no, not that one. Why not that one? I still obviously can't. I obviously can't play it without the chords.
Thomas Pimp has a request.
What's that?
The Brooding song.
Oh yeah, let's play that. But I'm required you to sing. I don't know if you want it or not. I mean, I'll play it by myself, but it's not nearly as good because it's got two parts to it. You know.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a downer.
Don't worry about it. Whatever you feel like doing. Carmen Smith is gonna have to hear Eric's solo version of it, which is fine. It's interesting, you know. He's probably not heard that version before. All right, now I have to copy and paste these things again because for some reason I didn't do it when I was doing the other one. This is the struggle of Eric. What happened?
No idea.
I just think I just open a new tab maybe. Okay, so copy and paste this first. Copy it. Put it down here. Push enter. What is this? Just stop. Yes, I need a space above that. What are you doing? I don't want this. Turn that shit off. What is that? No suggesting mode. I don't want suggesting mode. Why do they even have a suggesting mode? Here's some suggestions for your writing. Just do the way I'm telling you. These are not suggestions. It's better like this. Or it's worse your way. You want me to fix this? Or give you feedback on it? You want me to give you feedback on it? It needs a lot of work.
Ruben R says suggesting mode is for SI DOMs. Could be for NI DOMs too, you know, like.
It's for people who don't want to be overrun by the person they're working with. It's for anybody who doesn't want, who wants their boundaries respected. They're like, listen, this is my work. You're making suggestions. You're not rewriting it wantonly.
But hear me out. I am 20 something and have to write a paper. I'm looking for resources. I have sources. I want to use some of it in my paper because it's due tomorrow and I'm lazy. So like suggestion mode might put something like a different like, or it's not that
Suggestion mode is used when you've already written something and you're getting suggestions of how to change it.
Oh.
Okay, why did I do it like this? This is dumbass table. God, Eric, you're a real piece of work with your terrible TE. Control X. Put this down here. God. Move this one down here. To make this thing fit properly now that we have all the chords where they should be. Oh, God. Inheriting your own previous terrible TE is one of my worst experiences that I regularly have. The worst. Oh, you're gonna have to sleep in this bed I made? I hate this bed. I made a terrible job of making it. I don't want to sleep in it for sure. Here I am, sleeping in this horrible bed I made. Like these last two things in their own little box. And they're like, what is going on here? What could you possibly have been thinking when you decided this was the best way to organize this thing? Ah. These last two little lines over here causing this whole problem. God. It's just a repetition of the previous two lines, too. Just delete this whole row. Delete the row. Now, just push yeah and go like that. And you don't need an extra space there, so it'll be easier. Okay. A much more challenging organizational thing than any sane person would have made it be, but I did it stupidly. I mean, I know why I do it like this. It's because I want there to be columns so I don't have to go scroll down so I can see it all on one page, right? But why would I do a 6-cell table? It's like 2 columns I get. A 6-cell table? Or previously an 8-cell table? Why? Why am I organizing it like this? It just means I have to copy and paste things from one cell to another needlessly for no reason. Just to make it look more square or something? I don't know why I did this. Well, I could use the table. Okay. So think about later when you're trying to fix your mistakes. Are you going to be happy you used the table? No, you're not. Oh, table could work. Good TE thinks about what happens when you take down the thing, right? Like, bad TE is this. Oh, I'm going to use all these single screws that don't have any matches so that I'm being economical and getting rid of these screws and saving my good screws for later. And then when you get, first of all, when you put them all in, they require different screw heads, right? And then when you have to take them out, you have to have different screw heads again. The big pain in the ass. It's stupid. Throw those screws away. Get 4 good screws that are all identical. But Eric's way is like, oh, look, I have these 5 random screws here, and I need 5 screws, so this would be a good way to get rid of these 5 random screws. No, it's not. You're going to have a more difficult time getting them to screwing, so you have to change the little thing. And then when it comes time to screw them out, you're going to be like, Eric, why did you do this? You only have with you right now a flathead screwdriver. I've learned though. See, that's SI. I've learned some things. Apparently, never didn't learn not to use tables when formatting a song in Google Docs. But I learned other things. Okay, now it fits fine. It fits beautifully, and I have all the chords. And for the billionth time, I tend to play the song. And this time, because I have everything, all the chords, I think, I should be able to get through the whole song successfully. Thanks to today's song fixing extravaganza. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. And women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily eye in the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Does virtue require a rational take, or is virtue that's reasoned invariably fake? Does musing itself just distract from the flow, or is care better served by deliberate and slow? People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. Okay, that's a G minor, not a G. I need to fix it. Should be a G minor. It says G. There, fixed it. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find 'em at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. I gotta say, it's a fucking brilliant song.
Yes, it is.
The lyrics are
And you
fantastic.
sounded great.
If I sing it low, it sounds pretty
You
good.
sounded great.
When I try singing high, it just gets. I can't even sing it. It's like it's so tiring to try to execute that I just give up. Right now, my voice is super low feeling too, so it's more comfortable than normal. It didn't feel like too low. I didn't execute perfectly or anything, but compositionally, lyrically, across the board, that song is fucking brilliant. I don't say that about very many of my own songs. I don't like to play that song, which is what makes me kind of like because it's because it required me to go so high, and it's hard, and I didn't have the chords right. I never gave the attention to it until just like right now, I was like playing it, looking at the lyrics, really thinking about it, and going, "Oh wow, this is a really good song. This is like fantastic." You know, I didn't. I could probably like do away with one of the verses. Like I could probably just go first verse, chorus, second verse, chorus, bridge, last verse, chorus. I don't think I need this verse here. It doesn't really fit in intellectually with what else is being said anyway. I mean, it's sort of like an interesting observation, but ancillary to and not necessary to the whole thing. So I'm gonna cut that out actually and reorganize this a little bit. Go straight from there into the chorus, then to the verse again, into the chorus, then to the bridge, then to the verse, chorus. That's it. I don't need that other verse in there. It's extra verse and it does no good. Now the song is better. Okay, so now that this song is better, I need to put it in. Again, I still have to deal with this stupid table. So put that up there in that cell. And then I gotta put this up here in this cell. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for using a table. Now I gotta get this one here. Put in this cell. Pow. Now I need to make this go like that. And then I need to put this one up here, I guess. I don't know how to do it. Put this one here. And then just put this one here. Like so. Pyaw and pyaw. Like so. None. You know, I want to just be on there. That's fine. Okay, that's gonna be fine. I think. Let me just view it full screen, and we're gonna try to play the song again in its hopefully final form. Okay. You gotta follow through and finish fixing it, or else you're just gonna have more problems gonna bother you for another 6 years before you get around to it, If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. And women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily eye and lesson. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Maybe believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. If people were Jesus, they'd know what they think, and everyone's work would be true. Feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. But there's no one unshaken, we all have been shook. For being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Thanks. Wow. Cleaned out. That song is pretty fucking rad.
It is a rad song.
It's got a lot more NI pop to it than a lot of my songs, you know? It really had a clear identity. Especially when I cut that verse out. It's got a clear concept, lyrically clear identity, and compositional correctness now in terms of the organizational stuff. And he brings it together. Nice and yeah. You know, I like those songs. I don't like the way a lot of my songs don't do that, you know. That's called failure. When songs don't do that. Like 95, 90, 99% of the things I make don't do this. And that's why they're failures. But some of the things I make, the songs I play usually are pretty close to good. The carcasses of all my bad songs on playlists that I don't listen to, and when I do, I feel cringe. There's massive playlists of Cringe-Worthy Failure by Eric. But, you know, that's what it means to be NE instead of NI. You have to do everything the hard way. You gotta make a whole bunch of shit and then realize, okay, this isn't any good. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Let's get rid of these things. This I like a lot. Okay. It's like, and then people would just be like, just go straight to the good thing. But any people are like, well, I don't know what it is until I make everything. And then I see it, I go, oh, that one's pretty good.
But like at least any can understand an ending. I feel like NI songs sometimes can.
Well, INFJ stuff can be excellent and also ask patience of the listener.
Yeah.
It's not typical to anybody but an INFJ.
Yeah.
INFJs are ready to give a song some time if it's rad, in my opinion, sometimes too much time,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But the thing is, that's just like not really NI exactly. That's INFJ kind of. It's like
INFJ appealing to INFJ though also.
right, but it's a phenomenon that links to NI, but it really is INFJs projecting their observer's frame onto an audience and expecting them to know the same frame. Whereas,
oh man,
with other people, when they listen to things, they don't come into it as an observer first. They come into it as either an interfacer or an action type like me. It goes like, what meaning can I make out of this right away? You're not just sitting there and say, well, just give it time to tell me what it is. Let it tell you what it is. Only INFJs know how to do that properly. I mean, INTJs in their domain, but in terms of music or aesthetics, only INFJs know how to properly give a thing the space it needs to show you what it is, and then know accordingly. Everybody else comes in with some other kind of frame of reference. So it's like, it's true, maybe this thing is brilliant if you have that observer's frame. But for me, it's like, okay, well, it's either great, but I'm ready for the next song now. Other guy out too. I mean, some songs I dig so much that I like how long they're like, Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't
so
want it to
hard
be a
not
second
to.
shorter. I think it's perfect. On the other hand, like Daft Punk is playing at my house is a great track. Kind of carries on a little long, or
Well, all LCD
yeah, all LCD sound systems. Like, what are they doing with the end of that New York song, which is just genius, and then just know when to fucking end it.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, Paul McCartney too.
Paul McCartney has.
In that one song, in that particular song, yeah, Too Many People. Too Many People would be a perfect song to end with. She's waiting for me, and then just end it right there. Instead, he has all this extra shit at the end for no reason. This is NI valuing rather than using, right?
Yeah.
NI valuing rather than using. If you're using NI, you're thinking, well, I love this thing. Let's give it a little bit more room to be itself.
Totally. Oh my god, I can totally even hear Paul McCartney saying that. But he benefited from John, so like without each other, it wasn't the same.
All right. Well, but that is a great song, worthy of Beatles kind of levels of greatness. But,
oh yeah, Too Many People's a great.
I think it's possibly Paul McCartney's only solo song is worthy of that qualification.
Yeah.
I can't think of any of the other songs like that are that good. Like maybe you can think of plenty of other Paul McCartney songs like "Live or Let Die." That's a good song.
That's a good song.
But it's not Beatles level good.
No. I appreciate him staying with music, obviously.
I tell you, it's a fantastic song. Is for no one. That's such a good song.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Playing it just makes me
Yeah,
go
like,
like,
oh my god,
just-
it makes me think that
it
he.
plays like honey, you know?
Yeah, and the tale that it tells too, like, is so relatable to so many people. Like, I've had moments where, like, I can feel a person, like, what do they call it? Like, they're like pulling away from you.
I mean, it's so relatable, and
It paints a picture.
it paints a picture, and it paints a picture in proper shades of fi. Unlike the song which is so proud of, which fails to do that. Right? It's like that song's great, and it attempts to do that with the last verse. You know, there's no one unshaken, we've all been shook. Being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. But that's not the same kind of quality of FI engagement that Paul McCartney accomplishes with the lyrics, or John Lennon, or whoever wrote them.
That was definitely Paul.
Okay.
And it makes me think that, like, he and his girlfriend had this time where that happened, but he's such a good songwriter that it doesn't necessarily have to.
Paul McCartney was not drawing from his experiences at all when he was writing those songs. He said, what are the perfect lyrics that go with this melody?
So genius.
You know, that's how he did it. But it's like my version of something in I pop like that is limited by the fact that I'm T above F. So I can only get so resonant. It's like that song, the genius of my song I'm talking about appeals to, will be clear to INFJs, ENTPs, whatever, a couple of other people's. The genius of Paul McCartney's song is clear to everybody except idiots.
Everybody but idiots. Well, the Beatles in general, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it hits on every single level exactly where it should to be exactly this NI perfect thing. That song, for example, I'm talking about for no one, right? It's perfect. My song is too intellectual, even though it doesn't seem very intellectual to me, but it is. It's too intellectual, it's too philosophical. It's still a great song, but it's not as good as the Beatles song. Of course,
John's writing is more like yours, though.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, if you're going to compare, well, I mean, I think I try to incorporate a lot of NI to the best of my ability.
You do.
But if I'm just like freestyling, I'm much more going to be like John's style than Paul's, probably. If I'm songwriting, I'm trying to be more like Paul, you know.
Which you've attained.
One of my best examples of attempting to do that successfully would be, whoa, what's the big problem? He came here with her, you know, that one. Because that paints a picture, that engages people emotionally with something they can relate to, and is concrete in ways. And that was actually I attempted consciously to make a song that would appeal to chicks.
It did. And it does. And you are a great songwriter.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. It's not a talent that is easy to find.
The thing is, it's like,
Oh, I know, squirrels.
okay, guys, I'm sorry. I know you need more cutlets. Do we have anything that we could give them instead of cutlets? They don't really seem to like bread very much. What else might birds eat?
Yeah, do you guys know what birds might eat?
We could put some vegetables or something, lettuce or.
I don't know.
Squirrels would probably eat the lettuce or
Yeah.
put lettuce up there.
Yeah.
Let's dig around the kitchen and see. We're gonna find something for the squirrels and the birds and shit. Or I could go to the store, but
It doesn't feel like a going to the store.
it doesn't feel like a going to the store day to me either. It feels like a not going to the store kind of day. It feels like, oh gosh, it's getting messy around here because I can't just drop it things with dry dust or whatever. Feel like that kind of day.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, why is that cigarette pack still there bothering me? I should pick it up. I kicked it over there. No, I'll pick it up.
Well, it's a little bit like, yeah.
I'll pick
you're
it up.
Like,
This time I'm gonna pick it up. Last time I just kicked it.
Let me get the door for you.
Thank you. Last time I just kicked it. This time I picked it up. So good for me.
He's so sad today. I don't know what's up with him.
Who's that?
Trouble. Well, he's. I shouldn't say he's sad. He's tired. He's very tired, Kitty. But he's
Where
not
is he?
sleeping in bed.
Well, where is he?
He's in the kitchen, I think.
He's right here.
Oh.
Hi, Trouble Bubble. How you doing, Mr. Man? Mommy's concerned about you. Does she have good cause? Or are you just being your normal weird self? Oh, yes, Mr. Man. Mommy and Daddy love you, and they don't love their ceiling fan.
Oh, no.
Yes, what a good Mr. Man you
I
are.
can't believe it. I thought for sure, I was like, they're so outdated looking, they have to be from the original model. But
No,
look, they're so new looking.
the original model would actually look good. And didn't have these dumb, unnecessary ceiling fans.
You knock into them.
Well, you know, we may or may not get these things taken out.
Whatever.
The point is, we're not going to be able to do it before the wedding, and at that point,
Yeah,
we care, you know, it's like after the wedding, that's our chance to show off the house. There's no point really making it look better after the wedding.
I have a question. Where are we going to be taking our vows? Like, where are...
Right here. He's going to stand at the door. We're going to stand in front of the cake.
Okay,
That's how I envision it.
okay, that's great. And then should we have Chawa and Hui where?
Well, they could be up there, actually,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Because you don't have to walk. There's a space here between this and where you walk. You know?
Mm-hmm.
They can stand here. You don't have to be like lady. Yeah. They requested that I not show them on the camera.
Oh, that's fine. That's
So-
perfect then.
If we do that, I can just start the camera here, if you walking down the stairs, and then we'll be like, I do, cut this cake, push it in your face, move it in my face, you know, and we gotta clean our faces
Oh
up.
man.
People
you're
expect
wearing
us to do it.
dress. Okay.
But I'm gonna do it very, very mild.
Okay.
I'm gonna put a little piece that mushes a little bit on
Okay,
your face.
because I really don't want to get out.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that tradition either. We'll just both give each other one bite of the cake, slightly messily, okay?
That's fine.
That's just it. Just a little bit on my face, a little bit on your face. None of that big smushy thing.
Okay.
Okay, I agree. I didn't spend all that money on that wedding dress just for you to immediately Rachel it. Unlike your other clothes. It's fine for you to Rachel most of your clothes because you can just stick them in the washing machine.
Right. That I can't.
You're
I'm
gonna be
regretting.
wearing- Look, you're only going to be wearing that wedding dress for like 1 hour max, right?
Yeah, 1 hour.
You just got to keep it clean for 1 hour.
So that I can do that.
And we got to take pictures during that 1 hour.
Yes.
You know? And
Yes.
then
my dad asked for pictures. He was wondering if we have a photographer.
We don't, but we've got everybody with their cameras. And
Yeah,
everything.
that's what I was saying. I was like, we can definitely print one out, a picture out for you, and give it to you, or like.
Would you like to hire a photographer? I thought about it. I thought, do we really need that? But maybe we want those kind of pictures. I don't know.
My dad seems to really want them.
Well, if your dad wants it, that's a good enough reason to hire a
Okay.
photographer. We'll find one. We could just call these people and ask them.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. They were very helpful with our officiant.
Yeah, they were.
And he seems fine.
He seems fine, yeah.
It's not like I'm delighted or anything, but I'm also have no brown flags.
It seems like he's going to talk well about us and then sign some papers and then he's going to take care of the marriage license.
Yeah. He's like, look, if you're down with me making this lean, clean, and man, I'm down with it. Well, we're down with it. We don't need you to be our friend or whatever. Just use the thing, sign the paper, send it off. Great.
Yeah, that's great. I wasn't expecting. I didn't know that an officiant did that.
We felt like we should offer to have you. You know, obviously you're welcome to stay for dinner. He doesn't want to stay for dinner. Fantastic.
Yeah.
We don't care.
Yeah,
we don't know this guy.
Yeah, we were just being FE.
I gotta pee.
Okay.
Don't be worried about me.
I'll try not to pee.
I'm just going to pee. If you'd like to imitate Jeffrey's mom, you could learn about whether I might get in emotional turmoil while going to pee.
How do I do that?
You speculate all the different things that could go wrong. Just like
Oh, that happens to me when we're not together. Okay, I can do that.
I could fall in the toilet. My pee could this time be explosive. Or I could forget about you and have amnesia on the toilet. Like, come out. I'm like, who are you, lady? I don't know my house.
Oh my gosh, there's so many things that can go wrong. I'm not prepared.
Yeah, you need to prep more.
What else could go wrong?
Well, remember, you can't use any and I, so every possibility is equally likely. I could be attacked by a mountain lion.
You could get abducted by aliens.
Oh, God. It could tap our landline, and then somehow that causes me to not be able to go pee.
Trouble can wrap himself around your legs and then you can't get up.
I could try.
Yeah.
It could be like a snake, actually, if you get all this.
Oh my gosh.
So many things could go wrong.
So many things could go wrong.
I could try to use a hand towel, only to realize I didn't wash my hands.
What do you guys have to say? I can't see. There we go. So, reach all of the Beatles, ENTP, ENFJ, INFJ, XSFP. So, both Eric and I believe John was an ENTP. Paul is ENFJ. George, INFP. And I don't know about Ringo.
Ringo's an ISFJ, proving my point about ISFJs can be badass.
True. He was a badass drummer. Okay, so Ringo, ISFJ, that would make sense because he was so, like, agreeable. Like, George wasn't agreeable. He was quiet, but he wasn't agreeable. Hey, Show Media.
What do you think George should be? Not have this horrible song in the album? No, I think we should have it. It's called Blue Jay Way. Let's put it on the album. If George, you us all agree it's not very good. I talk about her, we should put it on. That's George.
That is George.
Because you know why? He was an INFP.
He was an INFP.
And
That's
he
what I
had
mean.
his
He was,
feelings and his particular
and his
shit.
wants and his needs.
And you gotta give him something or else he's gonna throw a fucking tantrum.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Okay, George, fine. We'll put Blue Jay White on the album. Obviously it sucks, but okay, fine. It's the best of your sucky thing, so we'll go with that one.
Yeah. I don't think they even let Ringo write his songs.
Well, and then what happened is John Lennon said, you know what, George, for all your shit, here's number 9.
Yeah.
And here's the long song.
Oh.
So, I'm saying
the
George
long song is
is
George too. Yeah.
But George insisted they put the long song on the White Album.
Oh.
So then John's like, you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm putting song number 9.
Yeah. And
Like
ending.
Yoko. I'm
Yep.
letting Yoko just throw some random shit up here. If George is gonna force us to just ruin this fucking side of an album, then I'm just gonna make Yoko put some random bullshit on this.
Oh hell yeah! You know it was like that.
Fucking George. He's a great guitarist and everything, but get out of the creative kitchen.
Yeah.
They didn't let Ringo write his own shit. Well, I mean, what that means is nothing Ringo wrote was good enough for them to even go like, okay, let's workshop it.
Or did he even try?
He probably didn't even try. He was content being an excellent, fantastic, amazing drummer.
But what annoys me is that, which makes sense, okay, so if Ringo's ISFJ, ISFJ is the supervisor type of ENFJ. So in some sort of like little rebellion, because Ringo was a better drummer than Paul, Paul sometimes would go into the recording studio and remix his,
Fucking Paul.
yeah.
Paul wanted to think he was God's gift to everything.
Yeah.
Paul just, you know, you gotta respect both the superior guitar skills of George, ultimately, even though Paul's a badass guitarist, and the superior drumming skills of Ringo.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure if Paul's a badass drummer or not.
I don't think he is. I think he just like, he was like perfectionistic and couldn't express the way that he wanted to.
Well, he wanted to control more what Ringo was doing, but Ringo wasn't having it. So he just said, let me just go do it myself while he's not here.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Because this was like around Let It Be, Abbey Road. I don't know.
And I imagine Ringo coming in and going like this, and Paul being very supervised.
Yeah.
Like, I fucked with your SI thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that existed.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And Ringo's all about peace and love. He always on his Instagram, it's like peace and love.
Well, I mean, I read this thing about one time he walked out of a session because Paul was being too bossy.
I believe it. Paul had a reputation.
The thing is, Ringo didn't need instructions from Paul on how to play the drums. Ringo is one of the greatest drummers of all time. He may not be, I mean, he's also sometimes the fanciest drummer of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, the thing is, that's not how you tell whether somebody's a good drummer anyway. Having the right beat for everything, the correct beat for everything, and then awesome little diddly dads all over the place, too. And you like to add a little bit of shaker here, a little bit of triangle here, or whatever. And it's all fucking right on the money.
And he was always in such a positive mood. He was a big,
His drums reflect his personality.
yeah.
You know, his affect is like his drumming. It's just delightful.
Yeah, it is.
That's what it's like if you say, can I have a drummer in my band? Pick any drummer in history, I'd totally pick Ringo.
Well, that's what happened in history. They
What?
chose
They chose Ringo over
over
somebody
the
else.
best, yeah.
The thing is, what I'm saying is, if I could pick now any
Oh,
drummer
if you could
to
pick
be
now.
my drummer, I would pick Ringo.
That's interesting. I would want to pick Ringo too. I heard Ringo's son is pretty damn good too.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
There's another drummer I like the way they play drums a lot. Oh, the spoon drummer. I like the way the spoon drummer plays drums.
Yeah, they have good percussion.
Yeah. I don't know who his name is or anything,
I think spoons. I like spoons.
but I suspect those drums are much more of a production exercise than a drummer. Like Ringo, what you hear is what he does.
And that's like.
You don't need any studio tricks to be rad.
No.
He could be like recorded by a cassette deck playing the drums, and you still be like, whoa, what the fuck is that? That's fantastic. It makes me just want to do whatever he is. Like, it's the exact right drums for whatever the song is. That's what he does. There's something I saw on the other kind of sensor. It's kind of weird, magical, perfect NI drumming in ESTP. I had an ESTP drummer who always picked exactly the right beat for whatever the song was.
Wow. That's
And
not easy to do at all.
he'd been playing drums since he was like 3 years old.
Wow.
He was a former middle school student of mine. I saw him play drums in the middle school assembly, and I was like, wow, this kid's really fucking good. And then, like, 5 years later, I contacted him on Facebook and said, hey, I want you to drum for me.
Nice.
Yeah. And he did, and he was great. Nick Jamaslani. His brother, more of a difficult fit because his brother is like INFP probably, wanted to explore his NE. No, you play this and not what you feel. Not your part is that's it. Don't add your extra doodly dads.
That's what gets. Fiona Apple's some sort of NFP. She has to be.
Oh yeah, she loves her doodly dads.
Yeah, she loves her Julie dads.
She's probably an INFP because
I think she's probably an INFP too.
because if she were an ENFP, she'd seem to have more evident valuing of NI. She has all this great fucking NI at her disposal, and she seems to almost countervalue it like an INFP would, you know?
Yeah.
Instead of singing this great song that this is about to be, she deviates to make it more Dave Matthews-y. For no reason that anybody can ascertain except her. She likes the smell of her own farts.
Yeah, she does. Whatever. I mean, I can't blame her. She's like created two like stunning songs.
Some of her farts are absolutely the most beautiful smelling things in the world.
But
most of them are not. She can't seem to distinguish between the two kinds of farts.
No, she doesn't. I don't think she wants to. They're
she
all
doesn't
precious
want
to
to. Exactly. She doesn't want to distinguish
No,
between the two
they're
kinds
all
of farts.
precious to her. And in fact, I'm sure she would even be like, oh.
I hate playing Criminal or this other great song in concert. Because, you know, it's just like, I'm so beyond that. That was years ago. That's not me anymore.
Totally.
It's not about you, Fiona Apple.
It's about the people who paid for your concerts.
It's about the fact that you've accomplished something that almost nobody can accomplish.
That's true.
Writing these genius fucking iconic tracks.
Yeah.
And instead of trying to imitate that success and provide something for the world, you've chosen to engage in increasingly self-reflective fart smelling.
Yeah.
And then when you play a concert, you probably don't even want to play your good song. And when you do play, you probably mess them up and play them different.
Yeah, she probably does.
You can just see trying to sing along with her song at a concert, except now she's singing a different song, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You just see it.
I hate that shit.
I think-
Especially when you're looking forward to the song so much and then they change it around and you're like, what is this?
Hey, am I here to be on drugs and dance to a Fish concert? No. Play the fucking song like it's supposed to be played.
Yeah, like I said to Cameron, like when I saw Duran Duran, like not that they were like a big band or anything, but
They're a huge band. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I get well, they were headlining, and I was building up like them to be like a fun dance band.
And then they didn't play Rio.
They didn't play Rio out of all fucking songs. Are you kidding me?
Come on, Duran Duran.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We're not gonna play Rio tonight because I'm tired of playing that.
Like fuck off.
That-
Like Pharrell came on. He played Lucky, Get Lucky. Beck played, and he played like all his fucking hits and some more slam shit. Like
That's so FI of Duran Duran.
it was. They poo pooed on my parade.
You don't get to tell the audience how to define you. The audience tells you how they define you.
Yeah, I waited at night to see them play Rio. I didn't. They played Hungry Like the Wolf, thank God. But I don't even know if they played Girls on Film. Like, what the heck? It was like
Hi,
all
welcome to my Duran Duran concert. Tonight we're going to be playing all songs from our new album
Yes.
that nobody's heard of and nobody likes.
Yep.
Congratulations. You get to enjoy this horrible shit instead of our good shit.
Yeah, it really was like that.
It's very SIFI. It's like, that doesn't define me anymore. It's not about you, tards.
Yeah, you need your fan base. Like, I don't know what they were thinking.
You're trying to make art. It's about the art. It's not about you.
Yeah, but I can see them being pretty like vapid.
I mean, if you're going to perform, it's about performance art, and that
Yeah.
means you're responsible for the energy of the crowd. That's your number one operation, is to get that place bouncing, you know?
Yeah.
And people go like, holy shit, this thing's going off.
That was Beck. Beck totally tore the roof off the non-existent roof. I mean, Devil's Haircut came on, and like these kids who were like much younger than me, these like boys were just like moshing. Like I was like, what?
Beck's a great performer.
Yeah,
Right?
he really is. He gave it all. Like I was so happy because I know I've said this before, but like I was supposed to see him like 10 years before that, but he broke his ankle because it was raining.
Because Scientology.
Yeah. And then
Scientologist broke his ankle.
now they dead.
Sorry.
They basically did.
Cat, pick a side.
No, you gotta be in or out. But then I got to see him again, and he was great.
I think I've only seen him once. He was great, but I was super drunk, so I don't really remember the concert that well. I saw him in LA in this weird like place like under a freeway kind of like dirt
Wow.
thing. I don't even know what it was.
Wow.
And it's like you could get right up to the stage and
Yeah, I got up to the stage too. I kept my spot though. Like I was
Yeah.
like, I don't care what, because like I like
yeah,
it
there
was
weren't
in-
that many people on the show that I was at.
wow. It
It
was
was weird.
packed. I kept my spot. I was like, fuck this. I don't care who's around me. I get to see Beck. Like I get to see possibly Beck that I wanted to see so long ago. Like I'm not missing out on this opportunity.
I have a couple of shows like that where I got to see bands where, like, I saw the Pixies at Irvine where there was like nobody there. There was like
Wow,
300 people there.
that's
You could
so
easily walk
nice.
right up to the stage,
Oh,
and they were great, and also not performing really. Like they were just like playing their songs like robots. No talking, just going right through their set,
Yeah.
But they were great. I mean, that was a concert I fully remember and enjoyed a great deal.
That's awesome. You have a picture on Facebook, right? That's from that concert?
No, that's from recent concert. Rose Bowl with Corey.
Oh.
That's new Pixies with replacement for
Oh,
King
you're
Deal.
talking about old school
Yeah, I'm talking about the old
Pixies.
school Pixies back
Oh,
way back in the day. I
shit.
saw
Oh my
them
god,
at
wow.
UC Irvine way back in the day, and it was like I was 19, I
Wow.
think. I went with Dave Porter, Laura Levin, and my first girlfriend, Chrisley. It was the night, that night when we went back to Dave's house, my car got stolen.
What a weird
Yeah.
event.
And then, of course, I couldn't believe it. We walked out of his house. I was like, where, didn't I park my car right here? You know, it was like the middle of the night, right? We come back from the concert. We went inside for a little while, and then we were going to go, right? But my car was gone. And I was like, I guess someone stole my car. Of course, the thing is, I left it open, and there were keys to the car in the glove compartment. So, so I called the cops, and then they just got my car back in like 20 minutes. They're like, oh, we just were driving away, and we saw the guy right there in the street, and we just got your car back. Here it is.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it turned out the guy who stole my car was Dave's next door neighbor.
Wow.
Yeah. He lived in kind of a seedy place. And then I didn't realize it until I saw him in court, and he's like, like, hey, you gotta help me. I accidentally stole your car. And then the prosecutor, the defense attorney, somebody got all riled up because he had come up and talked to me. I said, well, I didn't really say anything to him. I was like, well, hey, wait, you're the one who stole my car?
Oh my god.
Like I had partied with the guy. He didn't know it was my car.
Oh my god. What? I can't.
It's like, for me, it was no loss. It wasn't my car. It was my dad's car, and it was only gone for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But for this guy, he's in court for grand theft auto. And what am I supposed to do? So the defense attorneys asked me a question, right? And I started telling my story like this. Well, we went to the Pixies concert. It said, that's not relevant. And he made me answer the question he asked without me telling my whole story. So, I didn't want to hear about how I went to the Pixies concert, then we came back to the house, and we went inside for a while. And then, I went outside, and my car is gone.
Wait, wouldn't you think that's like...
All they wanted to say is, did you give this guy permission to take your car? No. I didn't give any permission to take my car. I just parked it on the street and expected it to be there when I got back. They didn't ask me like, well, why did you leave it unlocked with the key in the glove compartment? My dad had the key in the glove compartment.
Yeah, that was like traditional.
He did that. I don't know why.
No, a lot of people did. That was like the thing to do, was to put the extra spare key either in the glove compartment or in the mirror area.
Well, anyway, the thing is, my dad, I'm sure, locked the car every time.
Oh,
I never locked the car. I just got out of the car and just closed the doors, and I still sometimes. Well, now I lock the car because it's so easy. Just push the little thing. Back in the day, you had to push the buttons down. It was one of those cars where you had to physically push the button down, probably. Those were kind of the cars my dad would get. He'd go to the government auction of impounded cars and get like some shitty government style Ford Fairlane or something like 1978 Ford whatever, and get it cheap, and that's what he'd drive, and it would be no nonsense. It would be like and push the things yourself. No unnecessary electricity for your locks. Why do you need that? But you know, just because I left it unlocked and the keys in the car doesn't mean I wanted it to be stolen.
No.
You call it an accidental bait car. Remember that show? You ever watch that show?
No.
Bait car? The cops would take a car, they'd go to like the ghetto, and they'd get out of the car. They had like actors, persons, like maybe they're cops, but it'd be like two people in the car. They pretend to be having an argument, and they get out of the car, and they just leave it there running with the door open and disappear. And then the cops would wait for somebody to come try to steal it.
Oh my gosh.
They had all these cameras inside of it, and also like auto shutdown they could do remotely. And so the guy would be like, "Oh shit, let's steal this car." And you get in and you drive it a little ways, and then all of a sudden the car would stop working, and they'd be like, "What's wrong? Let's get out of this car." And they couldn't get out, the doors were locked. I think it's entrapment personally, but
I think that's entrapment too.
I don't think that's illegal. In my I would not find that person guilty because, except for the cops presenting this opportunity, the crime would not have happened.
Right.
It's not a real crime because it's not a car being stolen. It's actually just a bait car to see if you're going to take the bait, steal, to quote unquote steal it. You never had a chance to steal it in the first place. It was all set up. So, to me, I think that's entrapment. I would not admit that arrest to trial if I were a judge.
Probably didn't.
It's clear-cut entrapment, but I'm not sure if bait car was used to actually prosecute people. You know, it could have just been a TV show where they caught them and then they said, "Well, I can't prosecute you for this because it's entrapment, but go away and keep this in mind. We're gonna get you if you steal a car."
Yeah.
Could have just been like
It
that.
could have been.
So I don't know. If they actually use that bait car stuff to prosecute crimes, then that is textbook entrapment and should not be allowed to happen. Anyway, that was a show. I didn't enjoy it especially or anything. I just remember watching an episode or two and going, "Huh. I guess people would just get in a running car and try to steal it."
I know, that's so bizarre to me.
So they always go to the black neighborhood, of course.
Of course.
Sure enough, they find some taker down there who's going to think, running car that's open, I might as well steal it. But sometimes they had people come and take the keys out and be like, "I gotta find the person whose car this is because someone's gonna steal it."
Oh.
And then the cops would come up and say, "Hey, thank you for being a good Samaritan, but actually this is a bait car," and you know.
Well then, if they're gonna go both ways, I would think that there would be something like.
They should get a reward.
No. That it wouldn't be entrapment.
Well, I think the actual consequence thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, as probably not leading to prosecutions. The consequences of it are both FE on both ends. If you're a good Samaritan, you get to look good on TV. If you try to steal a car, you get revealed to you on TV that you're the kind of guy who's going to try to steal a car.
Yeah.
Nobody can accuse you of defamation of character. You got it right on video there. You tried to steal that car. You never actually had a chance of stealing it, but you tried to.
Are you coming in? I don't want to leave the door.
No, close it.
Okay.
This fucking cat.
I know.
Pick a side. Do you want to be inside or outside? Or do you just want to spend the whole day being like daddy, going inside and outside for no reason? Only I'm allowed to do that. And Rachel, not you. If you could open the door by yourself, you could do that. But you can't. You require our assistance. Therefore, you need to be more decisive about which side of the door you want to be on. That's fair. That's just fair. This was a weird mushroom trip. Like, at the beginning, I felt like, oh God, I'm tripping balls. And once it settled in, I just barely noticed it. I don't know. It's weird. I had a little bit of laughing period at the beginning, and then I just settled into cruising altitude, and I was just like, things look a little different. Look, woodland friends, there just aren't going to be any cutlets today. We're not going to the store. You're just going to have to live without cutlets. I'll see if I can find you some alternative inside. I wonder if the woodland friends like cat food. Most things like cat food. Including cats. But not people. Generally. People don't at least seek out cat food as something to eat. You wouldn't order it at a restaurant. Can I get a bowl of cat food, please? Like, imagine it at a restaurant. Everybody orders their entrees and it gets down to the last person and goes, yeah, can I get a bowl of cat food, please?
Are you gonna put that out on them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just saying, everything likes cat food.
Yeah,
But not people. People don't really like cat food. I mean, some people might, but people don't usually try cat food. Cat food is kind of like hay. It's something that an animal eats that people don't usually eat. Hay. Hay is one of the best named of all foods. Okay, woodland friends. Let's see if you like cat food. We've got multiple backup bags of cat food. You guys can have all the cat food you want. Release all the cat food left from this bag. There. Alright, it's not cutlets, but we'll see. Probably the squirrels will eat it. You know, maybe not the birds, but probably the squirrels will eat it. If the birds eat it, it'll probably be like cannibalism. It's made out of chicken, mostly. But I think even birds like to eat chicken, maybe. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. If I come out later and all the cat food's still there, then we know there was no takers. Boy, I really am tired of this red spot on the tip of my nose. It makes me always feel like it's Christmas time. Makes me feel like I'm being left out of all the reindeer games, too. It's like, can't you guys leave at, I don't know, Blitzen this time?
Yeah.
Why always gotta leave me out? Just 'cause I got this red spot on my nose?
That's not right.
No. It's not fair. You should judge me by what's inside my nose, not by what's outside my nose. What's inside my nose is good, honest American snot. Okay, so what are we doing? Right. We were live streaming until we got distracted by something else. And then we stopped looking at the chat, and I have no idea what's been said for the last long time. So let's look at the chat now and see what's going on. What is happy? Happiness is plenty of drugs and no responsibilities. I think I've defined happiness well. Happiness is plenty of drugs, enough money, and no responsibilities. Plus the perfect relationship. You should just toss that in too, just for good measure.
Aw.
That's happiness. You want to see me happy? Here I am at the beginning of a bottle of speed. I happily taken mushrooms this morning, though I seem to fail to notice them for most of the mushroom trip, but that's not unusual for me. I had a long conversation with Chow that was perfectly lucid and not like I was on mushrooms at all. But no, it's not chocolate syrup. It's a bloody blood from me picking at this pimple all the time. It's the blood of your ancestors.
It's not chocolate syrup. That's silly.
It's not chocolate syrup. It's the blood of your ancestors. Happiness equals dopamine plus oxytocin. Well, I mean, the oxytocin thing, Rachel and I aren't really that super cuddly. She's a little more touchy than I am.
I like to, yeah.
I mean, we're not opposed to being cuddly and stuff. We hug fairly often. I mean, have sexual intercourse and stuff. But the oxytocin, it's to me like dopamine happy and oxytocin happy are on opposite ends of the spectrum. After I'm done being dopamine happy, then I want to go get into bed and be all like rah, But those are different realms of things. You're talking about overall happiness. Overall happiness is predictable access to the drugs you want, plus adequate money so you don't have to think about costs, plus the perfect relationship, plus no adult responsibilities. That's happiness. That's how to live a happy life. Basically, it's impossible. But, we somehow won the lottery. For God knows what reason. And so we get to be happy. But other intuitives, they have to do things that intuitives shouldn't have to do, like work. Intuitives aren't meant for working. I mean, ENTJs, ENFJs are, sure, fine. The rest of us, we're not meant to work. We need to sit around and think about stuff. We need to know what we're watching is good or bad. We need to know why that music sucks and why this music's rad. We need to, try to make good things occasionally if we feel inclined. But we can't have any schedule or pressure or any concrete linkage to it. If you're going to pay me to make something, just forget about it. I'm never going to make it. Yeah. I make it, and it's great, and then you want to pay me for it, fine. But don't give me an advance on something. That's the surest way to never, ever get done.
I always think about that too.
Thunder pottery. Thunder pottery. Is that how to be happy? Is it pottery that if you break it, the sound of thunder comes out?
I was thinking, yeah,
That'd be great.
that would be great.
then you know I better not break this or the whole house is gonna shake. That'd be a good emphasis to be careful with your pottery. Post-coital huggies. Rachel and I really don't really do a lot of post-coital huggies. You know, either we get up and go about our day, or I roll over and go, oh, yeah, oh, I give Rachel a good night.
Yeah.
Depending on what time of day it is, basically, and how tired I am. But you know what? We're smart people. We don't attempt to have sex anywhere but on the bed. If you want to know what a bad idea is, try to have sex in some interesting place. It's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
There's no place as good as the bed. It's perfectly designed for that purpose.
Yes.
Like, oh, let's be sexy and have sex on the table. Let's be uncomfortable.
Okay, so what do you think about me not wearing lingerie?
I mean, I think it was strange if you did.
Okay, cool.
I'd be like, why are you wearing that thing? Is that supposed to turn me on or something?
Okay.
I just take it right off. I prefer what's underneath it. You know, I don't need your underwear to be half revealing or some shit like that. I'm just gonna take it right off.
Yeah, that's good. Because I'm not into.
That's a bunch of censorship. Like, let's have sex in the living room because that's our way of being ideational. That's just a way of getting a rug burn. Let's have sex on the couch. Okay, well, we're gonna get gross stuff on the couch, but fine, I guess. It's not as comfortable as the bed. Like, where is your other leg gonna go? You can't put it over the side of the couch. Ah, fuck this noise. Let's go back to the bed. The shower doesn't work either because Rachel's too much shorter than me. And I don't, the shower is just like, no, I don't need water to lubricate my experience. That's the wrong lubricant. Water. I rarely drink it, let alone let it lubricate my sex.
Yeah.
We don't have a very big shower either. It's like, we could have, in theory, maybe had sex in that big bath in Arcadia, but I don't know if we ever did.
I think we did. We
It
were
just-
like maybe in it together once.
It's just challenging, you know. It's like every surface other than a bed has some additional challenge that makes it more difficult than the bed, unnecessarily so. I don't find it like adds excitement to be having sex in the kitchen or something.
No.
I just think it's not a hygienic thing to do in the kitchen.
No, like.
Also, the kitchen floor is dirty. It's like,
Yeah, where am I gonna go? Like, is my face gonna be in the sink? Like.
remember that one time we tried to go have sexy time down by the shed?
Yes.
And we lasted like 5 seconds
5
before
seconds.
we realized there's bugs out here.
Yeah.
Let's go back upstairs.
The slabs didn't want it.
Sex is supposed to be dirty? Well, I mean, it's inherently dirty. But you don't want it. You want to let it be its own dirty, not add dirtiness to it. Which class should I level now? I'm gonna say a loper. If you've mastered striding, Next on your agenda should be loping. Be a level 30 loper. Then you could transition between lope and stride effortlessly like a true master. It doesn't bother me at all. It must be an SI thing. Well, I mean, it doesn't bother me at all either when we're clean. I think it's fantastic. But if I knew I was dirty, then I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to think about that.
I don't even like. I don't know. Whatever. I don't like the smell. Like before I took my shower, I was feeling so greasy and gross. Like I wouldn't want to feel like that and then have sex.
Right. In general, I don't want to smell anything during sex. So we just get clean right before sex and it's completely odorless. And also, I don't have to worry about like, hey, am I putting something dirty inside of Rachel? It's gonna give her some disease or something.
Same.
Cause it's like my penis goes all over the place. Sometimes I put in like a nest full of cockroaches and let them just crawl all over it. So I have to wash it a lot before I have sex. Like usually there's a lot of cockroach poop on my penis.
Wow, that's so unique to you.
Yeah, you always were wondering what are those little black things? Well, I'll tell you, it's cockroach poop.
Wow. Where are the cockroaches?
Well, I go find their nest and I stick my dick in there because, from what I understand, it's a good way to make cockroaches go away.
Oh wow.
I read it on Reddit that's a good way to get cockroaches to go away. Because, like women, cockroaches have penis envy.
Wow, so women are like cockroaches.
Well, no, they're not like cockroaches. I'm just saying that cockroaches have a single similarity. I mean, cockroaches breathe, so do women. It doesn't make cockroaches like women.
Okay.
Cockroaches have penis envy, so does women. It's just coincidental thing.
Okay.
Imagine if women kept nests full of cockroaches in their birth canals as a hobby.
Oh my god.
That would be horrible. I don't want to imagine that world, Fly Guy.
I feel like you might have just put in like something into the world.
Honey, I'd like to have sex. Okay, let me just clear out the cockroaches first.
It's like that's a killer. Cockroaches?
And the guy comes in and sees, and she's like ushering them all out of her vagina. Orderly line of cockroaches, lady.
All of that is just so gross.
You know what? Never mind. And she's like, okay, guys, come back. And they all turn around and go back in.
What if like the guy turns around and he like starts pooping out like butterflies?
The women are many, many times larger than what? A loaf of bread? Women are many times larger than a loaf of bread. That's true. You make a good point, Fly Guy.
Are these good points?
Women are many, many times larger than a loaf of bread.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah. It's a fair point to make.
I didn't mean to be sarcastic. That was...
That's a fair point to make. I'm not sure how informative it is to anything, really. It's like not really anybody thinking that women are the same size as a loaf of bread, but in case there are, we can agree that they are many times larger than a loaf of bread. Why so hornios? Who, me? I'm not horny. I mean, at least I hadn't noticed myself being horny at the moment. I could probably become horny if I thought about it. But right now, I'm enjoying live streaming, chatting with you,
Me
show
too.
media. I don't want to have sex with you. I just want to chat with you.
Can we maybe play some tarot cards?
Sure, let's play tarot cards. Absolutely, my darling precious angel.
Okay, so dogs or circles?
Dogs. I don't like the circles necessarily because they're so circular.
Okay.
They're harder to deal with as a deck in my hand. They don't
Oh, it
feel
is.
like.
They shuffle out. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes I want that weirdness of the circle deck, but by and large, I prefer the hand feel of regular cards.
I do too.
What are we pulling for first?
That's a good question.
All right, let's pull 3 pull for the rest of the day for us.
Okay.
We'll do that first. Eric and Rachel, the rest of the day, 3 pull. Uno. Dos. And Trente. Where's Trente? Here it is. Wait, that's not yeah.
Okay.
That's 30. 1, 2, 30.
Okay. So guys, this is what the rest of our day is gonna be like.
First,
Ooh.
the moon. Second,
Illusions.
Knight of Wands. We're gonna do something. And last, what's this one?
The Three of Sticks. Waiting for our ships to come in.
I think what we're waiting for is more cutlets to get to the woodland friends. They're waiting for their cutlets to come.
That's all the expressions of the woodland friends.
Yeah, they look forlorn. Where are our cutlets?
And then we're gonna be like,
I brought you this cat food. And we're like, that's not our cutlets.
that is totally the story.
Yeah.
Can we pull some cards for trouble? I want to know what's up with him.
Okay. I'm sure he's fine.
I hope he's laying in bed right now.
He's outside, I think.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. He clearly has some occasional SI things. You'll see him go like, wake up kind of abruptly, go meow.
Oh.
Like maybe he's experiencing some discomfort or something. But it's not an ongoing thing. It's an occasional thing.
They missed you last. They were.
This is for trouble.
Oh. Yeah.
What is it?
4 swords, rest. He needs it. He was up all last night.
Well, because we were up all last night.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it when I don't go to bed.
No.
Next, the star.
Ooh, he is. We're focusing on him right now.
And lastly, this one.
7 of Cups. Many options.
Yeah, he does have a lot of options. You know, he needs rest, but he's a star, and outside there's fun things, and
Yeah.
you know, he doesn't like the fact that the routine was disrupted by me not going to bed last night.
He doesn't. That's what I'm picking up on anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't like that. Okay, let's see. Pull a card asking, what will happen if I meet show media? Just one card, huh? Can encapsulate all of what will happen if I meet show media.
Okay.
Here it is.
Page of Cups. Free spirit.
Page of Cups. We'll be like emotional children together. I mean, emotional young adults. Page,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, Paige. Yeah, young adults.
We'll be like a couple of 20-year-olds being like, "Hey, oh my God, Sam."
Yeah, it was so nice to see you on social media. You look great.
Yeah, that's what would happen if we met. Okay, Fly Guy. Here's what would happen if we met Fly Guy.
Two of Pentacles.
We just run errands together, apparently.
Apparently.
Fly Guy, you don't sound like very fun to me to meet if you're just gonna make me run errands. And probably with all your errands too. It's like, come with me while I pick up my dry cleaning. Fine. Hero Lamb. Here you go. This is your first card. And it is the High Priestess.
Ooh, intuition.
Hero Lamb, here's your second card. I'm not sure what this one is.
5, 6 of Swords. Moving on to higher grounds emotionally.
Okay.
I mean, mentally.
Oh, God. Your intuition is saying, I'm a high priestess. I don't need to be down here with this dog by this river. I'm going someplace else. But unfortunately, you're being a little bit greedy about your swords right now.
5 of Swords.
Like, you're trying to keep all 5 swords, but you're just a dog and you don't even have opposable thumbs. So maybe you should just give somebody else one of those swords. What does that 5 swords mean?
Stalemate.
Stalemate.
No, that's not
No.
5 of Swords. It's like
Stale bread.
kind of. It's like winning at all costs.
It's like a pirate victory.
Mm-hmm.
You win, but you lost a lot in the process.
Yeah.
Well, you want to avoid that, Hero Lamb, if possible. Win in ways that don't cost you most of your army, if possible.
Yeah.
Sometimes even, although I hate to say, sometimes even compromise is a good idea.
Sometimes it is.
Sometimes you just gotta let yourself get bought off instead of getting real justice, for example, you know? Sometimes it's best. What happens if you meet Melissa's Talks? Let's find out. If I were to meet Melissa Talks, what is this one? Let's see.
Ooh, 10 of Swords.
10 of Swords.
Someone's getting stabbed in the back.
Basically, if I met Melissa Talks, I would stab myself with 10 swords.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Just so I could have to stop listening to her for a second. Or just stab myself with these swords because your company is so thoroughly unpleasant.
Yeah, the power of the tarot.
Let's see. Is there anybody else here who I could pull a card for? How about Misfortune? Yeah. Misfortune, let's find out if you really do have cockroaches in your vagina. First of all, you get this one. It is Wheel of Fortune.
Ooh, so things are...
Good luck day for you.
Yeah.
It's a good luck day for me. I had
It
good
is.
luck today.
Yeah, you did have a really
I
good
had
luck
really
day.
good luck today. And the next one is the Chariot.
Ooh, the Chariot, another major arcana.
You not only have good luck, but you're confidently in charge of the vehicle you're driving.
Yeah, you are.
And lastly, the Meow of Meows.
The 2 of Rods, partnership.
Partnership. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that just wonderful? Misfortune, it turns out that your misfortune today is good fortune, and that you are perfectly competent to drive your car all the way into the right partnership, which will lead you into a future of eternal bliss.
Well, show me it's a two of rods.
Now, two of cups is the one that's like soulmate one.
Yeah.
Two of rods, rods don't have to do with emotions.
It has to do with like a partnership that could be like business or friendship, or like creative endeavors.
I was like, hey, help me move.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, now I'm going to pull this card for Rachel.
On the moon?
You got that one again. I already got that one too.
Yeah.
It's how I was saying, oh, I was going to go, I already told you. Here's one for me.
That's totally you right now.
Four of
rods. Harmony.
I'm playing like this little dog.
Totally.
So good. Now, the next thing I want to do is pull a 3-card pull for our beloved but troubled Oakland A's.
Yes, Oakland A's. Are they on tonight?
I'm not sure. Card number 1 for the A's, and then we'll do a 4th card that's just for Shea Langoliers.
Okay.
Card number 2 for the A's. Card number 3 for the A's, and then the Shea Langoliers special. Probably it's a strikeout, but occasionally you can leg out, even as a catcher, you can leg out a bunt single or something.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick. All right, Oakland A's first card.
9 of Swords.
9 of Swords.
Anxiety.
I don't know which way is up or down in this card.
This way.
9 of Swords, anxiety. Well, yes, the A's have a lot of anxiety right now because they're the absolute worst team in baseball. Next one, Justice. And the worst team in baseball because their owner has gotten rid of all of their good players and anticipating moving to Vegas. So this is the just result of that.
Yeah, it is.
And then the last one was the Oakland A's. They wish they could rest like this dog.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if maybe today is a day off.
Maybe it is. They need rest, but because they need a lot of spiritual rest. Because
yeah, they do.
They're the worst team, not just in baseball, but possibly in history.
And even when they were up in that game, they
lost. Yeah. Now here's Shea Langoliers.
Oh, temperance.
I think this suggests Shea Langoliers is going to lay off his strikeout addiction a little bit.
I do too.
I'm trying to work with him on his clogged wrist chakras.
What other sports teams are playing, like, for... Well, what about the NBA Finals? Are they going on?
That's an interesting thing because the Heat took game 2, much to my surprise. It looked like the Denver Nuggets were going to roll.
I thought so too, yeah.
Nobody can convince me to start drinking again. I've been sober for, I don't even know how long now. But
8, 9 years?
if I were going to start drinking again, there are plenty of things that I could have used as excuses to start drinking already. Ruben's ENFJ hood could not convince me to start drinking. Now, who is this for again? Oh, yeah, the Heat. The Miami Heat. Oh, they got this card too. Rest. Maybe they're not playing today. Let's look at the schedule. And what would really be spooky is if it looks like you're playing today. Let's see. NBA. They don't play till Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
Today's only Tuesday. So that's why it's a rest day for the Heat. Well, let's see what it says for Denver Nuggets. Heat can really rest because they stole game 2. They're going to be like, good. Now we get to go back home. The Denver Nuggets.
Ooh, the
lovers. So Right now, the Denver Nuggets are saying, "Hey, guys, we lost that game, but we know who we are, and we love who we are. We're the Denver Nuggets, and we're gonna win this next game for sure." That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying to each other.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. 2 Browns players robbed at gunpoint, huh? I bet they had a lot of bling on. 2 Cleveland Browns players were robbed at gunpoint by 6
God.
masked men. Neither was harmed during the incident. According to police, 2 players left a Cleveland nightclub early Monday morning when they got in a Newsom's truck in a nearby parking lot. 6 masked men jumped out of an unknown car and robbed them at gunpoint. In addition to stealing jewelry, yeah, see, I told you, they must have had a bunch of bling on. The suspects fled in Newsom's truck. Police are attempting to locate the stolen vehicle. Newsom wasn't the only Browns player to have his car stolen over the weekend. Another source confirmed that Browns backup running back Demetric Felton had his vehicle stolen out of his apartment garage. Makes me not want to live in Cleveland.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to play for Cleveland.
I wouldn't mind playing for Cleveland, but I wouldn't want to live there. I just fly in for the game
Oh, okay.
and then live here.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a private helicopter take me to Cleveland. An Apache attack helicopter. It's got the range. Regular helicopters don't have the range to get me to
I was
Cleveland.
gonna ask.
Apache attack helicopters are also a lot faster than regular helicopters. Well, I could go with a Lear jet, but then I need to have a airport that could handle that.
Can we do a carpool for my mom, my sister, and Donna, who are on a cruise right now?
Sure. Your mom gets that one. What is that?
That's 3 rods.
What does that mean?
Waiting for your ships to come in. There's swords. It might be swords. It's swords. 3 of swords. Heartbreak.
Well, yeah. I mean, she made a lot of terrible choices. What's this one? This is for your sister?
Mhm.
What's this one?
10 of swords.
Uh-oh.
Stab in the back. They might have to fight.
Are they on a cruise together?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And who's the other one?
Donna.
Donna.
My mom's friend, Donna. Yeah, that sounds about right. What
is this one?
6 of cups. Feeling like I got my cups on this cruise and I'm enjoying stuff.
And I'm not paying attention to how mom and that other girl are hating each other.
Yeah, because my sister was really, she had a lot of anxiety about going on the cruise because she has to work while she's there.
On the cruise?
Mm-hmm.
You mean like right out the cruise?
I think she's writing about other places that she's traveled to.
While she's on the cruise?
Yeah.
Why not just write about the cruise?
I don't know if she is.
I guess that's not interesting enough to write about. Cruises are incredibly dull. The whole purpose of them is to float around the water and get drunk.
Yep.
If you don't get drunk, why would you ever want to go on a cruise?
How about one for my dad and his girlfriend Trish?
Your dad gets the hermit.
That's very true.
Trish?
Trish.
Trish gets this one. The Emperor.
That sounds about right. That they're benefactors.
Oh, it looks like Trish wears the pants of Godfather.
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't think your dad could find a woman soft enough for him to wear the pants of
No.
the family.
9 TJ.
Well, I like your dad. I don't mean to talk shit about him.
No, I think no, I know. I'm not thinking anything except for compatibility matches. So either INTJ or ISTJ for ENFP?
Oh, INTJ, I think. 'Cause I think ISTJ, ESFP. This one is for whom? I don't know. Cameron? This is Potato Crow. What's this one?
Crow. So maybe it's for Cameron. It's 5, 6, 7, 8 of swords. That means feeling held back mentally.
We should probably call Cameron.
Yeah, let's call him.
I do want to call him, but I want to have a bit more of a plan before I call him.
Sure, that's fine. He would probably like more of a plan too.
You know. Just calling the chat is fine, but I want to have a few things I want to chat about lined up before I
not just
call.
like awkward. Like
I'm just saying I want to think about it before we actually execute this plan.
Oh.
So I have some topics in mind when we talk.
I'm trying to think of who else you could pull cards for.
Corey and Liz.
Corey and Liz, yeah.
The people I need to call. Well, I really need to call Corey. He's that guy today. And Liz is the Queen of Pentacles.
That's about right. I can see.
They must be having a good day.
Yeah.
What day is it? Tuesday? I don't think Corey's working right now. So he's probably chilling.
Yeah, he's probably chilling, maybe having some drinks.
Liz works part-time.
And so she's making the money. No, I mean that she's working.
Whether she's working today or not is an open question.
Oh, I see.
She works part-time. She works like 3 days a week or something. And I don't know if today's a day on or off.
It's funny, she explained that to me, how she
Refused to go full-time.
Yeah,
no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what. Because she says that at work, too many people come up to her because she sees things from all different sides. And
Elizabeth C.J. O'Connell.
Justice?
Yeah. Congratulations, CJ. You got justice. And justice is the only value that you can never have too much of.
You're gonna start calling and prank calling us? I used to prank call people, but
it'd be hard for you to prank call me. You just call me and say hi.
Yeah.
And say hi, CJ. What's going on? No, Miles, that's where I talk. Okay, cool. Right now, I'm live streaming. What are you doing? Or just be like,
I'm watching it on stream. What are you doing?
If you actually want to get in touch with me, you should call my landline.
Oh yeah, landline.
Which
Here.
is,
Do you want me to?
yeah, just say what it is. Can you just say what it is?
You don't care who has the number, right?
I'm not going to put it in the chat, but I'm going to say it out loud.
Okay.
I mean,
It's a landline.
yeah, it's like, I thought about just putting it as our default thing there, but I don't
Yeah.
really want people calling a landline that much.
Okay.
So, I don't really care either one. But
Ready?
what is it? Yeah.
209
209
966
966
0967.
0967. And now our answering machine even says you've reached Eric and Rachel instead of the bishops.
Yeah, it's so much
And we
better.
finally fixed the answering machine. It was like 4 months after we moved in.
Mhm.
I changed the answering machine message to us from the old people. It took me a while to figure out how to change it because I didn't have my glasses on. Bishop is a dope surname.
Yeah, it is.
We're the bishops. Barb and Brian Bishop. You know, that should be the first names of people named the bishops. Barb and Brian Bishop. And of course, the bishops were in the exact right industry for the bishops to be in. Any bishop, he should be somebody who sells little wilderness cars.
Yeah.
He has this dealership of selling those little wilderness cars and equivalent ones. You know, because the one we have is like a ranch edition, but they've got other kinds of quads that are like more hardcore for off road. That have like bigger back wheels and smaller front wheels. We wouldn't want that kind, but some people want that kind. You know, people that want to get gnarly in their little wilderness car need a gnarlier little wilderness car than ours.
Yeah. Well,
Ours can handle a lot more gnarly
Yeah.
than you think, but we're not really that into
No.
getting gnarly.
I get scared.
And I get worried about the damaging the car.
So yeah, I do too.
So the problem with being the bishops is they can only move diagonally. That's why when they left here, they had to travel diagonal to Fresno. Those people had kind of like a horrible story. They had this house, they loved it here, all their family came here and they, for like summer trips or winter trips or whatever. And then like the lady got brain cancer and like all of her relatives died. And so it was just this SI pit of horrible memory for her. And he got over the cancer, but her relatives didn't get over whatever killed them. She expressed this to me as we're in the realtor office. It's really like just emotional schizophrenia. They're telling about how all these people died and how she has brain cancer, but she's over it now. And then our realtor is talking about how his wife's son committed suicide. And I'm like, yeah, you know, my parents both died too. But for me and Rachel, this is like the happiest day of our life. We're here getting the keys to this house and this little car and everything. It's very emotionally schizophrenic moment, right? When it's this lady telling this horribly sad story about why they're leaving this house. I don't give a fuck. I'm just thinking like, hooray, we're getting the keys to our house and everything, right? But how weird of a situation was that? Oh look, Capito's in the big bed. Remember when we had that conversation there?
Yeah, that was so tough.
It was so weird. And then the realtor for the people who were selling, she seemed to also be going through some shit.
Something.
Yeah. And there was a lot of like pain in the room.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like for us, it's celebration day. For our realtor, he was just sort of chiming in his sad story, but he was grinning ear to ear because the deal had gone through. He'd made his commission. Yep. He was so happy to write down everything for us, and you know, it was like. But then these people were telling this horribly sad story to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, ultimately, it's for the best that all of her relatives died because now we have this house. I wouldn't have wished it upon them, but it worked out for the best for us. Maybe not for them, but for us. So.
Well, I hope that everything's better for them.
Yeah, I hope everything's better for them now that they've sold this house. They got cash, no bank shit to deal with, you know, and they also sold their little wilderness car.
Yeah.
Which seemed expensive at the time. Now it just seems like the greatest bargain in history.
Yeah, you do.
I love that little wilderness car. I can't imagine living here without one.
Me neither.
I'm so glad we got it.
Me too.
And course, at first I was like, every time I take this out, when I come back, I'm gonna wash it off so it's nice and clean. No, Eric, you're not gonna do that. It's already filthy and it's so dusty and everything. Maybe I'll clean it later if I feel like it, but well, then the pressure washers make it maybe more fun to clean it, I guess. But it's just he's gonna take it out, it's gonna get all dirty again next time.
I have goals. So like I have more laundry to do, but that's like way down on the list. But I would like to clean up the sink, like somehow keep it. I don't know how to keep it white. I wish it wasn't white.
You're trying to keep the sink white?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it white.
What color is it? Is it changing from white to something else?
It's like, just because it's
Just
older.
slightly discolored?
Yeah.
We could get like some Comet or something.
Okay.
It's got bleach in it. Or you could just fucking put the stoppers in and pour a gallon of bleach in each side of it. That would be a rather extreme solution. But
I have a feeling the ESTJ or the ESFJ definitely like use bleach because when we moved in, it was like.
okay, we'll go get some bleach.
It's more like I'm prepping for people coming. That's
Right,
all.
yeah. I don't want to pour too much bleach down the sink because I'm not. I'm a little concerned about its affecting the septic tank.
So then, why don't we have a spray of bleach?
Yeah, well, the point is, if we just get some bleach of some sort and push it all over the basin in there and just let it sit there for a while, then it should do its job.
Okay. And then, do you think that we should use bleach for the counters too because of the ants, or just they'll go away?
Now, the most important thing about the ants is we have to not let any non-dairy creamer get onto the counter.
Okay.
The ants love the non-dairy creamer.
They love the cat food too.
Right. So, oh, did they? They got into cat food?
Yeah, they got into troubles.
Arian?
Yeah, so I gave him a new plate today.
We'll do what we can with these ants. Basically, like maybe if we put some diatomaceous earth down those cracks where they come out of, then they won't be able to come in anymore.
Yeah.
Let's get some diatomaceous earth. But we know from experience that stuff's effective at dealing with bugs.
Yeah, we do.
It can get rid of fleas on your cats. It can stop bugs from getting into your house. It's great stuff. Diatomaceous earth. What makes it diatomaceous? Well, it's actually a bunch of little shrimp skeletons, I think, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, it's fossil.
Yeah, they're fossils. It's so dry that if bugs touch it, they sucks all the moisture out of them and they just die.
That'll be helpful.
I don't want to use ant poison. I don't want to use poison around things. It's like first of all, in general, if we can just make it so there's nothing for the ants to want to get to, then they won't come in here. But if we have to use something to prevent them getting in here, I'd rather use diatomaceous earth than poison. Diatomaceous earth is deadly to insects, but it's not poison. So if the cats eat it, who cares?
Yeah.
If it gets on our food, who cares? It's fine. You can eat it.
I'm down for that.
Putting poison in the kitchen just seems like a way of getting poison too close to our food.
That's a good point. I never knew any other way.
Well, what I would love to do is be like, Well, I wasn't planning on inhaling the diatomaceous earth. Like, huffing a big thing of diatomaceous earth. Yeah, I like to huff diatomaceous earth. It's not good for me, but I just really love how much it dries out my lungs. I'm sure I breathed a little bit of diatomaceous earth dust before, but if that's it's got to be very low on a list of things that have damaged my lungs. Eric Thor's emailer arrived to my email box. He's starting a channel for the ENTP and the ENFP. You better start two different channels. How do you get a channel that serves the needs of both ENFPs and ENTPs? If he's trying to make a channel for ENTPs, every ENTP is going to be like, okay, well, like, how is this for me exactly? What am I getting out of this? You're just telling me things about ENTPs or whatever, and I have my doubts about the legitimacy of them because you don't justify them adequately. I mean, that's not gonna work. You might be attract a bunch of ESFPs who think they're ENTPs. He's saying ENTP and ENFP because he knows none of the people who call themselves ENTPs are actually ENTPs. So he's just saying ENFPs and ENFPs who think they're ENTPs and ESFPs who think they're ENTPs. I'm thrilled to announce launch of my new YouTube channel to ENFP, ENTP, and beyond. As many of you know, I'm deeply passionate. Who fucking cares? You're deeply passionate about it. Like, I would never say that. I'm not deeply passionate about typing you. I'm willing to type you for $100. I'm the best at it, but it's not like I delight in typology every second, you know? It's work. It's pleasant work. Sometimes it's so fun that I wouldn't call it work. If I get a particularly delightful person on that typing. But the vast majority of the time,
It is work. Yeah.
it's just work. And to pretend that I'm deeply passionate about exploring the complexities of is just, what the fuck is that supposed to mean to anybody? Am I supposed to take you seriously because you're deeply passionate about exploring complexities? I mean, are you good at it or just passionate about it? That FE shit, I tell you.
It is.
That is pure FE nonsense.
Yeah, because like I'm not gonna lie, like that does sound like me.
Right. Well, every person is gonna say, "Look, I'm gonna make sure everybody feels right about this." But this isn't the sort of thing, typology, that you can do any good by making sure people feel right about it. In fact, if you're doing it right, a lot of people are going to feel bad because you're doing it right.
That's true.
You're going to be telling them, no, you're not an ENTP, you're an ISFJ. And they're not going to like it. Trying to position yourself as this wonderful person who can always be on everyone's side all the time.
Yeah, that's FE.
You're never going to accomplish any good thing typologically with that approach.
And INFJ likes to keep that peace.
I mean, Rachel, you can accomplish great things typologically because you can be behind me. Occasionally, I'll put you on the spot and say, what type do you think this person is?
Yeah.
And you go, I think I'll talk for me on the spot.
Well, sometimes, well, I know now, but yeah.
But the point is, Rachel has intuited this person is not what they think they are. And so, in those instances, most of the time, I'm going to just come right out and say, okay, this is what you are, and this is what you think you are, and this is what you're not. And then I'll say, do you agree, Rachel? And she go, yeah, I do agree. But, it'd be tough to be an INFJ typologist by yourself trying to tell people bad news because that's going to be hard for you. For me, it's easy. I just say, look, you're wrong about everything. This is your type. You don't know anything about it, blah, 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 blah.
No, Effie would be terrible at that. Effie is terrible at that. They're gonna like paint everything until they experience like INFJ burnout from.
This formula is sickening to me. Let me make videos that say good things about a type so that people who identify as that type can watch it and feel good about themselves. Ugh. How ENFPs manage stress like a boss.
See, like the thing is though, like I wish that he would talk again, like I wish he would talk about INFJ stuff because I don't think there's enough INFJs who are talking about INFJ stuff. Like, of course, I always say Wences I should watch.
Is she really an INFJ? I don't know. I don't think so. But
I don't think she is either. It's probably why I haven't looked into her. But
first of all, can you accurately say anything like that about ENFPs? Like, about any type? How type handles stress like a boss? How a person manages stress depends on what kind of stress they're. It would be much more meaningful to say what an ENFP experiences as stressful. That would be a video that would be meaningful, right?
yeah.
Instead, you try to frame it as this praise things to people who are in this certain kind of phase of their life where they want to watch videos they think that aren't about them at all. Let's say positive things about a type they identify with, and they go, "That's me. That's so me. I'm so good at handling stress."
It's funny because he's actually made a video about his relationship with ENFPs, and he gave like constructive criticism, which I thought was smart. Like I didn't like hearing it at the time, but like at least it was genuine. Like
What did he say?
he was just like talking about their lack of focus or something.
ENFPs?
Yeah, and like maybe giving too much.
Well, I think he was batting around the central reality, which is they're compromisers. If you're an INFJ with TI in the third slot, you're going to see that as contrary to justice.
Yeah. So it was good video. He makes good videos.
I mean, I've watched a couple of his videos, I guess. The thing is, I find them either say very few things for the amount of time it takes him to say it, say very few actual things, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just what we have to destroy is this type description frame of reference on typology and replace it with an actual attentional manner frame of reference that recognizes that a type is a configuration of processes interacting, not description of like the entertainer.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta get rid of all that garbage.
And percentages of who's rarest and who's the most unique, that sort of shit. Because that makes people be like, I want to be that.
The thing is, of course, you do not want to be the rarest type.
No, you don't.
I think ENTP may be the rarest type.
So Diamond, if you're interested in what is popular right now, And I guarantee you will find videos from, if not today, yesterday, or 2 days ago, about color analysis. That is the hot topic on YouTube right now for the female, some males as well. But
what was that thing we were watching? Oh, that was their anime.
yeah.
And it was Skip and Loafer.
Yeah, Skip and Loafer, that's right.
And Skip was like, the girls were talking about something that she didn't really normally know about, but she like searched her memory and pulled out this piece of information she had.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, here's what I know about color palettes and blah, blah, blah.
She was like, oh, I know. Either you have a warm undertone or a cool undertone. My sister is a blah, blah, blah. Like, and the girls were like, oh, you're so silly.
Rachel and I freaking cracked up.
Yeah,
Rachel's been all into
I've been
this
researching.
shit lately.
Yeah, and
personally, I think it's probably all nonsense.
it's a scam. It's totally a scam. Just to get people to buy stuff.
Well, people want to feel as though, finally, I know for sure what looks good on me.
Yeah, they do.
The fact is, you have to make that decision on every individual piece on its merits. You cannot come with some general rule and have good fashion sense.
No.
You got to be more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
I don't have the time to be more nuanced than that. But Rachel is incredibly nuanced in her fashion sense, and she always looks fantastic.
Thank you. I think you look good too.
Occasionally she'll buy a piece of clothing that's not good, but she doesn't like it, and then she'll like either want to return it or just, throw it away or whatever.
Well, I was thinking about maybe donating to that thrift shop by Bojack, seeing if they would take some clothes.
There's a consignment shop in town too.
Oh yeah.
We give them all this stuff. We bring a bunch of stuff and say, which things do you want to consign?
Yeah, right. Because it's good stuff. It just doesn't fit me or.
We have a lot of stuff up in the attic too that we could.
Yeah.
We're supposed to sell at the yard sale, but so much idea, so little action.
No. It is very passe, but it's fun. I like quizzes and stuff. So like,
if it's passe, it went from new to passe in like a month.
Yeah, it came because TikTok had a filter where you can put your head in, and it would have the color season palettes, and you would be able to like tell based on that filter what season you were, supposedly. And then it became a thing.
No, CJ, NI is truth. TI is defensibility. Big difference, right? Truth, like NI truth, Rachel's right, but can't explain why. Can't justify her claim, right? TI is about defensible claims and consistency. So everything is only conditionally true with TI. You're right, CJ O'Connell. It's not just a good delineation, it's a God delineation. It's God level delineating by me right there.
It really is.
Neighbor's not a judger, says Fly Guy. Well, that's pretty judgy of you, Fly Guy.
Yeah.
What's up? You can't tell what someone's talking from the chat.
You can't tell.
You just can't tell.
No, you can't tell someone's type from the chat.
I can't.
Nope.
So you definitely can.
Yes. That's the facts.
If I can't tell, you can't either.
I remember you thought from the chat that I was either an ISFP or an ISFJ, maybe.
It
Yeah.
was
Or an INFP.
wildly wrong. You know,
Right.
Right,
You
yeah.
can't type people through the chat.
You can't type people through chat and comments. Rachel in her previous life was an INTP, possibly,
Maybe.
and she then INFJ is a sweet relief from being an INTP.
Yeah.
Instead of constantly thinking about every possibility, she's just like, let me just observe and know.
Yeah, I definitely do observe.
I'm not judging. I'm just observing and knowing. That's all. And while looking real sharp, almost good social grace. I'm just observing, just knowing, just raving, repeating. I like it in here. I like the lighting. For so long, so many people were like, I'm TI, basically because of your TI vibes, Eric, and like anti-FI sentiment. There's nothing wrong with FI. It's just not the appropriate function to do intellectual work with, you know? It's the important thing for most of actual life for most everybody, right? FI is way more useful in your life than TI ever will be. If you're properly configured, you have FI right in the top, along with SI, so you know who you are and what you want. Sensible way to be, right? I don't know who I am or what I want. So it's like I'm backwards, right? Yes, I'm correct in these public discourse things, but who am I? Am I just a person who's serving the public by being correct? How does that help me at all? Is that what I want? To just tell people they're wrong? I've been saying that forever, but you know, people only hear some things and people process some things, and you know, everybody, including me, understands everything once they've heard it a few times, right? Not immediately on the first hearing, especially if it's complex and involves a lot of parts. And people don't remember what they don't understand. So when they hear a second repetition, that triggers their memory of what had happened before and potentially enables further understanding. But until they understand something, they don't remember it. There's nothing to remember, right? It's like the thing that one would remember would be the conceptual takeaway. Because there's no reason to remember the specific words. It's not that kind of thing. It's not like like a poem you're memorizing or something like. All right, in the woods, we're two different ways, and I went over that way, and that's made all the difference. Hooray. Thanks, Robert Frost, for your paraphrase contribution today. Appreciate it. I hope I don't get copyrighted for paraphrasing Robert Frost. If that is your real name, sounds like a stage name to me, Robert Frost. I think he made it up. His real name is like Eugene Schmickel. Nobody wants to read a poem about a horse in the woods by Eugene Schmickel. So he calls himself Robert Frost. Everyone's like, well, the name's not cool. He must be a good poet. He actually is a good poet. He's a pretty kick-ass poet. And I don't throw that term around lightly. I can think of a few kick-ass poets, but not very many. That poem is famous for a good reason. That's a fantastic poem. I used to have it memorized. I don't remember it anymore. It's got a great meter to it. It reads beautifully. It's like it reads like butter.
I'm just saying hello.
Sup?
Sup?
Thinking about maybe we should eat some lunch here pretty soon.
Okay. You want me to put something in?
Yeah, I was thinking. I noticed there was one chicken parm left. I was wondering if you wanted to rocamboni for it.
Yeah.
The loser has to get a lasagna.
All right. What do you do? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, or?
Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, go. We tied. We both got paper. Rock, paper, scissors, go. Oh, you cut my paper this time. You win. You get the chicken parm. I will take, if there's a non-vegetable lasagna, I want that. If there's only vegetable lasagnas, then I want a orange chicken. I mean, sweet and sour chicken.
Okay. You don't want the other pasta thing that we got?
Oh yeah, there's this baked pita thing.
Yeah, the
I have one of those.
Okay.
Actually. That's what I'll have. I'll have that one.
Okay.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah. It's nice that we have another option.
Yeah, it is. Since I accidentally got vegetable lasagna, it's like the first thing in the stack of lasagnas was regular lasagna, and I just thought it was going to be all lasagnas, and I just grabbed a bunch of them and put them in the thing, right? But most of them were vegetable lasagnas. And not only, to make matters worse, not only is it vegetable lasagna, but it requires 2 steps. First, you have to cook it at full power for this long. You have to cook it at half power for this long. That's a deal breaker for me. I will never purposely buy any frozen dinner that makes me do that. I don't even want to take it out of the box. You put the box in the fucking microwave, put the number of minutes in, and it's done, and that's it. That's all I want. I don't want any, take it out, stir it around, remove the brownie, and put it aside. Fuck you! What? I might as well just make my own meal at that point. This is supposed to be easy, not complicated. So, listen, microwave dinner people, makers. 1 step. It's the maximum number of steps I want in my microwave dinner. If you can't figure out how to cook your microwave dinner in 1 step, you need to get some better TE people in there. Maybe you need to chop it up more or something. I don't know. But you got to figure out how to cook it in 1 microwave step. I don't want to take the plastic off or anything. Just put the box in, 6 minutes, done. That's it. I take the box off and the plastic off when it comes out of the microwave. I can do that with the good Michelangelo ones. The chicken parm, the regular lasagna. Even this baked ziti thing, I think, is 1 step. But they sneakily hid vegetable lasagnas behind the regular lasagna. And now I have a bunch of horrible vegetable lasagnas. I'll eat them when I get hungry enough, but every time I eat one, I'm going to stomp my feet and say, fuck you, Michelangelo thing, for making me do this extra step. I haven't tried the vegetable lasagna. It's probably pretty good. These Michelangelo things are good in general. But, I mean, why would you get vegetable lasagna when you can get regular lasagna? Like, why do they even have that? Like, why do they even have the diet half and half Arizonas? Nobody buys them. Everybody always buys the light ones. As far as we can tell, I don't think the regular ones even exist. Just stop with the diet ones and just have the light ones. If you insist on having the diet ones, fine. Just stock like 1 12-pack of the diet ones and stock like 50 12-packs of the half and half lights, because that's the one that everybody's going to buy. They like to stock like equal numbers of them, even though it's insane, because the light ones always sell out first. Of all their flavors of iced tea, the light half and halves are like always gone. We went to the supermarket yesterday, we found a 12-pack one, we were like, oh my god, hooray! Oh! We got plenty of 12-packs of diet. Nobody's buying those. There's 1 12-pack left of light. And that is a unique find. It's like 90% of the time we go to the store, we cannot get regular sized cans of that stuff. We have to get the tall boys, which is fine. We like the tall boys. And even then, they have like 5 of them left at most. But just stop stocking those other Arizona flavors that people don't get. Just stock more of the ones that people get. You have like 1 mango madness. That's all you need. 1 black and white tea. 1 green tea with ginseng. 1 whatever other flavor. And then all the rest of them would be half and halves. Like, there's, sure, there are like some weirdos who buy like watermelon or whatever, but for everyone like that, there's 100 people who buy light half and half. Because it's the best one. I mean, like Starburst understands this. They have bags of nothing but red ones. Why does Arizona or the supermarket not understand this with their iced teas? We don't want those other flavors. Just because there's like one lady who buys ginseng miana tea doesn't mean you just stock so much of it. And another thing they don't stock enough of: banquet sweet and sour chickens. And all the other banquet dinners are all plenty of them. Every kind of banquet dinner you want. All of which require multiple steps, of course. Except for the sweet and sour chicken, which requires just 1 step. 4 minutes, proper kind of microwave food. But guess what? That's also the one that always sells out the first. So just get more of those ones. Now, what Rachel and I like to do at the yeah, I was going pee. Yeah. What was I ranting about? Something very important. I don't remember what I was saying, but it was very important. Oh yeah, the banquet sweet and sour chickens. Just stock way more of those and less Salisbury steaks, because obviously people want the sweet and sour chickens. Probably because they're smart like me and they say, I don't want to do 2 steps. So, I mean, that's, now I won't buy purposely anything that's not 1 step. I don't care how many promises it makes me in terms of deliciousness. Not worth the 2nd step. Not worth the 2nd step. You have bad air quality in Massachusetts? Sorry to hear that. It's probably because of your gay marriage. Something about how you want to just keep streaming for the next 2 days and you plan to type 4 people during that time. No, that wasn't it. I mean, I may want to keep streaming for who knows how long, but doing work, no thank you.
Oh yeah, you have work.
I gotta work at 7 o'clock tonight. I gotta teach
Yeah.
Chloe some conditional logic.
Careful, it's hot.
At least she's good at learning it. She picks it up right quick. No.
How old is she?
Uh, 8th grade?
Okay, so 8th grade
It's
is
14 or 7th, 13. She's like 13 or 14, I think. Because Jeffrey's 17, she's I think 3 years younger than me.
Okay. I feel bad about like her being shy and not wanting to speak to the waiter.
Well, I feel bad that you got a mother who constantly feels like she needs to
That's what I mean.
shape her.
That's
You
what
know?
I mean.
Just let your 4-slot FE daughter be 4-slot FE. You don't need to make sure everybody's behaving properly all the time. First of all, what you think is proper behavior maybe or maybe isn't, but regardless, you worry about you, let those other people worry about themselves. But you know, ESTJs, they want to make sure they've accounted for everything that could possibly go wrong.
Yeah.
Of course, the lack of a clear vision of what you're trying to do with the antipolar makes this an impossible task. Like she's fretting so much about sending Chloe to this math camp, right?
This math what?
This math camp thing that she got into. This one was hard to get into. She got into it, and it triggered for Chawa memories of her own experience in a similar or an equivalent level of high prestige camp that she went to in China 30 years ago or something. And so she's worried about Chloe having the same kind of negative experiences she did at that camp. It's like, what? I mean, you're just speculating possible things that could go wrong emotionally for your daughter at this camp before she's even spent 1 second there. I mean, she could go and be sad. She could also go and be happy.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be doing math, which she seems to love, and she got in, so she's obviously got...
And the point is, Chawa's experience is not relevant to this at all.
It's not. It can go so many ways.
Yeah.
And, like, in good ways, too.
ESTJs don't like to consider the things that might go right.
No.
The problem is, if you have something like, will Chloe be happy at this camp? I mean, the answer is maybe.
Yeah,
You know,
maybe not.
maybe
Like,
not.
that's what happens when you go to camp.
You certainly can't make a decision on whether to send her based on your totally arbitrary speculation about how she might feel later on.
Well, that's a thing, though, right? I mean, just because it happened to her, then
Right.
it could happen to her
Daughter.
daughter.
Right.
But people are different, like an experience.
Right.
I mean, it's totally
Why I
different.
tried to explain to her, look, Chloe's unconscious as you could be with her feelings. um, it's like the only thing that you should be asking yourself about this math camp is, will it teach her math she doesn't know already? And is it math she wants to learn? The answer to those two questions are yes. All of this fretting you're telling me is just completely irrelevant nonsense.
She's a real. She's a great person. I want to say.
She's wonderful. Yeah, I don't mean to stop
Seriously.
talking shit about Chihuahua. She's fantastic.
She is fantastic. The whole family's fantastic. I think she is a good example of the definition of a helicopter mom.
You think?
She's a tiger mom, yeah.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
From the tiger family, I mean, by all objective calculi, that family is absolutely fucking killing it.
Yeah, they're killing it.
I mean, they're filthy rich. They play for the LA Philharmonic. They've got the gorgeous house I've ever seen. Their son is designing computer components and then using their big 3D printer to print them out, and it's great. It's crazy, you know. It's like, wow, these guys are really empowering their kid. Like,
Yeah.
But
we would pet him. Maybe Eric will be able to pet him.
I have trouble. Oh, Mr. Man.
Oh, he loves it.
Feels like he didn't get close to us last night because we were asleep together.
He was worried. I was very surprised to see them both in the living room.
Hello, Mr. Man. Yes, Daddy loves you. Yes. He knows what an important man you are. Yes. Well, she got into some super prestigious one that she applied, then sent her a letter saying that Chow interpreted it as she got waitlisted. It was actually a letter saying, well, I haven't actually gotten through all the things yet, so give us some more time. But then she actually did get waitlisted after that, and then she got accepted.
Aww.
So it's like she's fretting so much about trying to get Chloe into this thing. Chloe gets accepted, and she immediately starts fretting about whether she should send her there. I mean, to me, the question is very straightforward. Why should you ever take any class? Because you want to learn something they have to teach that you don't know yet, and you have confidence that it can successfully teach it to you. The only reason you should ever take any kind of class. Everything else is irrelevant.
He is a good kitty, but he's been a little fresh lately because he took over Capillo's bed that Cam brought for. Yeah.
Yeah, he just
like
went there right
this.
now. As soon as I moved a little bit, he jumped right down.
Hey, whatever works.
He's like, you're moving around too much. I'm going to sit in this bed. But he's in the small bed.
Yeah, so that's originally
That's for
Capillo's bed.
Capillo.
But
Capillo's
was
in the
finally
big
like,
bed.
Screw this, I'm tired, and she went to bed in the big bed.
So, you know, you can't tell cats which bed belongs to whom. They just ignore you.
Yeah.
Just do what they want.
They just do what they want.
Just like people. You can tell them what to do, but it's not going to end well. They're just going to end up hating you.
Yeah, because like cats have finicky emotions like that.
Like, there's this sad phenomenon where ESTJs love these people so much. They're trying so desperately to help,
Yeah.
you know. But what they're fundamentally saying is, you need to be a different person.
Yeah.
That never ends well. Criticism kills love. And it doesn't matter how much you mask it in helpful language. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Is this yours?
Yeah, you could have it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't like it, but it's a drink that's right here.
Sure.
I don't hate it. It's just so gingery.
It is very gingery.
It's like the most gingery drink I've ever drank.
Ginger is pretty potent.
I got it because it was supposed to suppress nausea. Of course, I have no way of knowing if it worked because if it did suppress nausea, I experienced some nausea, but not very much.
I was a little bit in the beginning feeling nauseous too. Like while I was lying in bed, I was like, "Oh my god!" All of a sudden, it like hit me. I was like, "No," but it didn't happen. So
You did the puke hill thing,
yeah,
and you're on the other side, and you were fine, right?
yeah.
I don't like it, but it's a drink that's right here. It's closer than drinks that I do like, so you know. I think I should take a couple more antacids. This ginger stuff makes me feel very stomach acidy.
Oh, that's not good.
From the mushrooms.
Or mushrooms, they make me nauseous.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. Sometimes not, but most of the time. I'm very sensitive to mushrooms. But
You
as long
took
as-
half as much as me this morning.
Yeah.
It was a weird trip. I felt like I was starting to trip hard, and then I just kind of forgot that I was on mushrooms.
I just felt good. When I like do like small doses like that, I'm fine. I feel like such a wuss when I'm talking about this. Cause like
Why do you feel like a wuss? I
I
mean,
don't know.
you don't like the way they make you feel, then don't tell them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I do low dosage now.
The thing that generally makes mushrooms fine, I don't like feeling nauseous obviously either, is that usually whenever you feel nauseous, it's just on the up go until I reach, cruising altitude. But even if they make me nauseous beyond that, it's usually like today. I'm feeling perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden it's like, "Wah!" And then that goes away, and I feel perfectly fine again.
Yeah, I feel like I'm fighting it. I fight it because I don't like to.
I have had that experience where I feel like I'm fighting nausea the
Yeah.
whole trip, and those trips suck
They
ass.
suck ass.
But
they do.
Usually that's
I know
not
I
my
need
experience.
to. I know I know what I need to do, but I just don't like doing it. So it's like
What do you need
battle.
to do? What do you need to do? Puke?
Puke, yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? Sometimes I think that's what I need to do, but like today I was perfectly ready to puke. Like, I feel like dry heaving. I even threw up a teeny little bit, but like I said, it wasn't one of those kind of ones where I'm fighting nausea the whole time. It was like I was perfectly fine until like, for this 15 seconds, I feel like I'm gonna hurl. And after that, I'm perfectly fine. So that I can live with. The other kind where you're fighting it the whole time, that sucks ass.
I hate it. I don't like that I have that tendency. But
You know, the last time you did mushrooms, you weren't nauseous at all. You were here,
it's true.
super involved with this conversation,
Yeah.
really feeling like extroverted and everything. You cannot,
Yeah, that's why
you
I'm
cannot
not,
get your hands around mushrooms.
I'm definitely not taking it during the wedding. Fuck that. Like,
I wouldn't suggest that you
no.
did. I don't think I'm even gonna take mushrooms during the wedding.
Well, Winston's mom asked me to ask you if you would like a top hat.
A top hat?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I would like a top hat.
I thought you might.
As a matter of fact, absolutely I would. The thing is, I have a lot more experience with puking than most people. I was a drunk for a lot of years. So, puking just comes with the territory, you know? I'm not afraid to have to puke to do my drugs, as long as I can just puke and get it over with, and then I'm fine. But what Rachel's talking about, that's not fun if you're feeling nauseous the whole time, you know? And sometimes you can feel nauseous but not be able to puke. Usually I could dry heave my way into not feeling nauseous anymore, though. This size is the perfect size. Let's see what size this one is. I can tell you what size it is. You probably already know, but if I hadn't lost my glasses, I'd tell you what size this was. Oh, there they are. There are my glasses. I don't have to ever lose them because I got this thing now, but I don't necessarily like to wear them around my neck all the time. This hat is large. I was expecting like a hat size, but it's just large. Well, I mean, true. If you drank well, it wouldn't involve very much puking. I did not drink well, so it involved lots of puking for me. Or if not puking, dry heaving. It's like every morning I woke up with some dry heaves. This is how you start the day. Then you'd say how you wish you were dead and what a horrible, shitty human being you are over and over again. And then you say shame and anxiety, I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself. And then you put on your clothes and go out into the world and try to suffer through the hangover until after work. That was good times. That was wonderful times for me, huh? Yeah, alcohol and I didn't go well together. It's like being the drug boss that I am. I'm deeply ashamed that I had that utterly failed relationship with an intoxicant for such a long time. Because I am the drug boss. I don't have unhealthy relationships with any of my substances. They're all fantastic. But man, I was in that horrible relationship with this BPD alcohol for decades. Now that I put it back to its proper place away from me, I can fully realize my true drug bossery. You know? Why keep drinking when it's just preventing you from enjoying drugs? You know? That's really what it was. It's like, if I didn't drink in it, all this alcohol, I didn't know this at the time, I could be having so much fun doing drugs. Instead, I try to do drugs and I'm already drunk and then I just make a mess and feel ashamed of myself. Well, without alcohol, it turns out you can really live fun. You can do all the drugs you want, and they're wonderful. It's a true story of how I overcame my substance abuse problem by quitting alcohol and doing a lot of drugs. Now I only have a substance abuse problem with peach rings. Oh, it's Eugene Schmickel. Didn't you write that great poem? Mm-hmm. I can't believe Eugene Schmickel came to our live stream. That's a real honor. Look, Rachel, Eugene Schmickel showed up.
Eugene Schmickel?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Eugene Schmickel.
That's Robert Frost's real name. Eugene Schmickel makes a great observation. There were two typology channels, but I chose the one with less traffic. 5 wonder points, Eugene. You just earned yourself 5 wonder points. It's not Wednesday, so the point values aren't doubled, but still, that's great. 5 wonder points. You know, it's a lot. It's easy to lose control over poetry if you're impulsive. It's true. A perfectly good poem going and then it just devolve into nonsense. Oh, you mean alcohol? Okay, that makes a little more sense actually. But I accept your adoration. It's made all the difference. You're killing it with the Robert Frost jokes here. I'm surprised you're still alive. That poem was written a long time ago. And the truth is, Robert Frost is wrong. You take the road that's more well traveled, you get home much quicker and with much less difficulty. He wants to be different. Well, that's now you got your horse stuck in the snow and you got to call AAA.
Oh man.
I know this, Robert Frost. I took the road less traveled. What did I do to getting has happened? You get stuck in the sand and you got to call AAA. I take the road less traveled. Like, let's go this way. We go down there. It's like it's closed. Now you have to go back.
That's true.
I should have just taken the main highway. I want to go this cool Route 66 way, you know. No, you just made your trip home 2 hours longer. And you didn't even get to go where you thought you were going to go because it was closed. So just take the road more traveled and you won't have these kind of problems. I unfortunately seem to be unable to follow my own advice.
I was just gonna say, I don't think I'd follow that advice.
I'm chronically inclined to be like, oh, let's go over there. There's some smoke. Let's go see what's going on. And then he's just like, oh, God, why did I do this? Now I'm stuck in the traffic and I can't turn around, and it's like, oh, what was I thinking? Yeah, really, it's like, that's fine if you're Robert Frost and you're an intuitive who's got a house in the woods and a horse, and you're riding your horse home, but really, in your head, you're writing a poem. Because, you're got a rich family or something. you know. That's great, Robert Frost. Yeah, the road less traveled. It was really, he wrote that poem in response to his wife's question, what the fuck took you so long? He was trying to justify his scenic route.
That's so like I worry sometimes like where like if you're at a distance and I'm like trying to calculate the time, like the approximate time that you'll be coming back and like a year later or whatever, sometimes I'll be like, oh man, where is he? But I would never be like, where the fuck were you?
I left a note this morning when I went to the casino.
Yeah, I kept it.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I put it on my dresser. I'm gonna put it on my board.
It said, gone to the Indian casino. Probably be back before you wake. Love, Air, E.
Mm-hmm. Put all of it on the.
So I had a Sharpie and a small piece of paper.
Mhm.
So, anyway, I didn't think you were even going to see it. I thought you were going to. When I got back, I was like, oh, I'm back so early. She's not going to even see that note.
I didn't see it until later, actually.
Oh. I guess I must have left it
First time.
there. Anyway, that was a good idea.
Yeah, it was. It really was. I'm so happy for you. What a way to start the day.
I know. Peter Dinklage. Tyrion has a sense of humor.
Tyrion. Not too correct.
Tyrion has a sense of humor. Who's Tyrion?
That's his character in Game of Thrones.
Oh, I mean, I guess maybe he does have a sense of humor. Tolkien, not all those who wander are lost. Yes, but if you don't have a destination, then you may not be lost, but you're just wandering around.
Did you have a high school quote? A yearbook quote?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I probably did, but I don't remember what it is. Or was. We probably have my yearbook around here somewhere.
I took a line from a movie that's like not a good movie, but I like the line. Is that like
Which line is that?
the line goes, there is a fate, but it'll only take you so far. It's up to you to make it happen.
There is a fate, but it'll only take you so far. It's up to you to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think that's true.
I said,
It's like, doesn't seem like everything has happened that we
is
didn't
fate.
do anything.
Yeah.
It just sort of happened to us.
I know.
Maybe that
I
may
was
be
in high school.
That may be 8-slot SE on my part that I don't recognize all the doing is actually doing stuff. But
Well, I feel like it talks about like making the first. Like I had to make moves,
well, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not incorrect that you can't just say, well, I'm just going to do nothing and see that whatever happens is my fate. Because your fate, if you just sit around waiting for your fate to realize is that's what you were fated
That's
to
what you're
do, is
fated,
to
yeah.
sit around and wait for your fate to realize.
Yeah.
I think stuff is fated, but I always realize it after it's happened, it seems like. It's not while it's happening. It's like we were meant to be here in this house,
Yeah.
and somehow we ended up here. But
Like things moved.
it wasn't because, it was because we did something, not because we did the right thing or because we knew what we were doing.
No.
We just did something.
Yeah.
Stuff is faded, no cap. Stuff is faded. What's better than stuff? Experiences and drugs and other things you can consume, and not stuff, because stuff is just, where did I put it? Like this morning, I was looking for my machete. I could find my old shitty machete. I don't know what I did with my new machete.
Machete is?
I don't know where I put it. Obviously, somewhere in the garage.
Mule?
No, it's not, but my new loppers are in the back of the mule. I was looking at it because I'm planning on cutting down that awning thing. The best tool would just be a box cutter, but I guess I have one around somewhere probably.
I'll call Recology tomorrow and let them know that we have, or whatever, like whenever you take it down, I'll call Recology and let them know that we have awning stuff, and how do we handle that?
Right. Did you check your cutlery pile? It's a good question like that. I know it's in the garage somewhere. The thing is, I was talking on the phone with Chow while I was looking for it, so I only had one hand to look around with because the other hand was holding the phone. Right? I just kind of looked the same place like 3 times and then just said, this would work best. This is super sharp. This would cut that awning out.
Yeah, that's what I was
Lickety
thinking.
split. This is probably the best tool I could use for it.
You probably should use that. Although it would be nice to know where you're.
Dude, I wish I could just easily forget the stuff I want to forget too. It's like, it seems like every memory I have that I spend any time with is varying degrees of bad. Sometimes it's stuff that I feel is terrible, but it's just nothing. It's just like I made some social mistake, but I remember it 100 times for the one time it happens. Or it's like a memory of me making some relatively big mistake, which just makes me go like, oh. Or just thinking about how I did fucked up things in the past or whatever. It's just, the past is just littered with nothing but awfulness. I have some good memories, but I don't spend any time with them. The one good memory I sometimes spend time with, I like to remember the time I went to talk to the city of Pomona and tell them my story. That was one of my happiest days.
That is exciting.
Because what could be better for Eric than to have a big story to tell and to be mad about something and have all these people from Pomona sitting there listening to me and this guy asking me questions and me giving such wonderful answers. That's a wonderful day for Eric. When you think a lot, you are bound to think of some unpleasant things. Well, I mean, you don't have to think of the past. The problem with SI is it gets triggered by things all the time. Like when I go out to the thing, I see that fucking sign across the street, and I remember this conversation I had with the realtor, which was a fine, ordinary conversation. Nothing notable about it. That one is a fine enough SI linkage. That's why I like living here rather than LA. You don't have triggers so many bad things, you know? So, but it's still an SI trigger that happens every time I do that sign. I think about the conversation I had with David about what it means to have owner carry. It's like, I don't need to remember that conversation. It was boring, and I already took away the information from it that I needed. It's not relevant to anything anymore. It just makes me want to chop down that sign so I don't have to have that SI trigger anymore.
What SI trigger?
That sign on the hill across the street.
Yeah.
It says like $37,000
Yeah.
owner carry.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, I remember this conversation. I tried to buy that hill, but only to realize it was sold like 20 years ago. It belongs to the water company. They never took down the sign. You just watched my DMV video with a fucking Chad. I feel like kind of a douche about that DMV video, really. But I mean, it's what I'm saying is correct. It's like they're filming everybody, the crazy filming everybody in the DMV. But if you try to film them, they freak out. But I tell you, if you want to get cut to the front of the line, you go in there and start filming shit, and they like assign a person to come and shuffle you right through everything to get you out of there as fast as possible. It's like you. The only reason you exist is to make my car more expensive. DMV. I need none of your services. I don't want any of your services. I like the license plate, the personalized license plate. Okay, I'll give you that one. That's worth $50. Fine. I don't want your registration sticker. I don't want your registration piece of paper.
Oh my gosh.
I have no reason to think that it's worth anywhere close to the several $100s you're charging me for it, because I don't need it to drive my car successfully at all. In fact, it doesn't help in the slightest. And I also, you know, I don't need the sticker that goes on the back of the license plate. I get it. Like, if I have the wrong color sticker, big trouble for Eric. But except for your making it such, there's absolutely no reason for me to want that little sticker. If I wanted a little sticker there, I could get one for a hell of a lot cheaper than you're charging me the DMV. If you were a private business, nobody would want your services.
I get that, TJ O'Connell. Like, when we were at bingo, they were talking about a young lady and her boyfriend who got into a car accident and they were in a coma, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, well, they were talking about people like the other people there knew because they normally were around the bingo thing.
Oh my god. I just was like, oh my god.
Things like that just make me super glad I don't drink also, because around here, driving these little roads, there's no guardrails and stuff. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
So, no temptation is overtaking you except what is common to humankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. In other words, you're not alone in being tempted by this, and it's not beyond you to overcome your temptation. That's true and indisputable. Nobody can dispute that. Well, the only answer is basically exposure therapy, which is voluntarily exposing yourself to horrible stuff. You mean to desensitize yourself to something? Like if you're having irrational panic about daddy long legs, then you might as well just stand around a bunch of daddy long legs until you get used to the idea that they're just dumb, harmless little things.
I had like a big thing with needles, and I had to I passed out a couple times, so I got into the habit of telling people who were drawing blood from me, just so you know, I tend to get I've passed out before in the past.
And then she learned about desensitization, and that's when she started shooting heroin, so she could get
Oh,
used to
I
it.
could not.
And now you could shoot her with a million needles, and she just
Oh
like
my
chipper
god,
is
no
fine.
way!
Right, so the
Oh,
desensitization
it's like
protocol.
not even like the poking of it. It's like the drawing of the blood that gets
Oh
me.
god, I hate it too. Well, you saw me when they did those COVID things, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's like, I can't look at it.
I know. I can't look at
But
it
that
either.
was awful. Like that one.
I know.
That was like the worst shot I ever got.
Sometimes I feel like my sensations in my feet are like even due to the vaccine. Like I think about it. I don't know.
It's not.
No.
This dude has binging whippets.
Yeah.
Which is one of those horrible memories I have of a mistake I made that is just, it's just like, how could I have let that happen? Overconfident, underqualified men doing things. I was guilty of being exactly that. Overconfident, underqualified man is choosing to do things rather than wait until you're sure. That's most of humanity's trouble in a nutshell. I'm not usually guilty of that.
No, you're not.
In that case, I was.
But like the people who make mistakes.
Yeah, that was a huge one. I fucked up royally. And you're disabled for life, and I'm disabled for life very mildly because of it. I mean, I have practically nothing. I know Rachel's neuropathy is way worse than mine. You know, I've already apologized for it plenty, but
Yeah.
it's like
I can't
man, how could I have been so wrong?
I didn't think that.
The intuitive leaps I made perfectly good sense. They were the right intuitive leaps to make, but the wrong frame of reference in which to be making those kind of intuitive leaps. You can't do that with your health.
I mean,
You certainly can't do that with her health.
but like I was like a willing participant, you know.
Oh, I know. In fact, I remember me saying like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna keep doing it, but you stop doing it," and you just didn't stop doing it. You just wouldn't stop doing it.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
So I mean, I don't feel completely entirely responsible, but
No.
the fact is, I made the case that couldn't possibly be responsible for it, and I was wrong. I was completely, 100%, totally wrong. And it's something way too important to be wrong about. Well, I don't want to. I'm going to start thinking about something else. Well, discretion is the better part of valor, and it's not. That's a saying that I'm normally saying, not needing to have said to me. But in this case, you know, I needed to have said to me, not that I'm not the one saying it, you know? I don't know. It's like SI, you know? It's like, I don't take shit seriously, like, bad things can actually happen until something bad actually happens. I've lived such a blessed and lucky life. I've got such a wear resistant body. And the amount of drugs that I did, like I couldn't even get high on DMT despite smoking it as hard as I possibly could. Meanwhile, Rachel does less drugs than me. She gets serotonin syndrome and neuropathy from the nitrous. Concurrent. So nobody would ever deduce that they're from different sources. Of course, I'm SI, so I'm like, well, I'm not experiencing any problems. Everything's fine. I mean, it still doesn't make any sense that you have a cluster of drug interaction symptoms that include serotonin syndrome and neuropathy and have them completely unrelated. It's just like, you got to be fucking kidding me. They're concurrent on onset. They're from the same night of partying, and they're from completely different and unrelated things. How does that fucking happen? Just goes to show you, it's like intuition tells you what makes the most sense, but the world doesn't sometimes make sense. It just does what it does. I mean, it makes sense now that those two things happen. You got both those things, but who's going to intuit that based on those realities? Who's going to intuit that? Somebody with terrible intuition. Anybody with good intuition immediately dismisses that possibility. Look, there's a cluster of symptoms here, including the symptoms of serotonin syndrome and neuropathy, and they emerge from a night where we know there was some sort of drug interaction toxicity happening. Turns out they were two distinct drug interaction problems, unrelated to each other. I mean, how am I going to intuit that? I'm going to intuit the exact fucking opposite. That proves that definitely nitrous has nothing to do with it. But that's where it's important to use the right frame, right? You don't use that frame of reference when dealing with people's health. You're not saying, you need to prove to me this is bad for me. You're saying, I need to make sure it's not bad for me. Your failure to prove that the linkage between nitrous and neuropathy is not the right frame of reference for me to be using in that context. Anyway, I think Rachel's neuropathy is gradually getting better. I don't think she's very aware of it because she's super SI unconscious. The reason I think that is because I know mine has gradually gotten better. It goes up and down, but it's like this, it's gradually getting, assuming down's better, it's going like, and all the worst parts of it are completely gone. After my last time of just double checking to make sure nitrous had nothing to do with it, I got another box of nitrous like 2 months after I stopped, and then I huffed it, and I made it dramatically worse. I had neuropathy every time I put my head down like this, it was shooting electricity. That's all gone. So that repaired. Unfortunately, Rachel continued to huff after she'd done a lot more damage then. When I was like, fuck, I think this is us causing neuropathy. I can't fucking feel my feet. Well, then at that point, I was here. She was already here, in terms of damage. So, the thing is, I know from my experience that this neuropathy does gradually improve because it's not any normal kind of neuropathy. Like, normally neuropathy is a sign of bad things. Like, you got diabetes, your legs are gonna get chopped off, or whatever. That's not what we got going on at all. This is straight up neurotransmitter neuropathy. It has nothing to do with circulation at all, right? And brain elasticity repairs itself, including some of these neurotransmitters. I don't know if I'm ever going to recover full feeling in all of my toes, but I probably will, because I don't have very much neuropathy left. And it's just in the bottom of my feet. Rachel's recovery is going to be slower and probably less resolving, because she probably did a lot more damage than I did. Because, like I said, my body, it's just like you could run endless drugs through this and it's just fine. I mean, I had to huff so much fucking nitrous before I got neuropathy. It's insane. You would not believe the amount of nitrous we huffed. We'd go buy 100 box and then go back later and get another 100 box. We just sit there with two. We had two of the whippet things, so we didn't have to take turns. So I would recommend don't huff that much nitrous. It's a bad idea. But you can't help but miss it a little bit. That cold, fucking nitrous huff feeling. Wow. Except, the thing is, the more I did it, the less it actually worked. So it's like I didn't get that wah, 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 wah. By the end, I wasn't really getting high off it. It was just sort of the feeling of huffing it. The solution to my ailments is a baguette? How did you know? Earlier, I had fruit juice deficiency syndrome, but now it's baguette deficiency. I don't have a baguette though, so I'm just going to have to drink more fruit juice. Actually, I think we do have a baguette. We ate some of it in the car with the chicken, I think yesterday, but I think there's some left. I hope Rachel threw that chicken away. I put it on the counter because, like, there's still some good chicken on this. But I'm hopeful she just threw it away. Am I trying to catch celiac disease? No. Like I just to inform you, celiac disease is only transmitted by mosquitoes. So I don't have to worry about that by eating baguettes. Unless it's a baguette that's full of mosquitoes. That's also how I got ADHD. I got mosquito-borne ADHD. That's why I need speed. I was traveling overseas one day, and a mosquito carrying the ADHD virus bit me. When I came back to the States, the doctor said, "You urgently need drugs." "What kind of drugs, doctor?" "Amphetamines, right now." I said, "You are a smart practitioner of medicine. You have diagnosed me correctly. I do need speed." I mean, technically, I just really want it, but let's go with need. That seems to be how you doctors like to operate. You're like, you go to the doctor and say, "I'd like you to prescribe me some speed. I don't have anything wrong with me, but I just like speed." They totally won't prescribe it to you. They should, because you're the only one being honest, but I mean, I shouldn't have to get a prescription for it at all. I should just be able to buy it at my local Toys R Us. Kids under 7 should need a parent's note to buy it, but other than that. I'm glad this violence came through because I was like, just to be petty is like I was going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to go buy some street meth, you fucks. You won't give me my drugs. I wouldn't have done it, but you know, I have no idea where to buy it. But the point is, all you're doing is making me try to find other speed. You're not accomplishing anything except making me mad, frustrating me, annoying me. Just give me my fucking drugs. Oh, well, we did a lot of good by making sure that man took a little bit less speed because he couldn't get it this month. You did no good at all. You set back the course of mathematics by a month. That's the best quote ever. There's this famous mathematician whose friend said, "You're addicted to speed." He said, "I'm not addicted to speed." He said, "Oh yeah, I'll prove it. Quit for a month." He quit for a month and he said, "Well, I both proved you wrong and you've also set back the progress of mathematics by a month." That guy is a good guy. I like that guy. He had the right attitude. I wouldn't have said I'm going to quit for once. I said, "Oh, I'm addicted to speed? Oh, no. Does that mean if I don't do it, that I'll get sick and go through withdrawal symptoms?" No. It means at some point you got to sleep. That's all it means. You can't just stay up night after night after night. You got to sleep at some point. Addicted to speed. Please. You know, like, oh my God, I'm super happy in my relationship and I love this person so much. Oh, you're codependent. No, I'm happy. You know? We love each other and we're happy. We're not codependent, whatever that means. I mean, we are codependent. We depend on each other all the time. But if you want to pathologize my happiness, you're just wrong. Same thing with speed. Maybe it's not your way of living, but it's mine. And I think it's better than yours. Wait, I'm judging you for not doing speed? You're supposed to be judging me for doing it, right? Fuck that noise. I judge you square for not doing speed. The problem isn't that I'm addicted to speed, it's that you're not. The problem isn't that I'm addicted to speed, it's that you're stupid. And that's what it really boils down to. That's what I would have said if I was that mathematician guy. Look, I may be addicted to speed, but you're stupid. If you stop being stupid, I'll stop doing speed. What? You find yourself constitutionally unable to stop being stupid? Well, I guess I'll have to keep doing speed. Truth, justice, and the American way. These are the ways of Eric as well. But I am a proud American patriot. Not as much as a patriot as that awesome guy who reported the intelligence community for lying to the Congressional Oversight Committee. That guy's fucking a patriot, a real beast, a smart guy. I admire him. I'm impressed by him. I don't remember what his name is or anything, but like Gersh or something like that. David Gersh or something. Some such. Some such thing that kind of sounds like gush. Well, I'm actually considering wrapping this stream up. And interestingly, it's not because I have anything else I want to do. I'm just thinking maybe time for an SI reset. I've been just thwacking since I got the Vyvanse. I've been full blast thwacking. I'm taking a total of 3 pills. 2 yesterday, 1 today, and I am not even a little bit unthwacked yet. So that stuff is packed some serious fucking punch. But that means I need to do an SI reset because I got to take care of myself. When you're super thwacked out, you start going, and then later on you crash too hard. So I think in this stream, take a shower, maybe hit up Rachel for half a Kalani, and chill for a while. Maybe watch a little TV. And then maybe later on this evening, I have this thing at 7 with Chloe, but maybe sometime before or after, I might come to stream some more. So thank you all for being here. And Rachel and I greatly appreciate your presence and your company.
Yes, we do.
This thing that happens is a necessary part of our life. Without live streaming, my life would be empty.
Agreed.